Okay, good afternoon everyone here. We have a very long agenda, so you'll have to give us some patience. I'm going to call the meeting to order. Good afternoon and welcome to the June 26, 2024 City Council meeting. We acknowledge that we're on traditional lands of the Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan and parts of Alberta and Manitoba, and the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and on the homeland of the Métis Nation. The City of Regina owes its strength and vibrancy to these lands and the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory, as well as settlers from around the world who continue to be welcomed here and call Regina home. Some members of City Council and City Administration may be attending the meeting through video conferencing. I would like to remind those who are attending through video conferencing of the following. Please ensure that your video camera and microphone are turned off. And when speaking, remember to unmute your microphone and enable your video camera. Some delegations may be attending the meeting today through teleconferencing to address council on various items on the agenda as well. Approval of the agenda. So I got a long one here. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the agenda at the call of the chair with the following adjustments? We're looking to table the following items and any associated delegations and communications to the July 17, 2024 City Council meeting. CR 24-51, potential allocation of investment incomes to reserves. CR 24-52, quarterly financial statements preparation. CR 24-53, capital projects and reserve funding. MN 24-9, City of Regina flag and proclamation policy and associated delegations. MN 24-10, dissolving the Human Resources Subcommittee of Regina City Council. And CM 24-9, Saskatchewan Drive Corridor Plan. Okay. And then I want to add in communication CP 24-70, Jeff Tanaziwa, sorry for the mispronunciation, Saskamoto Promotions Incorporated, Turner Valley, Alberta, to item CR 24-75. Communication CP 24-72, Dr. Michael Link, Western University of London, Ontario, to item MN 24-9. We also want to add delegation DE 24-162, Cheryl McCallum, representing Community and Social Impact Regina SK, to item CR 24-85. The full list of delegations. A notice of motion, MN 24-12, nuisance and underutilized properties. The following reports as urgent business following consideration of the consent agenda. CR 24-88, appointment to the Board of Police Commissioners, and CR 24-89, Community and Social Impact Regina Incorporated, appointment of directors and bylaw approval. Okay, that was a mouthful. Councillor Nelson, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just making sure, after MN 24-10, what was the one, sorry, what was the agenda item after that one? The SAS Drive, okay.
SAS Drive Corridor Plan,
Okay,
yes.
thank you, I didn't, that's all I had.
Okay. Sorry, I missed the initial mover. Do I have a mover? Okay, Councillor Stevens, seconder. Councillor Stanichuk, thank you. Anyone opposed? Okay. Oh, Councillor LeBlanc is opposed. Okay, we'll conduct a separate vote for the approval of the meeting agenda. as adding items to the agenda as urgent business requires a unanimous vote of council. So I'll hand this over to the city clerk.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. As members have heard from the Deputy Mayor, to add items of urgent business to the agenda, we require a unanimous vote. Because our voting software is down today, we will be requiring voice votes. So what I would ask is, for those who intend to vote yes on all votes that we're going to conduct today, raise your hand and keep it up until I confirm your vote. And for those who are wishing to vote no, I will ask you to also put your hand up, keep it up until I confirm. So with respect to requiring unanimous consent to add those items to the urgent business, as the Deputy Mayor outlined, I will call on those who intend to vote yes to raise their hands at this time.
No, sorry, which items? I missed that. Which items are the adding as urgent?
They are the appointments to the Board of Police Commissioners, the Community and Social Impact Appointment of Directors and Bylaw Approval, and the Community and Social Impact Annual Submission 2023.
Okay, thank you.
For those wishing to vote yes, please raise your hands. Keep them up till I confirm, please. Mayor Masters, your hand is up. I assume that is a yes vote.
Yes, sir.
Everyone has voted in favor. Thank you. You can proceed, Deputy Mayor.
Okay, can I have someone move a motion to approve the meeting minutes from the June 11th and June 12th, 2024 meetings of City Councilor? Councilor Stadnichuk, and thank you, Councilor Stevens. Oh, I got Councilor Zakidniak on this. Okay, go ahead, Councilor Zakidniak.
Oh, that was, sorry, that was.
Okay, I figured, no problem. Okay. Okay, I'll call the question. Any opposed? Okay, carried. Okay, we're going to now consider the consent agenda. The consent agenda is moved and voted upon without debate as one item, regardless of the number of agenda items included in it. So hold on. The consent agenda for this meeting includes the following items: CR 24-78, 2024 first quarter forecast. CR 24-79, Indigenous Procurement Policy 2023 update. CR 24-80, future budgets. CR 24-81, capital carry forward. CR 24-82, 2023 annual debt report. CR 24-83, 2023 Annual Investment Report. CR 24-84, Internal Audit Work Plan. CR 24-86, Cemeteries Fee Schedule and Bylaw Amendments. I'll now ask if any member wishes to remove any of these items from the consent agenda for consideration and debate at this meeting. Okay, seeing no one, can I have someone move a motion to approve the consent agenda? Councillor Mancinelli. Okay, Councillor Hawkins. Okay, there we go. Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. Okay, we're going to now move on to the urgent business. We'll now consider item CR 24-88, appointment to Board of Police Commissioners. Can I have Acting Deputy Mayor Mancinelli please introduce the report? Go ahead.
This report has some recommendations as vetted by the Board of Police Commissioners for people to populate the spot, to help have input, to look after Regina as a whole. I encourage everyone to support the nominations. We vetted them ourselves previously. So.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli.
One more point, just before we go.
Okay.
Because the software is not working properly, just give me a 30-second lag because I have to go through the agenda to find what we're speaking to. This one was easy, but if it was a more complex one, just give me a half a second.
100%.
Thank you.
Okay, can I have someone move this report? Counselor Nelson, and a seconder. Counselor LeBlanc, thank you. Okay, Counselor Mancinelli, you're the mover. Do you wish to speak to the report?
Nope, I think it's concise.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from council members on this report? Okay, seeing none. Okay, mover, would you like to close the debate?
Yeah, I have a large summation. No, I'm good.
Excellent. Okay, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Again, I'll ask all members who indicate that they are going to vote yes to raise your hand at this time. And I believe Mayor Masters' hand up. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Vote is 10-0, with Councilor Bresciani being away from today's meeting.
Okay, we're now on to item CR 24-89, Community and Social. So hold on. Okay, go ahead, Councilor Nelson.
Sorry, I just have a point of clarification. The two that we voted on this morning in private, because there were some recommendations, and then is that what we carried forward? Okay, because, right, nobody said the names.
The report omitted mentioning that Alicia Morrow is the nominated candidate to the Board of Police Commissioners. That was supplied to the gallery, but we overlooked naming that. So yes, that's official.
Okay, now we're going to consider item CR 24-89, Community and Social Impact Regina, Inc., appointment of directors and bylaw approval. Can I have Acting Deputy Mayor Mancinelli please introduce this report? Including the names.
Oh, thank you, Jim.
Just a moment here.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for the wait there. Just trying to get organized. We started up Caesar over a year ago. The committee that started the organization has switched gear a little bit. With that, we have some change up in that committee. We have reappointments of Dorothy Josephson, Michael Marshall, Nancy Sheeley, Fred Searle, Scott Wells, and Donna Ziegler. We have some new appointments, and I think it's a good point to make that these are well-vetted appointees. There's a skills matrix that's been applied to make sure that they have the skills necessary to complete a well-rounded board for recommendations coming to council and for looking after our community. The new appointments are Ricardo Arsenavarreta, Dave Hedlund, Tara Thompson, Alexandra Acus, and the non-voting council designates are Audrey Young and Councillor Stanichuk. I encourage you to support the recommendation.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Can I have someone move this report? Councillor Stadnichuk, and a seconder, Councillor LeBlanc. Okay, Councillor Stadnichuk, do you have any comments as the mover?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. Just that The board of directors that are being nominated have incredible experience that I think are going to bring a lot to the board and help the organization do its good work. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor Stadnichuk. Any questions from council members on this report? Okay. Seeing none, I'll ask Councillor Stadnichuk if you'd like to close debate. Thank you. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Thank you again. Members would indicate by raising their hand if they intend to vote yes to this motion. Mayor Masters? We'll take it that she's absent temporarily from the meeting. The vote carries, there she is. It carries unanimously with all 10 members in favor.
Okay, we'll now consider item CR 24-85, Community and Social Impact Regina, Inc. 2023 Annual Submittal.
Do we have a delegate? Cheryl? Is Cheryl McCallum? You call it. Yeah.
Okay, I would like to call upon delegation Cheryl McCallum with Community and Social Impact Regina. As you're walking up, I'll do the spiel. Please introduce yourself for the record. The organization you are representing, if any, and what city, town you reside in. Council, just an FYI, this delegation is available for questions only. Go ahead, Ms. McCallum.
Good afternoon. My name is Cheryl McCallum. I'm the Executive Director of Community and Social Impact Regina, and I reside in Regina.
Okay, I see Councillor Stevens. Go ahead.
Great, thank you. Through the chair, Cheryl, I was wondering if you could provide a high-level summary of what you would consider to be the major accomplishments of CSER under your leadership in the last year.
Thanks, and that's a really good question. I know everybody's eager to see, what we've actually accomplished over the past while. As far as reporting for 2023, we were 6 or 7 months in with one staff person and then hiring 3 others. So I think we got a lot accomplished. We actually did over 200 consultations with community members. We established a community relations database management system based on the 6 priorities, and I think those are highlighted in the report. We actually established a plan to invest in partnership contributions that would advance and leverage the monies that we have, and also thinking about the relationships that needed to be established. So I would say we accomplished a lot by way of administration and getting set up as a new organization foundationally, but really helped us develop to the work that's going on in 2024.
Thank you. If you could perhaps elaborate on the consultation, right? So we have a strategic plan, essentially. We have community well-being strategy. What's the nature of these consultations? And maybe you could elaborate on how that went on to address serious issues like addictions, houselessness, food security, and other components of the well-being plan.
I think it's really important to do consultation as you think about the collective impact approach. We had to first strategize on how we were going to implement that. Based on your recommendation, the Community Safety Wellbeing Plan in consultation with community, it was about thinking about how were we going to plan this in a way that we weren't using a top-down approach and really working with community from the bottom up. So we actually realized as strategic direction, which encompassed, and I think it's highlighted in the plan, which is community aspiration, aligned activities, shared measures, I think mobilizing investment, policy development, so on and so forth.
Thank you. You mentioned partner contributions. I'm going to take that to mean money that you've secured from other sources. Maybe not. Maybe you could elaborate and put it a different way. Without Caesar, what would be missing from the community or the city's work on this file?
Well, I think the huge asset for 2023 was investing in the street team, where, you know, people had questions about what was the servicing level at the grassroots. So we have a lot of community members experiencing and challenges with poverty. And unfortunately, the service systems are overwhelmed right now because of process improvement, I'm assuming. But the street team actually works on non-emergent situations and establishes that trust at the grassroots level to actually determine what's working and what isn't. So it kind of helps us with the baseline data, and we have and will continue to support that project for the next little while until they get under their feet. But we did provide community development insight and programming resolutions. We've also established their evaluation framework so that we can capture baseline data. They're now well on their way to, I think, sustaining some of that stuff on their own. And I've heard just recently that there's some investors wanting to leverage what we have invested. I've also heard that there's organizations really interested in taking over the administration. So that's a success in itself.
Okay, thank you. My last question would be, a serious issue that I think affects everybody, whether it's on the street or in homes, but the question of addictions. What would you say could be Caesar's benchmark of success or failure when it came to any of those pillars? It's not just the consultation that has to go somewhere. So what would success look like on those fronts given Caesar's involvement?
I think it's really a strength-based approach to humanizing some of the issues we're dealing with. And I feel like, as we start to do this work and doing it in a genuine, intentional way, we start to have critical conversations in community, and then it grows into understanding and acknowledging why there's a need to all be a part of this process. We are working in silos. We sometimes pit ourselves against each other when ultimately it affects us all.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Zakidniak, go ahead.
Thank you. I also have a few questions. The first one is, so I believe the accumulated surplus from, I guess, the inception of CSER is 1.6 million. So first to confirm that, and then also what are the current plans that the organization has for those funds?
So to your first question, 6.655 is for administration or operations. We were short-staffed for a period of time in 2023, so approximately, I would say, a third of that was that surplus. We're now, fully staffed, which is exciting. The second piece is the programming fund. So we did advance 800,000 prepaid to the street team for 2024. Mm-hmm. One of the big things that we're going to be investing in this year is a data management and governance strategy. As we start to work on evaluations, we got to see what is the data governance piece and what's critical to that. So IT is expensive, data architecture is expensive. We need to research what currently exists and what is relevant. So that's going to cost some money. Mm-hmm. And that's where the board is going in regards to creating this foundation.
Okay. And so I was curious about the latest update in terms of the different action tables that were formed, I think even before CSER existed, like the initial formation of the action tables, consultation with community. What's the latest update, status update on those tables?
Well, now I'm getting into 2024 numbers, but I'll share a few success items. We've had 16 community representatives at the table for the spectrum of substance use. They've renamed themselves strength-based from substance use to spectrum. We're currently defining what that means and what is that on and off ramp for people so we can test across the data on when are the entry and exit points based on the systems analysis that we partnered on to determine what is working and what isn't and why isn't it working. We'd like to model with substance use in these first 2 quarters and then extend to safety. I've actually met with the police chief and have a presentation with him next month in regards to advancing these things together. So you can see that the partnerships are already being established. We haven't touched on interpartner domestic violence or food insecurity. However, we are working on the training and opportunities to address racism, discrimination, and system service. So when we look at where we're at in regards to the actions and recommendations of the CSWB plan, we're actually hitting on 19 of those so far out of the 98. And we have one recommendation that we're working heavily on.
Okay.
So it's progress, it's slow, and I know people are eager, but this work takes time.
Thank you. I was going to ask for more info on because this is in the path forward page of the spectrum of substance use community action table, but I think you already gave a bit of a summary there. And then also in that part of the report, it talks about communications moving forward. Communications will be available to inform the public and consult and collaborate with the community to achieve safety and well-being. Do you have any other I don't know if that's been further developed at this point, like in terms of how, but if so, I'd be interested to hear that.
So we are working on a brand and marketing strategy as we speak. We did a community consultation discovery session and those findings are coming in. This is actually, we'll elaborate on your question this morning. Part of the communications plan is to have our recruitment retention for volunteers on the website, job postings, those types of things. So we're just getting our footing in that area, but I believe by the end of 2024 we will be successful with final implementation of communications.
Great, thanks, that's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. I don't see anybody else wishing to speak. So I'll ask you, Cheryl McCallum, to please return to the gallery. Thank you very much. Okay. Acting Deputy Mayor Mancinelli, can you please introduce this report?
As has been discussed already, this is the annual report for the 2023 financial year for CSER. As a new organization, as mentioned by the delegate, it's just unveiling on its different tangents that it's identified, apparently 98 and 19 being acted on. I know from first-hand experience, although not an answer to all, one of the first things invested in the street team's been very effective and helpful in some of their problems that various parts of the city are experiencing and people in the city are experiencing. So hopefully we can look for this to be built on and go forward with more good work.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Can I have someone move this report? Councillor Stevens, I'm looking for a seconder. Councillor Zakidniak. Okay. Councillor Stevens, do you wish to speak to the report? Go ahead.
Thanks. Through the chair. So we heard Caesar's perspective on the work that they've done in accordance with the report. Cheryl mentioned something important, which was the need to break down silos and to function collaboratively to advance this, the well-being strategy. So I'm going to ask administration about their relationship with Caesar and the work being done. And this is about 2023, not the future.
Ms. Anderson, Ms. Young? Go ahead, Ms. Young. Mr. Slater, go ahead.
Through the chair, thanks for the question. Yeah, we have a very close working relationship with Cheryl and team. I'd say formally sitting at the board meeting discussions, but outside of that, you know, certainly the community safety and well-being plan was established alongside partners from CMNCP and led by city administration, brought to council for endorsement. So the development of an organization like this is quite unique. It exists in other cities across Canada, but really the emphasis for an organization like this is understanding that social issues that are outlined in these plans aren't unique. They aren't new. These are issues that have been ongoing. It's just that our approach has to be more unique and more collaborative and collective. So we work closely with CSIR in bringing together partners, other sector partners, to come to the table and really define what it means to be part of this collective action and addressing issues like this. Some more formal work that we're part of is we're also at the steering table for the street team, so we sit with CSIR and the BID and the Comeback Society at that table as well, and we're also currently working on a systems mapping project as well, which is outlined in the safety and well-being plan too. So very strong working relationship, and very positive to date.
Thank you. Through the chair, if you'll indulge me here, I'll maybe play the cynic in this line of questioning. Just know it's coming from a good place, believe in the mission. When I think of the work that's been done as of late, say on the permanent emergency shelter, I know what city staff did. I saw the relationships being built with other levels of government. But I see what the city staff do. So I would put it to you, without Caesar, what would be missing in the work of administration when it came to achieving the goals in the well-being strategy and anything else related to those important social issues in our community?
Through the chair, I think what CSIR brings in addition to the work that city administration does, I think the emphasis for creating this organization was to be that sort of neutral backbone organization specific to the plan and the priorities that are outlined in the plan. And they have a really tough task ahead of them in bringing together other partners, other levels of government to work alongside. Like we as a city are one partner in approaching these priority areas or these community issues, and we realize that. We also realize there's other partners at other levels of government, our health authority, our police service, and other community-based organizations that need to be part of that approach as well. And we see CSIR as crucial in being sort of that middle, sort of neutral organization that can help advocate and bring those other levels of government to the table.
Thank you. Take another approach to this. When I see the accumulated surplus, I see monies spent on staff, that's work that needs to be done. I might say I'd rather put the millions or hundreds of thousands of dollars into community grants to put out to organizations that are dealing on the front lines with harm reduction, houselessness, and so on. What would your response be to that? In other words, maybe we should just put that money with the plan and with the great staff that we have at the city into action, into the hands of CBOs and community organizations that are actually delivering the kind of services we need. What would your response be to that?
Who are we looking at here?
Through the chair, I can start, and then I might see if the city manager wants to add to the response. I think the budget that's been allocated to CSIR has been utilized very diligently, very properly to date, and in the short time that they've been an organization, I think we've seen a lot of success in, the example I use specifically is the work with the street team and pulling the partners together there. Outside of that additional budget, I don't think I have anything to add to that, but I might see if city manager or Ms. Pham have anything to add.
Ms. Anderson, go ahead.
So we'll go to Ms. Pham.
Ms. Pham. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Pham.
Through the chair, just to add to what Mr. Slater is saying, I think definitely, getting it into community. I think the intent originally when we had set up the organization was that through those community action tables that you'd be able seeing those investments. And so I think what we heard from Cheryl today is, those tables are coming up and that funding is meant to be able to support some of the actions that those groups or those community action tables would want to implement.
Okay, thank you. Maybe just a comment for administration as we go into budget planning. Of course, after November 13th, you don't have to care what I think about it. But what might be worth, and this would be the line of questioning I would ask if it came back to us, is really what would be beneficial to the community? Putting the money into grants and organizations or keeping the existing structure? So as that's being formulated in the budget 2025 process, I would ask as an undertaking that it's at least thought about. Doesn't have to be a detailed report. Maybe it's just foreshadowing of the kinds of questions I might ask. It's a lot of money. I think there's good work being done. I just want to make sure it's getting into the organizations, doing the frontline hard work of dealing with the social crisis in our city. Just a thought.
Any other members have questions for administration of the report? Okay. Seeing none. Councillor Stevens, you're the mover. Would you like to close the debate? All done? Okay, thank you. I'll ask the clerk to call the vote.
Thank you again. Please raise your hands if you intend to vote yes, and I will confirm that. Deputy Mayor, it's unanimous. All members voting in favor, along with the mayor.
Okay, we'll now consider bylaws that require public hearing and public notice. I'll ask Acting Deputy Mayor Mancinelli to do the first reading of the bylaws.
Okay. I move seconded by Councillor Stadenchuk that bylaws number 2024-40, 41, 42, 43, 44 be introduced and read for the first time.
Deputy Mayor, I will ask all members, anyone opposed to the first reading of the bylaws?
Opposed.
Opposed. Anyone opposed? It's a unanimous. Proceed.
Okay. I move seconded by Councillor Hawkins that bylaws number 2024-40, 41, 42, 43, and 44 be read a second time.
Deputy Mayor, Council is now considering a series of bylaws which require a public hearing. Specifically, number 2024-40 is to amend the Regina zoning bylaw 2019 to facilitate the expansion of industrial land uses north of the existing co-op refinery complex. Number 2024-41 is to amend Design Regina, the official community plan bylaw, to support the provision of diverse housing options in all areas of the city in alignment with the city's Housing Accelerator Fund Action Plan. Number 2024-42 is to amend the Regina zoning bylaw to amend various regulations consistent with the Housing Accelerator Fund Action Plan. Number 2024-43 is to amend the Regina zoning bylaw 2019 to facilitate future commercial development on Dudney Avenue. The final budget bylaw is number 2024-44 to amend Design Regina, the official community plan bylaw, by providing a discretionary use exception at 535 East Douglas Avenue. If there's anyone in the gallery who wishes to address council on any of these proposed bylaws, I would ask that you indicate your interest at this time and await direction from the chair. There appears to be no one, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Continue, Councillor Mancinelli.
Okay, I move seconded by Councillor Stevens that council hereby consent to bylaws 2024-40, 41, 42, 43, and 44 going to third reading at this meeting.
He's asking for unanimous approval. Councillor Mancinelli, you just jumped ahead. We need approval for second reading before we go to unanimous approval.
I'll change my last statement that 2024-40, 41, 42, 43, and 44, seconded by Councillor Stevens, be read a second time. Is that what you do?
That's right. Now you're asking them a question.
Are there any questions from council here? Seeing none?
Okay. Okay, now I move seconded by...
Members, again, if you wish to support this second reading, please raise your hands and I'll confirm.
So this time's support.
This is support, yes. Thank you. Mayor Masters' vote is also registered, passes 10-0.
Now I'm good? Okay. I move seconded by Councillor Findura that council hereby consent to bylaws 2024-40, 41, 42, 43, and 44 going to third reading at this meeting.
Members, this requires unanimous consent to proceed to third reading at this meeting, so I need your votes. Please raise your hands. Mayor Masters has voted. Unanimous consent has been achieved to proceed to third reading.
Okay, and finally, I move seconded by Councillor Zakidniak that bylaws number 2024-40, 41, 42, 43, and 44 be read a third time, which is actually a fourth.
Members, again, I will ask you to indicate your concurrence with the motion by raising your hands. Passes unanimously, Deputy Mayor.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We're on to public notice bylaw, 2024-39, and we have a delegation. I'm going to call up Sandra Archibald. So as you're walking up, I'll do the spiel. I'd like to call upon Sandra Archibald, and please introduce yourself to the record, the organization you are representing, if any, and what city, town you reside in. You have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of council may have for you. Go ahead, Sandra.
Archibald. I'm here to address council today on behalf of Regina Cabs, and yes, I live in Regina. So thank you to members of council for this opportunity. Well, we agree with the long-term goals and aspirations of the prior report. Unfortunately, due to our experience in the industry, we don't agree on how to reach that goal. We believe that affiliating accessible taxi vehicles alongside paratransit operations now will yield the best outcome for customers, as all the options would be available with one phone call or email. The proposed central dispatch adds another department to the city along with administrative layers. Our family has been in the taxi industry for over 40 years and operated wheelchair accessible taxis for decades serving the community. This was a labor of love rather than an economic one. That operation is no longer financially viable due to a variety of reasons, but was fundamentally doomed upon the entry of the transportation network companies, such as Uber, into the Regina transportation market. The report is correct in concluding that the city has jurisdiction to require transportation network companies to pay an accessibility fee. TNCs are largely the cause of the current challenges the taxi industry has with providing the accessible taxi service. We are hopeful that the city can devise strategy on how to effectively deploy those funds already collected to encourage individuals to provide more accessible taxi service options to citizens. However, we aren't clear what jurisdiction the city has to impose an accessibility fee on the taxi riding public. The Vehicles for Hire Act and regulations clearly limit the fees to transportation network companies, not taxi services. We've provided a regulatory framework, and in a prior report, the administration, EX 2342, the administration reports that they were relying upon Section 10 of the Vehicle for Hire regulations, which was amended. The report stated that Section 10 now includes the ability for municipalities to charge an accessibility fee to all vehicles for hire providers that the city maintains it was taxi and TNC. However, the amended regulations were for the purpose of collecting fees from transportation network companies, such as Uber, and not to be applied to non-TNCs, such as taxis. The amended Vehicle for Hire Regulations Sections 10B states, and I quote, requiring transportation network companies to pay additional fees to be used for transportation initiatives intended to assist people with physical disability in accessing and using municipal public transit services or taxi services. So vehicle for hire service, in its definition, is very clear. It does not include a taxi service. Taxi services are separate and distinct classes defined within the Act, and from a plain reading of the Act, it explicitly states that they are not included within Clause 10B of the regulation. The intent of the Act is clear, that this clause of the regulations is for transportation network companies to pay fees to assist to fund public transit services and taxi services. It does not include any similar wording providing jurisdiction to collect fees from other classes such as taxi. These amendments appear to be placing a form of taxation on the taxi riding public without any authority. The amended vehicle for hire regulations do not delegate the authority to cities to charge fees for taxis or taxi services. The taxi riding public was not informed that the intent is for them, seniors, folks with lower incomes, those who don't own a car, citizens who may be the least able to pay more, for them now to pay an additional fee to subsidize wheelchair accessible service. We have an opportunity to task administration with developing a practical and efficient way to incentivize the existing accessible taxi operators. Use the fees collected from TNCs to offset taxi operators' expenses immediately. Licensing and insurance would be a simple place to start. You take a copy of the vehicle registration and insurance invoice to the city licensing counter, and the city could almost immediately turn around and rebate a portion of those expenses back to the operator. We would also encourage them and enhance the relationship between accessible taxis and paratransit to develop an easier access for customers who utilize those specialized vehicles and services. Increase the accessibility fee to TNCs. TNCs/Uber have the ability to change rates and fees easily and in real time, and the city clearly has a jurisdiction to do so. Respectfully, we submit that there is no accessibility fee should be added on taxi fares, as it appears that the amended vehicles for hire regulations do not delegate the authority to cities to charge fees to taxi or taxi services. And thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to this important matter.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Any members of council have questions of the delegation? I see Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Thank you. You raised many points in your delegate notes. The biggest one, I think, is you've received a legal opinion that administration doesn't have the authority to impose and collect this fee on a taxi compared to a Uber or transportation company. Have you got a legal opinion on this, and have you checked into what happens if this passes, and do you have plans on if this passes from that legal opinion?
We did not seek out a legal opinion that those are expensive. We read the Act and read the regulations, and that's kind of where you go back to the source and do your best to research that. And we followed the information from the EX 2342 report, where the city administration was relying on this particular section. So it narrows it down to what they're relying upon, and in a clear reading of that, there does not appear to be the ability for a city to charge those fees on taxi services.
Appreciate your information. Thank you.
Councillor Hawkins? Councillor Hawkins, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Ms. Archibald, you've been clear. I have two questions. For lay people, can you state as simply as possible what it is you read in the regulations that you feel have not been taken into account by the administration?
Well, it appears to be the absence of the authority of the city to charge fees on taxis or taxi services. Clearly, in the regulations, they can implement those fees, and they already have done so on TNCs, but there does not appear to be that authority to do that for taxis. And it creates somewhat of a canary in a coal mine sort of situation with us, that if there isn't the delegated, if the city doesn't have the jurisdiction to do it on taxis, and is maybe being not clearly communicated to members of council and members of the public, then what's next, and what other fees might be applied to other businesses? That is a bit of a greater concern.
Thank you for that. You've been clear that your reading of the regulations does not appear to correspond with what's been put before us to this point, what are you asking council to do?
Well, certainly that no accessibility fee would be applied to taxi fares. And there were other matters in the report and in the bylaw that perhaps could go forward, but there just does not appear to be any ability for the city to charge those fees on taxi fares.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Stevens, go ahead.
Thank you. Navigate this. Actually, I'm going to withdraw. Sorry, this question was for administration. It's not my time. My apologies.
Okay, seeing no one else, I'll thank you for addressing council. Ms. Archibald, I'll ask you to please return to the gallery. Thank you. Okay, we will now consider Public Notice Bylaw 2024-39, the Taxi Amendment Bylaw 2024. Acting Deputy Mayor Mancinelli, will you do the first reading of the bylaw?
Thank you. I move seconded by Councillor Findura that bylaw number 2024-39 be introduced and read a first time.
Okay, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote. Oh, okay.
I will be opposing, so I'm voting no to the bylaw, so pick another name.
Oh, I got you. Okay, I move seconded by Councillor Nelson that bylaw number 2024-39 be introduced and read a first time.
Members, you know the drill. If you're voting yes, please raise your hand at this time. Voting no. Mayor Masters. First reading passes in a vote of 7-2. Deputy Mayor.
Okay, we'll do it right this time, Mancinelli. Acting Deputy Mayor Mancinelli, can you please do the second reading of the bylaw?
I move seconded by Councillor LeBlanc that bylaw 2024-39 be read a second time.
Okay, does any members of council have questions? Okay, I saw Councillor Hawkins first, I think.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, my question is to the city solicitor. You've heard a legal argument based on an interpretation of the regulations in question. It appears not to conform with the matter before us. I'd be interested in your comments on this.
Go ahead, Ms. Williams.
Through the chair. I have heard from the delegation the concerns with respect to the regulations. The regulations that the delegation is referring to do relate to the fee that can be imposed on TNC vehicles, i.e. Uber vehicles or transportation network company vehicles. The authority to impose the fee on the taxi industry actually arises out of Section 8.3 and Section 8.4 of the Cities Act, not out of the regulations. So it's out of the Cities Act that fee can be imposed. It is a cost recovery fee, and it's for the purposes of administering the program being the Accessibility Taxi Program. The regulations that were passed pursuant to the legislation were directly to be able to impose a fee on the transportation network company vehicles. That had not been permissible before that legislation allowed for that regulation to be passed, and so that's where the fee comes from, which is, as the delegation indicated, a fee that is imposed on transportation network company vehicles. To fund a program that they don't actually operate, it actually offsets the cost that goes to the taxi program so that that program can be administered.
There appears to be a lack of clarity in the briefing note on this point. Is that a fair statement?
Through the chair, I would agree that that is a fair statement. The report, I think, has been revised many times over the years, and I think there is a bit of a lack of clarity even upon my reading of it. So I do think that is a fair statement, and the clarity does come, as I indicated, in the fact that the Cities Act is the authority and has been the authority, and there has been no required change in order for that authority to be present.
How, through the chair, if this is a fee imposed as a result of the City Act authorization for the recovery of expenses associated with the new system. How are those expenses determined? How is the fee for that determined? And to put it another way, is it just coincidence that the fee imposed on the TNCs under those regulations and the fee imposed on the under the Cities Act is the same fee? How is it a coincidence that that correspondence is the same?
Through the chair, I think that is beyond a legal question, but I think that actually goes to the operational area that's in charge of this program, and I would turn the floor over to perhaps, sorry, Dawn. There she is. I saw her in the gallery. Dawn Chakowski.
Go ahead, Ms. Chakowski.
Through the chair, yes, the entire program, the accessible taxi program, the fees to be charged were assessed based on overall transportation trips being provided through taxis and both rideshare to come up with a cost recovery model for the accessible taxi program.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I'm going to move that we refer this matter back to the administration for a more complete explanation of what is a complex matter. It's complex legally, although I'm interested in the legal authority of the Cities Act now being brought to my attention, but I'm also interested in knowing how the fee under the Cities Act is calculated, what it's based on, the exact way in which that formation is done. So I'm going to move that the bylaw be referred back to the city administration to report back to us on the matters that have been raised in this discussion.
Okay, Councillor Hawkins needs a seconder. Councillor Fundura. Okay, there's no vote, no debate on this referral motion at this point, so it's officially referred back. Thanks. Oh. Okay, go ahead. City Clerk, my apologies.
With respect to the referral motion, those in favor of the referral motion, please raise your hands. And Mayor Masters is for. Voting against the referral motion. The referral motion is defeated, 4 in favor, 6 against.
Okay, does any other council member have questions on this report for administration? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote on second reading here.
Members voting in favor of second reading, please raise your hands. Members voting against second reading at this point, raise your hands. Second reading passes 6-4. Deputy Mayor.
Acting Deputy Mayor Mancinelli, can you please do consent for third reading of the bylaw?
I move seconded by Councillor Nelson that Council hereby consent to bylaw 2024-39 going to third reading at this meeting.
Deputy Mayor, this requires unanimous consent from members to proceed to third reading at this meeting. Those voting in favor of proceeding to third reading today, please raise your hands. Those voting against third reading proceeding, we do not have unanimous consent. Deputy Mayor, the bylaw is held over till July 17th.
Okay, we'll now consider bylaw 2024-45, the private swimming pool bylaw 2024. Acting Deputy Mayor Mancinelli will do the first reading of this bylaw.
I sure can. I move seconded by Councillor Stadicuk that bylaw 2024-45 be introduced and read a first time.
All members voting in favor, please raise your hands. It's carried unanimously, Deputy Mayor.
Okay, Acting Deputy Mayor Mancinelli, can you please do second reading of the bylaw?
I move seconded by Councillor Hawkins that bylaw number 2024-45 be read a second time.
Again, all members voting in favor of second reading, please raise your hands. It's carried unanimously.
Okay, do any members of council have any questions on this matter? Councillor?
I don't think so.
Okay, seeing no one.
We're going to consent for third reading.
Okay, Acting Deputy Mayor Mancinelli, can you please do consent for third reading of the bylaw?
I move seconded by Councillor Stevens that council hereby consent to bylaw number 2024-45 going to third reading at the meeting.
Again, members, this requires unanimous consent to proceed to third reading today. Please indicate your vote in favor. It is carried unanimously, Deputy Mayor.
Acting Deputy Mayor Mancinelli, can you please do the final reading of the bylaw?
I move seconded by Councillor LeBlanc that bylaw number 2024-45 be read a third time.
All members in favor of third reading, please raise your hands. Carries unanimously, Deputy Mayor.
Okay, we're back to technology. Voting software is up and running. Can I ask everyone here to, we'll take a minute or two to sign in. Thanks. Okay, is everybody signed in? Okay, we'll now consider item CR 24-77, 2023 City of Regina Annual Report and Public Accounts. Acting Deputy Mayor Mancinelli, can you please introduce this report?
Although I don't have it up on my software page yet, I know this is the City of Regina's annual report giving transparency on its spending, how money's been organized, and what the state of affairs are on a monetary basis for the city for 2023. Oh, there it pops up now.
Okay, thank you. Can I have someone please move this report? Councillor Mancinelli, thank you. And a seconder. Councillor Hawkins, thank you. Okay, Councillor Mancinelli, you move this report. Do you want to open up?
Sure. We discussed this at Audit and Finance. As always, all of the different reports are correlated from everything from real to Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Facility. All of the different agencies of the city, all run by different boards of governance. They go through an auditor every year. Those audits are round up and inserted into this report, along with the City of Regina's own books, which are vetted and audited through an external auditor. From there, it's discussed at Audit and Finance. Questions are asked about the materiality of the audit and how thorough it is and how well the city's looking after financial affairs. In this version, things went fairly well. There's some work to do, but a lot of hard work's been done by administration. Our operating entities, although sometimes in a little bit of monetary trouble for operations, serve us well for organization and for being stewards of their budgets, and that's all captured in this report.
Okay, questions from council? I see Councillor Stanachuk. Go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair, first of all, I want to thank administration for the report. I liked the way it was put together. In particular, I like the fact that you have the 2023 strategic priorities results, so the 5 main areas, and then what kind of actions have taken place in the city to achieve some of those. I just like the way that it's been presented. It's very helpful, especially if I wanted to report to anybody, that I have that information in a concise way. So kudos to that. I did want to ask, some of my questions I think got answered as I went through the report, but on page 44, in terms of the debt servicing costs, there was a significant increase in the debt servicing costs on page 44, and I just wanted to ask what that explanation was. I'm not sure if I caught in the report the reasons why it has increased. I think it was from 6.9 to 14.4 million, something like that.
Mr. Lacey?
I'm going to ask Ms. Krulak to provide the response.
Ms. Krulak, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, the main reason for the increase on that amount is the interest paid due to variable interest rates on specific loans tied to our service level partners largely.
Sorry, that was a little bit quiet.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, it was just a bit quiet. I didn't catch it all.
Sorry. It's mainly related to our interest paid and due to variable interest on loans, essentially.
So through you, Mr. Chair, interest rates went up substantially.
Yeah, okay.
Through 2023,
Wow.
requiring more interest payments associated with the outstanding loans.
Yeah, that's interesting. And then the only other question I had on the report was regarding asset retirement obligations. I didn't write down what page that is on, but it just struck me that for buildings, and then in parentheses, asbestos, that there was, for the city, a cost of 8.9 million, and for Regina Public Library, 1 million. So just, could you explain a little bit more about what that means? I just assume it means that there's asbestos in the buildings and the cost to remove it would be that much? Through the chair?
So through you, Deputy Mayor, so there was a new accounting requirement that was introduced last year, and that was to basically recognize the costs of when you eventually did retire your asset, to basically show what the cost of that would be. And so what that's really getting at, we've historically always shown the landfill, because the landfill was its own unique accounting requirements, and so the decommissioning of the landfill, for example, we know in 20, 25 years, there's going to be a cost to that. We had to reflect that as a liability on our financial statements. The new accounting standard that was introduced last year kind of requires the same thing for all city assets. And so we have many older buildings, and those older buildings, we know, for example, have asbestos in them. They are protected, and there's been appropriate measures put in place that, you know, it's not access to staff or the public. But at some point in time when those buildings are decommissioned, there's going to be a cost with respect to the removal of the asbestos and the decommissioning of those buildings. And so that cost now needs to be reflected as a liability in the city's financial statements, and so that is what the numbers that you're looking at is an estimate of what we believe those costs will be. Could be 10, 15, 30 years from now, but the accounting standard requires us to reflect that as a liability in our statements.
Okay. Okay, thank you, and that's all I have for questions.
Okay, Councillor Stevens, go ahead.
Thank you. In the infographic, I think very early on in the report, you kind of highlight how decisions are made building a budget, and then that creates a system of accountability. What we heard from residents is they want us to reduce their taxes and increase spending on priorities. How do you do that? And how do you use that as a benchmark for what a good or bad budget looks like?
So through you, Deputy Mayor, it's a great question because I think it is a challenging balance act that I think most public organizations face. Nobody likes paying more taxes. Everybody wants to see their taxes lower. But we all value the services, I think, that the City of Regina provides. And so, I mean, I take that, and this is just my personal view, and I would say ultimately council gets to make the decision on what that balance is, because it's just not administration that struggles with that decision. Council has the ultimate decision-making authority when they approved the budget with respect to what that balance is. And so with respect to, you know, the desire of lower taxes, I think that's just recognition that we need to be mindful that we have to have what I would call an affordable level of taxes. We all want services provided to us, and so that would be more on the managing the expense side and managing what we can provide as a city, but balancing that against affordability for the residents of Regina.
Thank you. Again, if public accounts are a reflection of how well we did in accordance with our budget objectives, there are three main or large priorities identified in this document. One is community safety, economic development, and renewable spending priorities. How would you rank yourselves as an administration on those objectives? So we have those key leading priorities. How would you rank the accomplishment for renewable Regina, for instance, as demonstrated in this report?
So through you,
and just to be clear, I'm not asking you to give yourselves an A+ or a C,
no,
but
what I'm looking
speaking.
for, so, you know, I'd be curious, I can have my own view here. I'm trying to remember the portfolio responsibility for the Renewable 2050 vision. So, you know, on that, I would say it is once again a balancing act. When I look back on the 2023 year, you know, I think we've seen some substantial work done around that with respect to the electrification of the transit fleet and the work that needs to be done with respect to the actual bus barn, with respect to making that, being able to facilitate electric buses. While we still haven't got the buses here yet, that work was initiated in 2023, and so you'll see the expenditures happen in future years. But I think what you'll see is a lot of this work needs upfront planning, and so I'd say that for 2023, I think there were advancements made by administration in this area. I think there's a lot of work yet to be done there. And I think the challenge, not only in 2023, but future years, is going to be about how do we balance the investment that's required to achieve that goal with all the other priorities and service level expectations I think the citizens of Regina have on the city. And I think that that will be a future challenge that not only administration is going to have to grapple with moving forward, but I think council as well. And I might ask if the city manager has any additional comment.
Go ahead, Ms. Anderson.
Thank you, through the chair. I think that actual plan was before my time, but if my recollection is correct, it is a really great strategy without clear funding tied to it. And so what I would say is what we've been trying to do with our last few strategies, whether it's Vision Zero or accessibility, is actually try and tie budget to the strategy, because frankly, strategies I don't want to say they're easy to develop, but they're much easier to develop than to implement if you haven't thought about actions and costs tied to them. So I would say I would not give any of us an A+ on the implementation of that plan because there's not adequate funding tied to execute everything that's in it.
Thank you. That was helpful. So I maybe pose this as a question, perhaps a recommendation. I know there are legal requirements for public accounts, so this might be outside of the boundaries. Is it feasible in future documents to actually provide a scorecard of sorts? I know the Audit and Finance Committee has been doing a lot of work to increase accountability, make it easier for councillors and members of the public to understand how we're spending money, variance reports, and so on. Is it feasible in a future public accounts document to actually have that kind of ranking? We wanted to accomplish the following when we developed budget 2023-24. Public account shows here's how we met those objectives, not just in terms of money spent, but in actually advancing those goals. Is that feasible, or am I just kind of way out of line here and asking for that in this document?
Through the chair, I can start with that one. I don't think it's an unreasonable request. I know that with some of our more recent strategies where we have laid out clear action plans, we're tracking those actions. So I would say that if there's other ones that are a little bit older, we can absolutely look at them, and frankly, part of what we need to be doing is tracking our actions. So
thank you. Last question. In the report, it speaks to, for instance, the delivery of efficient and effective operations, the efficiency review, and so on is kind of baked into this report. Talked about $5.2 million in cost savings, $11 million in cost avoidance, and so on. I don't need you to account for any nickel here, but how do you quantify that? So how do you quantify an efficiency or a savings? High level, don't need to line by line.
through the chair, I'm going to refer that one to Faisal.
Through Mr. Chair, so for cost savings, basically that actually dictates a budget effect. So something like using less trucks within our solid waste team, that would be actual money that comes out of the budget. Cost avoidance would be basically the city grows, but we don't necessarily need more staff to facilitate that new growth. That would be more cost avoidance.
Okay, and maybe as a follow-up, what were the benchmarks, and how does the figure appear in this report weigh against those benchmarks?
Do you understand that question?
Mr. Lacy?
Sorry, could you...
All right, so for example, you talked about $5.2 million in cost savings, $11 million in cost avoidance. Were there objectives? You wanted to, I don't know, save $6 million, you got 5.2, or you wanted to save $5 million, but you got 5.2. How would this efficiency reporting align with what you were trying to achieve?
So through you, Deputy Mayor, I'll make a few comments and then ask if Mr. Kleem has any additional comment. I would say, first off, obviously some of the work continues around the efficiency review, and so there is some work clearly laid out there, and so some of this ties back to that. And then I would say the secondary point, and probably not as clear objectives, but the expectation within the organization that business units are looking for opportunities for efficiencies, and then for us to collect that information to ensure we have a overview of the achievements that have occurred. Mr.
Sorry, through the chair, I'll just add one part to that. I think part of it is frankly just trying to establish a baseline. I know that originally the focus seemed to be entirely on the efficiency review, and it really didn't recognize or track other ways that administration was either saving money or doing cost avoidance initiatives, because frankly, to be the best organization we can, we have to look at the efficiency review, but we also have to look at what we're doing every day. And so really it changed from an exercise of just trying to measure what was in the efficiency review to implementing processes and tracking measures, to actually try and track all of the things we were doing within and outside of the review, to kind of set a baseline.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Zakidniak, go ahead.
Thank you. So my questions are specific to the public accounts part of the report. And so I just have some questions specific to City Council. So to start, I see, and maybe this is me and I just wasn't aware of this before. I don't know who this question will go to, but I see a leased car as an expenditure which is allocated for the mayor. And so is that a new budget item? If anyone can respond to that, or when was that allocated? And perhaps I just missed this in previous years.
Mr. Lacey?
So I'm going to refer that question to Ms. Krivulak.
Ms. Kerluck, go ahead.
So just to reiterate the question through the chair, you're wanting to know if the leased car expense is new for 2023?
Correct, yeah.
It is not a new expense.
How long has that been a budget expenditure, an allocated budget expenditure?
I would need one moment through the chair to determine that. I don't know that off.
Do you know if it's been like for a long time or if it's recent? We could just do that. I don't know if you have that level of detail.
As far as my team is aware, through the chair, this has been an ongoing expense for the mayor.
Okay. Now, in
So
terms...
it's through you, Deputy Chair, Deputy Mayor, I would just reiterate that this was also a practice with the previous mayor as well. So it's just not relating to the current mayor. That the city providing a leased vehicle to the mayor's office, I know has extended back further than just the current mayor.
I'm hearing from the city clerk that it's extended beyond that as well. So.
Right. I got that from the initial response. Now, here's an interesting one that someone else brought to my attention, but I will be asking. Why do some councillors have different base salaries? Is that in relation to whether benefits, pension, or do some councillors just get paid for? Inquiring minds would like to know.
Mr.
I'll refer
Lacey?
that question to Ms. Krulak.
Or the clerk?
Or the clerk, sure.
Who are we going to, sorry?
Well, if the clerk's office would like to respond,
I'll
I would
hand it to
suggest more
the
clerk's
city
office.
clerk.
Through the chair, can I ask I would just like to ask a clarification. Typically, the salaries are fairly consistent across.
There's not, there is a page, so I'm in Appendix B.
Page 5.
Which doesn't help you too much because I think that's all the public accounts. The page that I'm looking at says page 5, but city council remuneration and expenses. It's page 5 on there. And so, and it's not the deputy mayor salary. There's a base salary, and it's between 58 and 59,000. But like for my information, if there's something I'm missing out on, I'd like to know.
Go ahead, city clerk.
I was going to say there could be a difference between the deputy minister or the deputy mayor salary, but I will let Ms. Carlick explain what the discrepancy is.
Ms. Carlick, go ahead.
The pension. I can ask another one while you're looking, if you'd like.
That would be wonderful.
Okay.
Thank you.
And so I'm looking a few pages beyond that now, where it's talking about the different boards. And when I look at the Board of Police Commissioners, some folks receive, now my computer's not working, a board payment. And I believe that's sort of like a remuneration for being on the board. And so I see that the members of the Board of Police Commissioners do. It looks like council members don't in terms of councillors. And then for some reason, there is for the mayor. So I don't understand. I just need an explanation. Like, is it the case that City of Regina representatives don't receive a payment, or is it just councillors don't and the mayor does?
Mr.
And
Lacy?
why would that be the case?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'm going to refer that to Ms. Krulak as well.
Ms. Kurlock's already got an outstanding question.
Uh-oh.
Are you-
Sorry,
are
I
you
didn't know
ready,
that one
Ms.
would go back
Kurlock?
to you.
Should we go to break? We've got a couple minutes. What would you like? Go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
Actually, I need a moment through the chair.
Okay, well, I have one more. Maybe this one won't go to you. So previously, the previous Board of Real received a board payment, and then my understanding is at some point they voted to no longer receive that payment. And I'm just curious what is our current practice now that that board is operated under the City of Regina? Is there a board payment for members or not?
So through you, Deputy Mayor, the current interim Board of Riel is made up of members from administration. Members of administration don't receive any additional remuneration for sitting on the Riel board.
Okay. All right, so we just have those two, that's all. I have those two outstanding, so are we doing a break or?
Yeah, we're like a minute away from break, so we'll take break. We'll give Ms. Kurlock a chance to figure out her responses. So we will come back at 2:53. Thank you. Okay, I'd like to call councilors to have a seat. We'll get started right away. Okay, Councillor Zakidniak, I'll let you get back to your questions. Ms. Carlock, are you ready for the answers?
Through the chair, I would say that the base salaries for all counselors are the same. However, there are some variances. There may be some additional items included in that base, so we need to take that away and go into the details a little bit, and we'll provide additional information to council.
Okay, that works. And then in relation to the Board of Police Commissioner board payment question.
Through the chair, as per the note on page 12, I believe it is, it does indicate the remuneration per board member for each of the boards. So there should be a recording of $90 per month for board members. So we will further investigate that as well, if they weren't paid out or we have to amend the schedule.
So are you saying it should be the case that all folks on, like the folks on council, the counselors, should have received a payment for that as well?
Correct.
There you go, fellow counselors, I'm looking out for you. Okay, that's all I have, thank you.
Okay, you're all done, Councillor Zakidniak?
I am all done.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to Councillor Nelson. Go ahead.
Well, Councillor Nelson's not getting looked out for because she's the lowest paid councillor here, so what's going on with that? Oh, well. Anyways, I just have a question. We talk about the capital projects and the costs, how they've escalated. And I know from the past, city administration has been absolutely lambasted because the costs for capital projects have increased. Although I don't think the public knows that the capital costs that were priced out were from years ago and they weren't updated. So can anybody speak to that, and if the new budget or if this reflects the updated costs because of the increase of everything, and let me know how that's going through the chair.
Mr. Lacey.
Mr. Lacey.
I don't know.
I lost my button pusher here, sorry.
Yes, thank you. So through you, Deputy Mayor. So first off, I would just note that, yes, in general, we've seen substantial increases in construction costs over the last year and a half, probably in the range of 20 to 30%. With respect to the annual report and financial statements before you, that this is really kind of a reflection of actual costs that we incurred through 2023. As part of our 2024 budget discussions and the budget that administration tabled, we had done a lot of updating of our costing, and you are right. A lot of the numbers we had not updated for many years, and so there was some significant increased costs that required some deferral and reallocation of funds through the 2024 budget process. And I would just say that as we move into the 2025 budget process, that will be something that we ensure that we do, is further update our expected costs for 2025 and future years under capital, knowing that we're continue to be in an environment where we see escalating costs as it relates to construction activity.
Thank you. Media, I'd like you to really listen to that, because that caused a lot of problems with a lot of people in my ward, a lot of residents that we talked to, that these prices were escalated. Meanwhile, these costs had not been evaluated for years. So these costs for these projects were from 5 years ago. We all know the costs have increased 20-30%. So that's why. So thank you very much for that. So now when we're looking at this, we have a much better idea of the actual cost, because it's all been updated in the next budget. Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Nelson. We'll go back to the mover here, Councillor Mancinelli. Would you like to close debate?
In the conversation, I just picked up on a couple of notes brought forward by Councillor Stevens asking about the variances in the reporting and the costing, and how that tallies out through administration, through the transparency and public knowledge. I just wanted to mention that that's a lot of the work that's been going through the Audit and Finance Committee lately. Realizing that transparency is what people really need. Cheap prices would be great, but that's something you can't really provide. You have to provide a roadmap on why things are like they are, and also if it's proper or being mishandled. And that's a big piece of that variance reporting that's been talked about. It goes for both monetary as well as progress on projects that we need to know. And there again, with the capital cost escalations noted by Councillor Nelson just now, if the plans were reported back on and brought forward in a more timely manner on a more regular basis, that would also be covered off for less surprises in the future. So just really appreciate the report and all the work that administration's been putting out, working towards some of those goals. And look for support in this policy. Thanks.
Okay, I'll ask the clerk to call the vote.
Yeah. Mayor Masters, are you voting in favor?
Yes, my hand up was intended to signal in favor.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, the report passes in a vote of 10-0 with all members present voting in favor.
Okay, we're now on to CR 24-63, the Fishy Community Plan Office Development Policies Review. And I'm going to call upon Delegation Aaron McDougall with Harvard Developments. As you're walking up, I would like to call, please introduce yourself, sorry, for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and what city town you reside in. You have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of council may have for you. Go ahead, Mr. McDougall.
Okay. Thank you, Chair and members of City Council. My name is Aaron McDougall, and I'm the Vice President of Leasing with Harvard Developments here in Regina, and I am a resident of Regina. I'm here today to speak in opposition to any charges or any changes being made to the current office policy. Our downtown is not like a Vancouver, Toronto, Montreal, or Calgary, which by their sheer size naturally have strong downtowns. When you have a smaller city like Regina, which can easily go from one end to the other in less than 15 minutes, The downtown can become a hollowed out hole in the city that people simply avoid. Regina's downtown needs its office density now more than ever, because if it's not office that's downtown, then I'd ask, what is there downtown? Retail, restaurants, hotels, and residents will leave as soon as the office occupants do. Everyone will agree that a vibrant downtown is achieved through residential population, but the reason people will choose to live downtown in a city like Regina is because they are within walking distance to their office. If you don't have office space in downtown Regina, you don't have residents, plain and simple. The office policy protects our downtown and ensures it will continue to be the center of commerce and business, and by doing so, it also strengthens and promotes transit use and carpooling because of the concentration of office workers in the central location. It also supports bike transportation to and from work because of its central location. And it obviously supports downtown retail, restaurants, and hotels. By having more office workers in the core helps improve safety and security and improves how visitors and residents feel about the downtown. There are many office buildings downtown that either have or are facing significant vacancy, and this office policy is the only help these buildings have, or else they'll fall further into disrepair and become derelict properties. Not only does having office occupants downtown create the demand for residential growth downtown, it also supports the growth and strength of those residential neighborhoods surrounding the downtown, such as the Center Square, Cathedral area, Heritage area, and North Central. The office policy has been in place for 12 years, and through those years, there's been a lot of opposition by the real estate community. This has been based upon a general statement being made that we are missing out on economic development. And to the very best of my knowledge, this has never been the case, and I'm sure others can validate that. Companies looking to relocate to Regina or grow within Regina are basing their decisions on access to resources and materials and access to labor. And I'm certain there are no companies walking away from Regina because of this office policy. The other argument against the office policy has been that existing companies are constrained from growing because of the policy restrictions. Regina has a very small office component to its overall economy, and generally tenants are of a small size to begin with, and we are in a fortunate position where the majority of our office tenants are currently downtown. So why wouldn't we want that office growth from the existing office users to be downtown? Another argument has been that certain office tenants that don't fit downtown, and it's not that they don't fit downtown, it's that they don't want to be downtown. And if in fact they don't fit downtown, they're small enough, or the component of work that doesn't fit downtown is small enough that the office policy has no impact on them. What you'll start to see if you implement these revisions to the office policy are companies indicating they have a customer fronting part of their business that can't be downtown, usually because of parking, and will use that to load a bunch of office space into their requirement. For example, you'll have a 2,000 square foot customer center drawn on the plans attached to, call it a 30,000 square foot pure office space function that has no interaction with the loosely based customer service center. And the request will be that 32,000 square feet needs to be outside of the downtown. Now more than ever is not the time to implement policies that will impact our downtown in a negative way and further weaken its viability. Now should be the time for us to look for ways to strengthen and support our downtown, as it's the face of our city and impacts how visitors and outside investors perceive Regina. Thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Do any council members have questions of the delegation here? I see a few. Let's start with Councillor Stadenchuk.
Thank you, through the chair. I just want to clarify your position. So the recommendation or the motion that had been considered was medium office development in the warehouse district and flexibility for unique circumstances through a contract zone. So you're saying that you're opposed to those two recommendations?
That's correct, yeah.
So do you see any value? I mean, I have heard from in the past, we will be hearing from the warehouse district again, but I have heard in the past that because of the way the policy was for the warehouse, there were people who could have stayed and invested in the warehouse, but because of the the policies against offices there, they couldn't stay, so they ended up having to go somewhere else, and it wasn't downtown. So do you see the value in investing in certain areas of our city that maybe it's for medium office development? Through the chair?
I mean, the warehouse district, I'd maybe take a softer approach on that. I think the warehouse district has a lot of good uses going for it. It's, I guess my point is the office is the only thing downtown has going for it right now, right? And the warehouse district, I'd be somewhat supportive of that, I guess, if that's the only change. It's more the suburban office component that we're more worried about, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Stanichuk. Councillor Zakidniak, go ahead.
Thank you. So I have a few questions. I'm wondering, what would your response be to those who would say, well, our current office policies in relation to downtown aren't working anyway? So just that, like, they're not, the current ones we have, whether or not this is a good alternative, they're not working. Is that accurate?
Yeah, working as far as,
Contributing to a vibrant downtown, attracting development there?
yeah, I think it's about not taking anything away from the downtown. The office policy wasn't meant to, there's only a finite amount of office space available, right? So I don't think it was ever meant to try and attract office space downtown, but it was to prevent office space leaving from the downtown, office tenants leaving from the downtown and moving to suburban buildings.
Okay.
So it wasn't really, I think it was just meant as a prevention of that happening, so.
And a point that is still to be developed is incentive and investment initiatives that council could consider to support downtown intensification. So just to be clear, do you think there's a need for that, additional incentive and investment initiatives for downtown Regina?
You know what, I'll defer to Judith and already bid on that. I think incentives are a tricky one. I don't want to go into that area. I think protecting the office market downtown is of utmost importance, in my opinion. But as far as incentives, I can't speak to that.
That's
so
no problem. Okay, thanks. That's all I have.
Thanks, Councillor Zakidniak. Councillor Nelson, go ahead.
No, go west. Go west. Good afternoon, Mr. McDougall. Thank you for presenting. Question, and your presentation, your comments, you're talking about the vacancy. So I have a question for you on the 2022-23 report in the administration report shows that the suburban vacancy declined by 7.6%. At the same time, downtown vacancy declined by 0.8%. So in saying that, so the question would be then, does that show that the suburban office can grow without interfering or harming downtown? When you're looking at vacancy to vacancy, there's a difficulty understanding the imbalance or the balance of that percentage.
Yeah, the reason would be for the demand for that, probably that suburban office space, right? Is why you would have saw that. I think you said the suburban office space went down more than the downtown was negligent, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's tenants chasing parking. The biggest thing, this is more about a parking discussion than an office discussion. So it's just that demand for abundant, cheap parking. Tenants are looking for suburban office space, so that's what, if it's available, that's a choice a lot of tenants will make, so.
Okay, to you, Deputy Mayor, just another one here. Your understanding of the 80-20 split for the city of Regina, what that means for the city as a whole, to other cities in the country where they have like a 50-50 split. Yeah. The other cities do not have the policy yet, they're surviving. You didn't mention about bigger cities. And 80-20 split in Regina here seems like we have if I'm looking at it, it's not really working. So what's your explanation for that?
I would say office space has been developed over probably last 60 years. I think a lot of cities would look at that differently now, and I think we got to look at Regina as a unique circumstances of the city we're dealing with. We, if you want to go north to Saskatoon, they've got a different split than 80-20, but they've got a much different dynamic downtown, close to the university. Their retail is thriving down there. It's, again, I think you got to look at the uniqueness of Regina and what we're faced with. Back to my point, it's a smaller city. I don't think Vancouver, Toronto, Calgary, Ottawa, those cities, by their sheer size, their downtowns are going to thrive, and residents are going to move towards the downtown, right?
Okay. So then I'll just follow up, Deputy Mayor, on that one. So I'm looking at, when you think about the split and think about the commercial tax base to residential, if we look at the split and looking at decline on the vacancy, and if you're not building enough commercial, then I'm looking at, would the residential tax base have to subsidize or shore up the commercial? I mean, there's a balance or imbalance. How would you clarify that?
Sorry, can you repeat that again?
So if we're not building,
Yeah.
if we're not putting more commercial into the tax base, which has been slow, so the residential will have to support. Yeah. So the residential tax base rises, right? So the homeowner is paying more.
Sure.
Because of that. I mean, there is a balance or imbalance there.
Yeah, I think it'd be a different conversation if we're at a 4 or 5% vacancy rate, but at an 18% vacancy rate, Regina's office, it's very organic demand there's not a lot of office growth. So if you build 100,000 square feet in the suburbs, it's 100,000 square feet coming out of somewhere in downtown Regina, which is going to devalue that property value anyway, right? So you're going to create some tax base there, but you're going to devalue the other piece, right?
Okay. So the next.
So it's we're at a 17% vacancy. I think it would be a different conversation again, which the policy allows if we're under a 6% vacancy, right? Or 6.5, I think it is, so.
And I think, Deputy Mayor, you mentioned the residential would be the catalyst of like any other city's building residential downtown would support everything else that's happening. Yeah. So the question to me is that building commercial, let's say outside of the realm, will not support, because we look at the city as a whole. We can't just specifically look at one entity of things. We need to base it on how the city grows. That city, one end of the city helps the other part. Wouldn't this imbalance or balance help the downtown to grow as well? If you have offices somewhere else, without, like you're talking about pulling things out of downtown, but this is something that other cities looking at it, saying like Saskatoon, for instance, they built outside of it, but yet downtown is growing. I'm trying to figure out what the balance is there.
With Saskatoon?
Yes.
I can't speak to Saskatoon, but I think Saskatoon's got a different, completely different energy to it, right, than Regina's as far as being on the river, proximity to the university. It's been built out differently, so I don't know that you can compare it to Regina. I'm not sure I'm answering your question. I just don't, without residents downtown Regina, to grow the residential base, there's just not the demand. If you're constructing office space in the suburbs isn't going to lead to increased demand for residential downtown. Is that?
Well, that's what I'm going. What I'm trying to go through, Deputy, is that
I can't see how a suburban office building will create demand for residential downtown.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm good with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fundera. Councillor Hawkins, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I have a quick question. To what extent have office workers returned to downtown offices following COVID?
Yeah, I would say it's improving each day by day. And it's anecdotal here, we're probably at little over 50% on average. Again, every organization is a little different. Some are at 100, some are still, 25%. And it's generally Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. You can, because I down 5 days a week, I get to see the parkades and how full they are. Those are the days that are full. Monday and Wednesday, it's still been a bit of a slow process back. But I'm hearing from a lot of tenants, a lot of companies are starting to push that mandate a little more, and I think you're going to see that continually to improve. But I'd say right now we're 50, 60% maybe.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
That's it.
And that's a hybrid. That's on a hybrid basis, right? Most tenants are back in the office, but as far as employees in, it's about 50 to 60.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. I think the first thing I hear from your words is you're looking for stability in the realm coming out of a pandemic.
Yeah, I think goes beyond the pandemic. I think it's stability for the downtown, regardless of the pandemic. I would have been up here 4 years ago, 5 years ago, preaching the same thing.
I remember the 1990s input trying to reinvigorate the downtown as well, and I know it's been a long sought after goal, but it's been exacerbated by the pandemic.
Yeah, certainly yes, exactly. The pandemic has not helped the situation for office space in general, demand for office space, right? So, yeah.
The second question to that, knowing that we hear of anecdotal investment opportunities that might be passed on for the community as a whole, which is also somewhat suffering through all this, do you have any fears for the community trying to make the downtown fit what it did traditionally compared to what might be a new reality? So in other words, we're looking for people who might not want to invest in a downtown office as they did in the 80s when 9 to 5 was a big song by Dolly Parton and everyone knew that lifestyle. That lifestyle is evolving. Stability I can understand, and knowing that there's a commercial tax base I have to protect my residents, I get it. But what I'm asking you is, at what point does the pivot come for use of that real estate for what's the new norm for society, whatever that might be? Do you guys plot timelines for your vacancy to know when you have to react, or any ideas?
Yeah, it's...
Maybe too deep a question to ask, and you're still plotting it?
Yeah, that's... yeah, do you want to try... Say that again, sorry.
Well, at 70% vacancy, I think at some point you have to reassess how you're using your space. Is it going to be office again, or is that going to be a new component of residential that has to be
I see, office.
Is there going to be a use going forward? Are people putting up traditional offices still that people are working out of in 2026? Have things changed? How do you assess that, and how do you...
Yeah, again, the office market is tough. I quite honestly can't see how a office project with the cost of construction now and the vacancy rates to make an office project pencil now anyway as a new development, right, with the amount of vacant office space that's available and the demand in the market. So 100%. And I don't know if you're referring to conversion of existing office buildings to residential. That's Calgary's had some success with it, but with a lot of incentives from the city to make it work. And again, they're a large city with significant office component downtown. There is demand for residential in Calgary. The problem with Regina, there just isn't the demand for residential space downtown to make a office conversion work. Just because of the cost for a developer to do that, and the amount they're going to receive for rent or the demand to buy a condo unit, right? So without heavy subsidy, I mean, it would have to be heavily subsidized to convert it to make it work.
Well, understood. This has been a long-going problem. I'm just trying to understand the operations in that problem and the timelines associated. So thank you for the information.
Yeah.
I guess the last point is being involved in the business's office space. Has there been requests for different styles of office space from previous years? I'm thinking the amalgamation of different types of companies. I'll use one that I'll make up right out of thin air, like funeral parlors. They used to all be independently owned. Many of them are bought out by a conglomerate. Now those conglomerates might want to operate an accounting office near one of their assets that they've newly acquired. outside of the downtown. To do that would bring an office to town. That's the type of anecdotal deal that people speak of. Have you heard of those, and are you aware of that type of a thing happening?
I am not, but I would presume they'd be a small office component too, right? That there's, you can still build 10,000 square feet of office space in this instance. So if it was attaching a 4,000 square foot office space onto I think you said a funeral parlor.
I kind of use that because
would,
it's one of the corporate fields being amalgamated as we speak.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, that's something that could be done. I mean, the average office tenant outside of the government and crown corporations in the city is 10, 12,000 square feet. Is to put it in perspective of the size. And you can build 10,000 square feet of office space anywhere in the city, right? So there's a very small component there of tenants, again, outside of the crown corporations, FCC, the provincial government, federal government, outside of those, the average tenant's 8, 9, 10,000 square feet, right? So.
Okay, appreciate your information, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mancinelli, and looks like there's a question. So thank you for addressing council. Mr. McDougall, I'll ask that you please return to the gallery. Next up, I'm going to call Lisa Gibbons. Lisa, you know the drill. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and what city, town you reside in. You have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of council may have for you. Go ahead, Ms. Gibbons.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Lisa Gibbons, and I'm the Executive Director for Regina's Warehouse Business Improvement District. I'm here today to speak in support of allowing medium office in the heart of the Warehouse District. As a key stakeholder in our city center, we strive to contribute to the vibrancy of our city as well as its core. The recommendation aligns with our recently adopted vision plan developed in collaboration with the City of Regina and emphasizes flexibility and adaptability in land uses to promote sustainable growth and revitalization. The Warehouse District supports the recommendation to extend the existing office policy boundary into the central area of the Warehouse District, specifically encompassing the area between 5th Avenue, 8th Avenue, McIntyre and Rose, lovingly known as the Donut. This extension will open up the potential to office that currently aren't an approved use. We have examples of small to medium office that have located outside of the district and downtown specifically because of this issue. Building density of office workers will help facilitate dynamic and economically vibrant district, enhancing the area's appeal and functionality for businesses and residents alike. Thank you for your continued support and partnership. Together we can continue to enhance the Warehouse District into a thriving, vibrant area that reflects the best of Regina's potential. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Gibbons. We have Councillor Zakiniak. Go ahead.
Thank you. So the recommendation from Planning Commission is to table this report until a downtown incentivization report is brought forward. I don't actually know if there's a time frame attached to that, but can you speak to like what would be if there's a negative implication that you see to the warehouse in delaying further, if you could, or just the implications of that in general?
Sure, through the chair. The implications, of course, are that in the amount of time that it may take, it does not have a timeline associated with it, which is always concerning, that we could lose potential businesses. We know we have already lost potential businesses. And unfortunately, this is not something that's easily measured. There is no one who comes and says, hey, we almost took that building, but our architect had a look at the land use and it was too risky to invest our $2 million while council decided what it wanted to do with this land, whether it would approve this use, so we invested it somewhere else in our city. That being said, I think it is important that we open up the toolbox and we have a really good look at what these policies mean and what the incentives We have how effective they've been, where we might need to strengthen some of those, where we might need to make some changes, and fully understand the impact that's going to have in softening that office policy and what that's going to do to our city. And at the same time, taking in those catalyst projects that we had the conversation about. If not office, then what? Are we looking for post-secondary institutions? And is that a key driver? Let's get serious about what it is we want of our city center and then build tools that support that. That'd be my thought.
And how do you respond to the concern that if we do this, and we so office development will then, some will move from downtown, and that will lead to further deterioration of the downtown?
Yeah, through the chair. I think that's an honest concern, that we need to listen to the folks who've invested money and time and have been in our community for quite some time. They're raising that as a valid concern, and I don't think this decision can be made easily. I think it requires a thoughtful approach, and I would be hesitant to make that change without actual data.
Sorry, are you saying you would be hesitant to extend the office development policy to the warehouse district without actual data? I'm just trying to, is that what?
No, to be clear, earlier at this council chamber, we all said that the greater downtown includes the warehouse district.
Right.
I think that is an extension of this office policy into the warehouse district. My comment is related to opening up suburban office for urban office development.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Skiniak. Seeing nobody else here, Ms. Gibbons, thank you for addressing council. I'll ask you please return to the gallery. Okay, next up, we'll call Judith Versuk. Judith, you know the drill as well. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and what city, town you reside in. You have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of council may have for you. Go ahead, Ms. Versuk.
Good afternoon, Deputy Mayor and City Council. My name is Judith Versuk, and I am the Executive Director of the Regina Downtown Business Improvement District, and I live in Regina. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today regarding the Office Development Policy Review on behalf of the RDBID Board of Directors. As stated at the Regina Planning Commission, the Regina Downtown Business Improvement District continues to endorse the city's current office development policies contained in Section D5 of the OCP. Given the current office vacancy rate in downtown Regina, the current office vacancy rate in suburban Regina, the recent announcement of the loss of a major retail tenant in downtown, the significant impact of ongoing construction throughout downtown Regina, and the lingering impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, Regina Downtown needs to remain a priority for revitalization and investment. As such, we support the office development policy's continued application and strongly urges that no further office development be permitted elsewhere in the city except within the downtown central city office area, or as may otherwise be permitted by the policy, until such time as downtown vacancy falls below the established policy threshold of 6.5%. The Regina Planning Commission discussed opportunities to incentivize downtown development in downtown. As city administration will be bringing forward a report in September, Councillor Sikiniak, regarding development incentives to support downtown intensification, RPC recommended tabling the Office Development Policy Review. By combining the Office Development Policy Review with the Development Incentive Report, we hope that a holistic, strategic solution that supports community revitalization will be developed. Regina Downtown concurs with RPC's tabling recommendation, and we look forward to engaging with City Administration on the Development Incentives Report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Versuk. Any committee members have questions? Okay, seeing none. Oh. Okay, Councillor Fundura, go ahead.
Good to see you, thank you.
Hello.
Again, I'll ask the question about the 80-20 split. As you noticed, I made a comment about the vacancy for suburban 7.6 and at the same time 0.8% in downtown. So if I look at those numbers, you look at the report, it doesn't make sense that the policy is actually doing anything for spurring up the downtown. What's your comment on that?
This is a policy we've had in place since 2012. The incentives report that administration is working on will be brought forward to you in September. What's 2 more months? I do think when we address this, if the loosening up or amendments to the policy are going to be put into place, I would suggest that it's best to look at it as a holistic program. Like my colleague said, could we be incentivizing different things other than office? So, and how do we put them all together? So, I think the first speaker was talking about the soft demand for residential. But if we're incentivizing post-secondary institution, does that trigger that residential demand now in downtown? I think it all kind of falls into place. And, there's a lot of talk about office conversion and how difficult it is. And I'm not saying that it's not. But a lot of people think of the big projects that happened in like the late 90s with the old CIBC tower on Hamilton and that sort of thing, right? But I think there's a real opportunity with a lot of Class C office space, places that are a little bit not up to snuff for office trends these days, but might take a little bit more time and care to convert to residential. I think those are things that we should be looking at, and how do we incentivize them? We should also be considering how the original office area zones, they actually had a parking levy assigned, so if they went beyond, I think, whatever their maximum parking allowance was, there was a levy placed on every parking spot over that. It was $7,000, I think, per parking space. Administration can correct me. And that money was collected and put into the Downtown Development Reserve Fund. So why are we not looking at those sorts of policies when we're loosening this up? So if we are going to loosen it up, are we going to apply that same policy? And I know we've removed all parking minimums, but is there now a per parking spot levy that's placed on all office developments outside of downtown? Because as I think it was the first speaker, Mr. McDougall, said, this really is about parking and the presence of free parking outside and how that triggers the sprawl that we see. So if we're trying to bring vibrancy back to downtown, we need to look at different areas in which to attract people. So maybe it's not always office, it's post-secondary, it's other retail, that sort of thing. But how do we encourage, or how do we keep downtown on that level playing field with respect to offsetting that cost of parking? And by making a choice right now, a decision, snap decision right now without really looking at all those potential possibilities, like I said, we've had this policy in place for 12 years. What's 2 more months?
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I hear your concerns and all, but the question is posed to. So in 2 months, are we talking about taking the policy completely out? I mean, we've been around the country to different cities, how they operate, and seems like no policy is actually beneficial to grow the entire city. So here with policy, it's actually not growing the entire city, but it's not growing downtown as well. So I hear you, there's catch-22 in here. We need to do something. I agree. So in 2 months, would you say we'll just take the policy completely out and start new?
Through the chair, I'm not saying that at all. I'm thinking we will have time to have analyzed things. I know City Planning Administration, they've been doing their due diligence in working with EDR and looking at incentive programs that other communities have offered. I know my organization has done that as well, and I'm looking forward to an opportunity to kind of pool what we found together, really assess what we're experiencing here in our own community, and figuring out a way forward that may include loosening up parts of the office policy, or may include offering or putting into place other policy levers that would be put in place for office development outside of downtown.
Thank you. I'm good.
Thank you, Councillor Fedora. Councillor Hawkins, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Judith, what role do the above-ground catalyst projects, library, entertainment complex, baseball, pool, walking path, what role do those kinds of projects have in revitalizing the downtown?
Through the chair, I think if done correctly and meaningfully, they could have a tremendous impact on our downtown. I know our organization was in full support of the Catalyst Project report. I always like to say that the Globe Theatre was technically the first Catalyst project, so we're looking forward to reopening that gem this year. And, you know, an hour, maybe 4 later, you'll be considering the library's request. So hopefully not 9. But I think those are some key decisions that council is going to have to make that will have tremendous impact on the core of our city, not just downtown, but the core of our city. And I know they are challenging. It's challenging times financially, and sometimes you just got to go with your gut and make the hard decision to make those investments for not us, but for our future kids, the future residents of our community, because every year you delay, you know, the library crumbles a little bit more, right? So, sorry, Jeff. But he can correct me if I'm wrong. So, yes, I think they have a role to play in the revitalization of our core, but unfortunately it has to be balanced with the financials, and that's the challenge that we as a community face.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Seeing no one else, Ms. Versak, I'll ask that you please return to the gallery. Thank you very much. Okay, so next up, we will call Mitch Molnar. Okay, Mitch, as I see you walking up, please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, if any, and what city, town you reside in. You have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of council may have for you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Deputy Mayor and councillors. Mitch Molnar is my name. I am a resident of Regina, and I am here to, I guess, represent my companies, but also the citizens of Regina, if you will, and I'll get into that, because I think that this is an issue that goes beyond whether or not we build office in the suburbs or downtown. So, if I may start. I'm currently on the board of the Regina Downtown Business Improvement District, and also a board member of Economic Development Regina. In the past, I've had an opportunity to co-chair with Councillor Stevens the Cities of Regina's Recovery and Efficiency Task Force, and I participated as a committee member for both Phase 1 and Phase 2 of the Arena Planning Committee, as well as I participated in the Catalyst project process with Councillor Hawkins. My day job, as I said, is with Mitchell Developments and our related property management, project management, and real estate fund management companies, which together own, co-own, or manage approximately 1.75 million square feet of real estate, not only in Regina, but also in Saskatoon and Prince Albert. These assets include industrial, retail, and both downtown and suburban office in both Regina and Saskatoon, I'd like to stress. So I might be able to answer some of Councillor Findura's comparative questions. As I said, I appear before you today, not on behalf of any of the above organizations or companies, but as a resident of Regina concerned for the future of our downtown, the cultural and economic engine of our community. My opinion on the office policy has been formed by the collective knowledge gained from the rules listed above, and I believe provides me with a balanced perspective on the current office policy, the office policies that existed prior to it, and how we as a community need to move forward. The notion that the current office policy is holding back economic growth in our community is not backed by any market evidence. However, the threat to the legacy that is our downtown, formerly home to 35,000 employees, is real should the office policy be abandoned without a fulsome conversation about what we want our downtown to be and how we are going to ensure to get that result. Downtown should be the crown jewels of a city, its economic and cultural centerpiece. For 50 years, Regina has benefited from tax generation from the density of our downtown, built on approximately 1% of the city's landmass. The downtown has at times produced nearly 10% of its taxes. The current office policy has evolved from a series of policies that were all designed to create the concentration of office that we see now. This didn't happen by accident. Some will argue that our policy is an outlier, and that a more open policy would allow offices to be built anywhere, as happens in some other communities. But again, we need to ask ourselves, at what cost? Are we creating a scenario where, given the current challenges of downtowns across North America, are we aiding our downtown's decline? Concerns about high vacancy, failing infrastructure, security, transit, parking will not be solved by our current office policy. However, until our community is able to devise the solutions needed to protect our city center, it is the best we have. And some would say it's the only tool we have. Other communities that do not have our policy are having to spend tens of hundreds or millions of dollars to stave off what sometimes is called the Detroit syndrome. I strongly encourage Council to accept the recommendation of the Planning Commission to table administration's report until such time as a comprehensive downtown strategy is in place. I'm happy to answer any of your questions in the hope of starting the conversations about the office policy and how we protect Regina's economic and cultural center, our downtown. I particularly invite, I sincerely hope, Councillor Findura, that you will ask me every question that you've asked of the other people. And with that, I'm happy to take your questions.
Okay, Councillor Nelson's up first, and I'm sure Findura will be next. Go ahead, Councillor Nelson.
I was going to get him to ask, because I'm sure he's going to ask everything I'm going to ask. I just want to know, and I don't know how this is all going with the study that the city's doing about the revitalization of downtown. Have you been involved with any of these conversations, and if so, what have they been based around as to incentives or whichever to get the downtown going? Any clarification on that?
I think that I've been involved in many, if not all, of those conversations, either through the downtown bid, EDR, the Catalyst projects, focused a lot on revitalization. I think the problem that our community has is that for 50 years we've taken the downtown for granted. We've taken its tax base for granted, and quite frankly have had a failure to invest. So now it's struggling, and we're looking at easy solutions. But the reality of the situation is the assessment value of our downtown assets is declining. Building a couple of suburban office buildings is not going to right that ship. We need to have investment in the downtown. And I think that if you look at someplace like Saskatoon, who does not have the same office policy, they routinely invest millions of dollars in their downtown on an ongoing basis. They've spent $40 to $50 million assembling land for a new arena. They are just broke ground on their $100 million library. So Calgary does not have an office policy. They are giving people 5-year incentives to convert offices to residential, as well as $75 a square foot of pure grant money in order to get those buildings converted. I think in Calgary, they have spent, and administration probably correct me because we've had these conversations, $75 million. The program is oversubscribed, and they need another several hundred millions of dollars of incentives to fix their problem in the downtown. Ottawa is going through the same thing, especially with the federal workforce not wanting to be downtown. Their office split. I think that communities that don't have our 80-20 office policy would die for it today.
So just a heads up, if you can build a condo that allows 3 dogs per condo, I'm in.
So, well, thanks for mentioning that.
honestly-
That leads me to, I can answer that question in
Can you answer that
a
one?
different way with economics. The cost of building high-rise residential or converting buildings to residential, unfortunately in Regina, it's the same cost as it is in every other community. The problem is that the assets that individuals are moving out of don't give them enough economic value in order to move into a more expensive downtown asset. So we've got a couple of different things at play. I'm sure that if somebody had the wherewithal and probably had an error in their spreadsheet that would cause them to have built a downtown building, they would welcome you and your dogs.
Thank you. And you might not say that after you met one. All kidding aside, I know.
Yes.
So in your submission and in kind of the conversation, and I'm leaning towards this way, administration did a lot of work in putting this forward that'll be coming forward in a couple of months. And it almost seemed ridiculous to pass this without having, like, putting the horse in front of the carriage, because what happens if they come and say, you know what, we're going to move a part of university downtown? Well, all of a sudden that's going to spur a whole bunch of things. Or if the library is going to go ahead, then that may spur a bunch of things. Is there any setback, or is there any, oh no, actually, you know what? What would be the benefits of waiting just these 2 months from your conversations with this moving forward? Because I haven't been involved in the conversation, so I don't know. But from your opinion, moving forward.
Right. I think that the minimum we need is to get everybody in the room to talk about the incentives.
Okay.
And unfortunately, those incentives will all be at a cost to this community.
Yeah.
They're not going to be free.
Right.
They're not going to be, let's host movies in the park. There won't be any freebies.
Right.
And the office policy, if you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail. And it's the only thing that we currently have to protect the downtown. Until we have the tools in place, other tools besides that hammer, to preserve our tax base downtown, to preserve it as a cultural center. Nobody goes to New York and says, let's go to the suburbs and see what New York's all about.
Right.
Like, the downtown should be the center. And we've been given this legacy over the 40 or 50 years, however it happened, that the Crowns and the City of Regina and other major employers have said, let's build this unique circumstance in Regina. And now we're acting like a bunch of crows. Every time somebody puts a bright, shiny little office building in front of us, we're prepared to throw away a big percentage of our tax base, which could end up to be a slippery slope. And I would really argue from an economic perspective that a lot of the conversations that people have about we're losing out because we can't build suburban office, the last time our office policy allowed suburban office to be built, it wasn't a big eureka of suburban office. 2 or 3 buildings got built. That's it. Our office space is very small. Our demand is very small. Most of the growth is organic. And I think we have to remember too that if the office policy has evolved so that, I remember before the current office policy, you could only have 5,000 feet of office on a lot. Now we're at 10,000 feet. We also allow adjacent office. So if you've got an industrial use or some sort of use that has an office component that needs to be adjacent to that use, that's allowed. We can convert every historic building, heritage building in the warehouse district to office right now, under the current policy. If Cargill was to show up and say, geez, we've got this big plant here out at the GTH, let's move our head office here, and it's 100,000 feet, but we will not be in downtown. We only want to be down. Like, you don't think that the citizens, the developers, my colleagues at Harvard and anywhere else wouldn't say, that's a great idea, that's a great opportunity for our city, and sit down and have a fulsome conversation about how to do that? I mean, I just think it's a red herring, and every year or 18 months, we have to go through the whole thing. Somebody wants to blow up the office policy, yet as a community, we do nothing to invest in the downtown. I would love to live in a community where everybody wanted to be downtown because it was a cultural and economic powerhouse, and we didn't need an office policy. But until that happens, it's at our peril that we get rid of it.
Okay, I think you're very clear on that, and I will just let you know that I would have been downtown, but I have 3 dogs and nobody allowed me downtown.
Okay.
But I just see the benefit of waiting, because we can't say no to development. We just can't. We are trying to be that council that says yes, but I don't see the downfall of waiting a couple of months for administration to bring back the work that they've been working on with, anyways, that's all I have. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Stanichuk, go ahead.
Okay. Through the chair, just, you've been in the business for a long time, I assume. So you can correct me on this, but I recall before Tower 3 was built, that there was a high vacancy or low vacancy rate, or no, first of all, there was a high vacancy rate in offices. So there was a trend for conversions to condos, because I know someone who bought a condo in one of the downtown buildings. And then suddenly there's low vacancy rate, and then we build more office. Have we just built too much office space downtown?
I think that we have to be really careful about what the demand is in our community. Unfortunately, we're not attracting head offices, and I don't know if you're aware, the Cooperators has a substantial amount of their new office space for sublease right now, 40,000 feet, I believe. Canada Life put their entire building up for tender, and they were going to downsize to 10,000 square feet.
Okay.
It's substantially, I think they're 70,000 feet empty in it right now. For us, the likelihood of us attracting another company like Canada Life is, I mean, we have, we have to be honest with ourselves. We're a small community. Our connectivity to the rest of the world isn't great. We have weather challenges. One of the things we're doing at EDR is we're trying to make our community more sticky, so that when people do move here, whether they be new Canadians or people just migrating from other provinces, that our community is more sticky. They tend to stick around for 2 or 3 years and then leave again. It's not their cup of tea, so to speak. But I think the situation that you were referring to when, the office vacancy going up and down, it was in the late 90s. We had a real lack of demand, and that's when buildings were being converted. The economics of converting a building back in that era and the building codes, it was a lot easier to do that. We knocked over a couple of buildings. We converted a couple of other buildings, the CIBC, the Motherwell building, half of the TD Bank building, and that sort of fixed our vacancy issue for a while. And then we did get good demand. There's a bit of a boom, and we did allow suburban offices to be built. The Century Plaza got converted. I personally built a 30,000-foot office building. The market demanded it. But you're right, a couple of new office buildings could severely upset. The last number of tenants that I've moved into my buildings or lost out of my buildings have all been less than 10,000 square feet. The current office policy allows that to happen. So, we have to really be careful about what are we really talking about. We're talking about preserving, as Aaron suggested, the majority of tenants are small.
Thanks.
Sorry about that. Next up, we have Councillor Fundura. There you go. You get Councillor Fundura.
I can't believe you weren't captivated by my hanging on every word of mine.
I was listening.
Okay.
I was listening.
All right.
Okay, Mr. Molnar.
Mr. Fundura.
We had a conversation a couple of years ago about this thing, so I've been talking about that since I've been in this seat.
Right.
Right, so 12 years later, we're still talking about it. And so the reason is, yeah, we've been doing a lot of talking about it. So where do you lay that foundation on? At the back, council, administration, business, the city of Regina. We've been doing a lot of talking. It seems like, and we are being left behind further and further with other cities. Meaning is the growth. I'm talking about growth. I went to different cities to hear what they do. I went to downtowns, just about 3 or 4 different cities. You and I talked about the 60-40 split. I asked you, why not 60-40? Why not 50-50? What's the 80-20? Last 12 years, 80-20 hasn't really split up. You did speak about the downtown, didn't split up. So the first I asked you a couple of years ago, 60-40, why not?
Right. So is that, excuse me, that's the question? Why the 80-20?
Yes.
Okay. So it's irrelevant. It's what we have. It's what our tax base is. It's where our current center of employment is. If you were starting a community from scratch, you might decide to be 60-40. We've evolved to the 80-20 over 40 or 50 years of other policy, of how we've built. And the issue that we've got is with a stagnant office occupancy growth, without new people moving into, all we're doing is rearranging the deck chairs. If you want to know why we haven't grown as a community, I think the issues are macro. They have nothing to do with the office policy. I'd happily build office anywhere somebody wanted it. But the point is the demand. I've got a suburban office building in Harbor Landing. Every renewal that I do is for less money in order to keep the tenants. So suburban office is struggling as well. And I think the answer to your question that you asked a couple of times tonight about why is the suburban office vacancy rate decreasing, yet it's not seemingly adversely affecting the downtown office rate? It's the relative size of the markets. There is very little suburban office, and it's very easy to move the needle on that. So if you move a 20,000-foot tenant, if you move 2 10,000-foot tenants out of the downtown into the suburbs, that will move the needle on the suburban vacancy rate. It'll have very little effect on the downtown office rate. So I think that's a bit of an answer, but I mean, your questions are, I mean, they're macro questions. I mean, the types of people that want to be in Regina don't have an office component. We've got, the food, fuel, and fertilizer. They all have head offices. I am surprised that we maintain Viterra. We're very happy to have Farm Credit. But our chances of attracting somebody else, it's nothing we're doing as a community. It's a nature of it. We live in an agrarian economy. It's just not most of our office use grows organically. Bob and Bill add 2 more lawyers to their practice, that sort of thing. It's been a long time since I think the last time we attracted a major employer into a downtown office building was into New Tower 3, and it was Mosaic. Most of that space is now empty, and those jobs cost us about $100,000 per job as a training incentive that was given to Mosaic. So, I mean, there's a lot of answers to your question, but none of them have to do with 80-20.
Okay, so let's go further into it. And as you mentioned, the vacancy rate, so look back at 2013, we were at 5.8, and then 19, before pandemic, it was at 12.2, and then 23 was 16.7. So the current office policy ineffectiveness of, when you look at these percentages, the office, to me, if I look at that, the office policy is not doing anything to shore up downtown. I know where you're going with this. So,
Well, I know where you're going with it too, and that's why it's a bit frustrating for me.
okay, so
We each have our own agenda here, and I'm afraid that we're just not going to
I'm
agree
just
on
going to
it.
interrupt for a second before we go too far. Remember, it's not a debate, fellas.
Okay.
Keep your questions, and if you know where each other's going, get the question, get the
Okay.
answer. Let's
Apologies,
so
apologies.
if Mr. Mulder waits for the question, I'll give him the question.
All right.
Okay, so what is this going to is because of the vacancy, 2013, 5.8, then 19, 12.2, 16.7. So I'm looking at, we have a policy for the last 12 years. And really, downtown hasn't evolved. Downtown really hasn't done anything with that policy. When you look at other cities having 50-50 or no policy, and you did say that this investment has to happen. So why so important about this policy? So in your opinion, you did say that we need this. Why is it that we need this policy?
Because we as a community are refusing or have yet to do the things we need to do to support our downtown. This policy is the only crutch that we've got. I mean, everybody's dealing with COVID, post-COVID. Everybody was dealing with the economic malaise of 2016. Everybody was dealing with the same dry up of capital during 2008. I don't think your question is appropriately directed to the office policy. We should be asking questions about what the office policy isn't the issue with Regina's economic or lack thereof growth. I don't think if somebody really needs to be in Regina, I would even debate that their rents in suburban will be more. The issue is that we have done nothing to support the downtown. I mean, if there was half the office downtown, and it was all converted to residential, then that wouldn't affect our tax base. And as a community, we would say, now we have an interesting makeup of people in the downtown, and we can have cultural, and we can maybe get a grocery store down there and those sorts of things. That takes time. We're talking about getting rid of the one tool in our toolbox. Instead of going out and filling our toolbox and then realizing that nobody uses this tool anymore, let's get rid of it. We're just getting rid of the tool, and we're going to have an empty toolbox. So I think the 80-20 is a red herring. It's a conversation about, it has nothing to do with economic activity. Somebody building a new office building on a corridor is not going to be the panacea to Regina's economic growth woes.
So the question to you then, why not? I mean, you've talked about 40 years of this policy, or 40 years of this discussion, 40 years of growing the city, and you're saying one entity, to Mr. Chair, is not one or the other of downfall or this or that. So for 40 years, if you look around our Western Canada, our neighborhood, other cities been growing, but yet we've kind of slowed down. So maybe this hearing is not the debate, but what I'm asking is that the policy's been there. The question is, the policy has been there.
I would pose to you that if you could find tenants that said, we went to Saskatoon instead of Regina, Regina was our preference because of the office policy. If you could find a tenant that built a 50,000 square foot building in the RM of Sherwood or at the GTH, then you have an argument. But it's a false equivalency to say that the office policy is stopping economic growth and new people from moving here.
Yeah, we could differ. Okay, thank you.
Okay. I see no further questions. I have one of my own. Kind of following through some of your points, one caught me off guard. Picked up what you were talking about, having only one tool. We need incentives to make some of the changes referred to, transferring over to residential. That's work to be done. We have to follow up with actually fixing the infrastructure, work to do on the city again. If I'm not mistaken, the number one thing you said to do is protect the residential real estate value to enable people to take part in investing in the downtown, should they choose to, if these other changes are made. Did I misunderstand you when you were saying that?
I believe, if you got that, then I apologize. My comment was that it's not so easy to build residential in Regina and make it attractive economically because the level of our housing stock, the value of our housing stock that you would sell in order to move downtown it's still cheaper, much cheaper to be in a $300,000 house, which is about the average starting home, I believe, the medium house price in Regina, versus a downtown condo, new build is probably going to be at least $400,000, $500,000. So I think there's economics working against the simple answer of conversion to fix the vacancy is not a simple answer without a whole bunch of subsidies that would make up that economic differential.
So subsidies to protect the differential to make it attractive, but the protection of residential real estate value for the average resident in Regina to see it has comparable growth to other communities in Canada would be.
Well, the only thing I can comment on about the taxes that the downtown generates is that they certainly, if our assessment value of the downtown real estate continues to decline, there will be a shift of responsibility to pay for the $400 or $500 million budget that the City of Regina has. That burden will fall onto residential, and we all know that increasing residential property taxes does adversely affect residential property values. So there's a linkage there.
And I guess to follow up with that, as we're moving forward in life and things are being built and invested by other forms of government organizations, one of the loudest things we should be saying is to be dollar smart and penny stupid, invest in the downtown instead of cheap land surrounding Regina for any assets invested in our area. Would that be a pretty good statement?
I would suggest that if I had an asset in my portfolio that generated 10% of my cash flow, I would love that asset. It would be in the best shape. It would have sidewalks around it. All the tree wells would be full of living trees. We would support the downtown businesses that would exist to so that the office workers have someplace to go and buy their clothes and groceries. Yeah, absolutely. There's a real missing piece in this conversation about the importance of the downtown, culturally, economically.
So just for a real broad example, if the university had a new art school started up and they had cheap land where the university sits, for the residents, the taxpayers, the people of Saskatchewan, it would be all in our best interest to forego the cheap land and activate our downtown. So the tax base would be stable, remain there, and so that burden wouldn't fall upon the residential taxpayers, even though it might be a little bit over budget on a scale that people would talk about and hold the association accountable. There's only one taxpayer, so to make decisions on a wider berth goes farther for our community.
Absolutely. I think there's a real conversation to be had about the need for continuing to invest in your community. Somehow between 1965 and 1975, we managed to build all of our existing civic assets, from arenas to libraries to cultural centers. Yet, here we sit, how many years later? 60?
Yeah,
and we cannot find our way as a community to invest for the people that we want to be here and living here and thriving. If some of those assets and some of that investment could find its way downtown, which would help preserve the downtown tax base, then we'd be talking about something else. Then the conversation about the 80-20, about office policies, we would have developed a whole different toolbox in order to deal with what our community needs, which we haven't done. And so with the lack of that, we hang on to the office policy with dear life.
Appreciate that. Investment's a lot harder than saying it's cheap and free. Thank you. I see no further questions.
Great, thank you.
And I'm getting kicked out now. We'll back up.
Okay, thank you. I'll now call upon Robert Goldman to speak. Robert, please introduce yourself for the record, organization you're representing, if any, and what city town you reside in. You have 5 minutes to address city council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of council may have for you. Go ahead, Mr. Goldman.
Thank you. My name is Robert Goldman. I'm representing Victoria Acres Development Corporation, and I live downtown in Regina here. Good afternoon, Your Worship and honorable members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today. As you're aware, the current office policy is in place with the purpose of protecting and growing the downtown core. The reality is that the current office policy casts a wide net that restricts many developments from occurring that are not candidates for the downtown. Number 2 of this motion is to consider flexibility for unique circumstances not contemplated by office development policy, size and vacancy rate through a contract zone. Currently, I could apply for a discretionary use application on 3901 Albert Street for allowance of medium office, so there's really no change with the contract zone option other than the dismissal of the 6.5% or less overall vacancy rate requirement. Both contract zoning and discretionary use applications require extended timelines. This problem is acknowledged in the administration's report on this motion that says, and I quote, office development outside of the downtown will need to be approved by City Council through a zoning bylaw amendment, contract zone, which may be seen as time-consuming and onerous for developers, which may deter applicants. There's a saying in real estate that time kills deals, and this is the issue with both contract zoning and the current discretionary use application option. My group has been approached by a couple companies that each are looking to amalgamate multiple offices that are scattered around Regina outside of the downtown core only because they are not allowed to currently locate all of their people together in one building outside of the downtown core, as they would exceed 10,700 square feet. Many in the industry talk about the current office policy and how there's a number of companies today bumping up against or limited by this glass ceiling. You may be thinking, why don't they just apply for a discretionary use then, or potentially a contract zone, should this motion be approved? Firstly, the total office vacancy in Regina has to be below 6.5% for a discretionary use application for medium office, suburban office to be considered. Secondly, the DU or contract zone application is a barrier that requires a significant timeline with an unknown outcome, and there's a significant investment to be made by the applicant on architects, engineers, code consultants, and many other disciplines and costly reports before submitting a discretionary use or contract zone application for approval. This requires an upfront investment of tens to hundreds of thousands of dollars depending on the scale of the development, with no guarantee that the discretionary use or contract zoning application will be successful. These barriers scare off both prospective tenants looking to rent from a developer such as my group, who would guide the team through the discretionary use or contract zoning process and complete the brunt of the work. It is even more cumbersome for owner users looking to build themselves a new facility to expand their business or to get everybody in the organization under one roof, all while trying to run and grow their business day to day. There is a reason Regina's office policy hasn't been adopted anywhere else in Canada. The lowest office vacancy rate for all major cities in Canada is 7.1% in Victoria. This means that if every city in Canada applied the same office policy that currently exists today in Regina, based off the 6.5% or lower office vacancy rate requirement to allow for a suburban office development, there wouldn't be a suburban office building allowed to be built in all of Canada. This is far from the case, as a recent local example is Saskatoon, which at the same time as Regina pulled the office report from the Planning Commission and City Council in September of 2023, Saskatoon City Council unanimously approved the rezoning of a former residential property to allow for a medium office building in Saskatoon. The City of Regina has said that they are open for business, yet this policy puts us at a competitive disadvantage with not only Saskatoon, but every other major city in Canada. My group, Victoria Acres Development Corporation, has been involved in major developments in Regina for decades and identified the need for new office product along Albert Street South, as there hasn't been any office building built along this corridor since the 1980s. Since we acquired 3901 Albert Street, we have created a design for a 3-story mixed-use development comprised of roughly 20,000 square feet of retail on the main floor with 40,000 square feet of office on the second and third floor. This project would include underground parking, and an emphasis has been put on creating an environmentally sustainable development through the design process. This development would require an investment of around $25 million by my group in the City of Regina. I support the motion to allow for more office opportunities in the warehouse district, and I respectfully ask you to consider adding an amendment to the motion or a new motion to permit the development of medium office as an allowable use along urban corridors, as well as to remove the downtown vacancy requirements for non-downtown office as it pertains to urban corridor medium office development. This would align Regina's office development policy along urban corridors more closely with that of Saskatoon and all other major cities in Canada. While I know the allowance of medium office along urban corridors would spur other infill developments, in the case of my Albert Street South project, you have the opportunity today to open the door for an infill redevelopment of a former gas station site. This would see the property taxes increase on 3901 Albert Street by many multiples with no infrastructure costs to the city of Regina, all while creating construction jobs and economic growth for the city as a whole and sustained support for the local businesses along Albert Street corridor. I would be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Goldman. First up, we have Councillor Statichuk.
Thank you. Through the chair, I do want to ask you if you could provide a little bit more information about the piece of land where you wanted to build this office. I know it's across from the Golden Mile. It's been a former gas site, but how long has it been a vacant lot?
Through the chair, thank you for that question. So we purchased the property a few years ago. It has sat vacant for a number of years. It was a former gas site. It is on the east side of Albert Street, just north of Fairfield. You know, as far as what urban planners typically look for as far as encouraging infill development, it's a great opportunity to significantly increase the tax base without any further city investment into the property. And we have a couple of users that have approached us that currently don't locate in the downtown. Now they have 3 or 4 different offices outside the downtown corridor, and what they wish to do is to amalgamate the 3 or 4 offices into one. The problem is, under the current policy, that's not allowable because they can only have 10,700 square feet in one location outside the outside of the downtown core. I don't know if that answered your question.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and I guess through the chair, I know that it's been a vacant lot for as long as I can remember. You did mention that there'd be no infrastructure costs to the city, so there's probably nothing there right now. I'm not sure what exists there now, but you'd have to do rehabilitation of the plot as well as put in infrastructure. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes. So we would fully develop out the site. Our engineers checked in, and there's capacity along Albert Street South there. So as far as services and roadways, obviously Albert Street's there, sidewalks are there. So the city wouldn't require any further investment from the taxpayers, but we would, as I mentioned, be investing around $25 million in this project.
Right. And through the chair, I guess, those that want to locate at this office, you mentioned that they're in several smaller offices outside of the downtown. If a building was, or space was available in the downtown, would they be interested in that space downtown?
Through the chair. So they currently have 3 or 4 offices outside the downtown because they don't intend to locate downtown. Now I know a couple of the other delegations spoke, and they make it pretty cut and dry how it's either if there's any tenants that or any growth in the suburban market, it has to that consequentially mean that there's going to be a hollowing out or a collapse of the downtown, and that's just not the case. There are a number of companies that exist in Regina that have multiple offices outside the downtown core only because they're not allowed to locate in one location outside the downtown core. So the 2 groups that we're working with fall in that category, and yeah.
Okay. And my last question through the chair, just it just completely escaped my brain. Oh, the fact that you mentioned that this is a major corridor. So Albert Street South is a major corridor coming into our city. It is part of a area, like as we've been discussing through the Housing Accelerator Fund, areas for intensification. Is that one of the reasons why you think a corridor should have revised office policies through the chair?
Through the chair, yes. So, first of all, I will define urban corridors. Albert Street is considered an urban corridor. Broad Street, Victoria Avenue, and a small section of Rochdale is considered an urban corridor. I referenced in my presentation that there was a report that was done by the administration that was to come to council in September of last year. In August 8th of 2023, I hold the letter here. There was a notice to stakeholders, of which my group was one of them. This was emanating from the administration, letting people know that they were going to bring forward 5 recommendations. Okay. Now, 2 of those recommendations one is allowing more opportunity for office development on urban corridors. And the second one that I will reference here is removing the downtown vacancy requirements for non-downtown office. So there was 5 recommendations that they wished to bring to council in September of last year. That got kiboshed and it never made its way here. But from what I understand, there was a report that took a year to do that looked at all the other municipalities and major cities in Canada and some in the United States and found inconsistencies with Regina's policy, and then they came up with these recommendations. What I'm asking respectfully from council today is to consider 2 out of the 5 recommendations that the administration had originally come forward with. Following their report last year.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Stanichuk. We're at legislative break time. Councillor Nelson, we'll let you open up after break, and we'll need you to stick around, Mr. Goldman. Thank you. We'll be back at 4:41. Thanks. Okay, Mr. Goldman, I'll call you back here. I see Miss Nelson is here to continue on with questions, so I'll hand it over to Councillor Nelson. Oh, just hold on. Okay, we're falling behind, so I'm gonna look for a motion here from someone to table the library to a future meeting. Okay, I got Councillor Nelson. Seconder?
Any opposed?
Any opposed?
Who's the seconder, sorry?
LeBlanc. It's passed.
It's passed.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, Councillor Nelson, go ahead now. Thank you.
The building for approximately 4 years, you said, on Albert Street there? 20,
Through the chair, yes, we've owned that, it's a vacant lot.
Or, sorry.
3901 Albert Street.
right
Yeah,
beside Western Pizza, yeah.
Yes.
Now you said that it was built on a gas station, and from my understanding, you have to go through phases when you buy something through the gas station. Has that process been completed through the chair?
Through the chair, yes. As part of the purchase, we had to get a phase 1, phase 2, clean phase 2, so that it would be primed for development before we purchased it. And we went through that process. We have a clean site and it is ready for development should we be allowed to pursue the use that we're looking to develop on that property.
So you've had it for 4 years, you went through the phases, that's all been paid and done. Why haven't, I mean, you're saying that it takes a long time for discretionary uses and stuff, but if you don't start, it never gets done, and it's been 4 years. So my question is, why haven't you started with anything 3 years ago, or 4 years ago, or 2 years ago, through the chair?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. It's a very good one. So we've been approached, like I said, by a couple companies. Now, this rule that exists is very controversial in the real estate market. There are a number of agents and brokers that wish to speak in favor of making wholesale reform to the office policy. The problem is, a couple of the delegates here today, they're two of the largest landlords in Regina, if not the largest landlords. So there's consequences for speaking against a policy that they tend to benefit from. For the same reasons, there are tenants that are interested in making moves, but they don't want to be embroiled in this conflict, in this conversation. We've been told, should we be allowed to proceed with our development, we can make a deal. But they don't want to have anything to do with this conflict or this conversation.
That didn't quite answer my question. So then are you saying that the reason why you didn't ask for discretionary use to go ahead with building this is because nobody wanted to be in this building because they don't want to be conflicted with the other developers, through the chair?
Through the chair, no, just to clarify. First of all, there was a report that was being done by the administration, and so we were waiting for the results of that because it seemed that there was an initiative to make some changes. Second of all, as far as a discretionary use application, the tenants that we're working with don't want to be part of this fight. There are other ramifications for being embroiled in this fight. Should the zoning change, should we be allowed to proceed, I guess they're prepared to move forward, but there's more going on in the real estate industry as it pertains to this particular subject than I guess is commonly known.
Okay, I'm just having difficulty understanding this because you said that the discretionary use takes so long, and that you haven't started it, but you're not going to get building this unless you start the process. And I'm on the planning committee, so I know how that all works. I'm just struggling with why didn't you start the process to get this built a long time ago? Through the chair.
Through the chair. So as I had mentioned, there was a report that was done last year, or what was going on for about 1.5 years. They had consultations with stakeholders such as ourselves and the other delegations that spoke. They looked at all the other major cities in Canada, the standard practices, where policy is going, specifically after coming out of COVID. And, I should say 2 years of COVID was downtime. There wasn't any development in office, particularly because of obviously people were working from home. So when this letter came out, and I don't know if you guys have seen this, it was from the administration, signed by Ben Mario. They came out with 5 recommendations after the 1.5-year process that they took to assess Regina's office market and the pathway forward in comparison to every other major city in Canada. And from those recommendations, I recognize that there might not be it might not be palatable to have a wholesale change to the office policy. What I'm suggesting is that we follow 2 out of the 5 points here in this letter that suggest opening up just urban corridors, which is the major streets in Regina, which in any other major city, yet you see medium office because it's a natural place to locate. There's easily accessible transit infrastructure available, and quite honestly, I know that the city of Regina is looking to encourage infill development and specifically come up with a strategy for the redevelopment of gas sites. So we think that our development hits the mark here on a number of things, and I think that the administration got it right with their recommendations coming out of that report last year.
Thank you, Mr. Goldman, for that answer. Can we just keep the questions related to office development policies? Thanks, Councillor Nelson.
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out what was going on there. The thing is, it's a 2 months. The administration did a whole bunch of work. We're asking for 2 months, or some of the councillors are asking for 2 months, some of the developers are asking for 2 months. Are you going to start building if this goes through tomorrow, through the chair?
Through the chair, there is a process in development before you break ground. So we will not start building tomorrow.
Okay.
I will say this policy has been in place since 2012. This topic comes up for discussion every year or two. And it's always, let's kick the can down the road. Now, I will firstly say my group has significant holdings in the downtown that contain office. The reality of the fact is this policy has not worked, right? So I'm all for incentivizing and investing in the downtown. But I think we've established the fact that this policy hasn't succeeded in its in what it was intended to do, and I don't see how delaying for 2 months changes that. And as I said, I'm for investment into the downtown, incentivizing the downtown. So.
And thank you for that. I'm sorry, I was just trying to figure out and how this moved forward. So thank you for that, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Just want to follow up on Councillor Nelson's line of questioning about the timeline of the proposal. Not being in the development industry, hearing some of the biggest developers, including yourself, talk, all with a vested financial interest, as well as a policy that hasn't been successful in over 2 decades. Would 2 months wreck the proposal you're talking about, or is the person or the entity looking committed to our city and finding the right policy, falling into the right timeline? Would that be something that's foreseeable? Would we lose an opportunity by trying to take time to speak to many demands instead of just one demand?
Through the chair, yes. So again, we purchased the property, and then shortly thereafter, COVID had hit. So there was a 2-year, basically, moratorium on building office because we didn't know where things were going to go. Following that, we were engaged by two companies that showed interest. When I talked to the administration, there was this report underway. So what we decided was we were going to wait. Now, like I said, I got this letter on August 8th, 2023, that it said that it was on September 6th of 2023, it would be in Planning Commission, and then it'd be in Council on the 13th. So we pushed it off to that time. We spoke with our prospective users, and they were okay with that. Then it got pulled from the agenda, and then it wasn't until February that this motion went in. We were in Planning Commission a few weeks ago. We were to be in Council 2 weeks ago. It was supposed to be Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We got bumped till today. So we've waited for an answer or some movement on this for a long time. Our prospective users have been patient and worked with us here. I fear that further delays or uncertainty will just, cause them to make other plans or just decide to not make the investment in Regina, and that would be a shame. Again, we have an infill development on a major corridor that's a former gas site, and there's a development waiting to happen, and you guys today have that opportunity. So I think it would be a shame to further push it off.
Okay. Follow-up question. 2 months, it seems we're going to have a debate about a lot of these things. One of the things mentioned today was this could have gone forward under discretionary use coming to council first. Is that correct?
So I actually want to, through the chair, I actually want to put forward a clarification there. Technically, that, and going back to Councillor Nelson's question, technically no. So technically, a suburban office building cannot be looked at unless the vacancy rate is 6.5% or less. So technically, no. In the motion that's going, that's before us today, as far as contract zoning, they remove the requirement of the 6.5%. So that would, then you could apply for a contract zone. But technically right now, and I'll refer back to the administration, the administration and the council won't look at suburban offices unless the vacancy rate is less than 6.5%. And the lowest vacancy rate in Canada right now is Victoria, which is 7.1%. So it's not something that will ever happen in the next few years.
Okay. Appreciate the information. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Findura, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Goldman, good afternoon. The limitations of the policy, previous delegation spoke that we should not be discussing that's no factor in what we're dealing with. You spoke about the policy that is these negative impact on the city as a whole. What do you say to that?
Through the chair. Yeah, so currently, I mean, there's a number of scenarios that currently occur in the real estate market that prohibit development as a consequence of this office policy. It is a common discussion amongst the real estate fraternity here in Saskatchewan. And when we go to the real estate forums in Toronto and Whistler, which is the national get-togethers yearly, people can't believe the policy we have here. They see it as a joke. There's really three main issues that occur. One is an industrial-related situation. Now, if a company wants to open up a facility, whether it's a production facility or a major industrial installation, and they're a large company that has a requirement for over 10,700 square feet of office, they can't locate their office with their industrial development. A great example of this is WSP had a RFP out 3-4 years ago, and they were looking for 30,000 square feet of office, but they required an acre compound. Well, because of the requirement for office that it has to be downtown, there's obviously no compound space for an acre of compound space available in the downtown. So what happened was WSP just stayed in their smaller facility and upsized their facility in Saskatoon, where they're allowed to proceed with that type of development. A second example is location specific, and I can give an example on that one as well. Sun Life Financial, they came to us and they said, we recognize that a lot of the people that invest with us, they're farmers. They come into town, they come in the east side of town, they get groceries, they go to PV Mart, they go to Princess Auto. They don't want to come down to town, or they can't with their large trucks and trailers. So they wanted to open up a eastern branch, which they did in one of our buildings, but that was specifically to be close to the consumer. And then third of all, which is what I'm speaking to today, there are a number of companies that exist here in Regina that have multiple offices outside the downtown core, only because they're not allowed to locate all in one building. It's inefficient for their business to have to do so, but they're not looking for a downtown office space. And the users that I'm working with, or my group is working with, none of them are downtown. This will have absolutely no recourse for downtown. So, yeah, another example is currently, Brandt Industries just east of Regina, its main office, it couldn't locate inside Regina because you can't have a manufacturing facility with that size of office outside of the downtown core. So there are definitely limitations, and I know one of the other delegations says it's hard to quantify because they don't, tenants don't necessarily say, hey, we decided to go to Saskatoon because of the policy. There's no firm list, but I have, in my experience, and I've been in the industry for 11 years now, run across a number of cases where this is the outcome. People decide not to invest in Regina as a consequence of this policy.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. One more. As the previous discussion spoke about the policy, and I will say that to you, that the negative and for, in your opinion, the suburban office, like you spoke before, it will have a detrimental effect on the downtown. I mean, you've heard the delegation. What do you say to that?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. So there's a fallacy here that any growth of the suburban office market means the automatic plight of the downtown, and that's just truly not the case. If we look in the administration's report that shows the course of the last 10 years in the office market, just take it last year for example. Last year, the vacancy rate decreased by 7.8% in the suburbs, which would, by the argument that any suburban growth creates a downtown vacancy. Well, the vacancy rate downtown also decreased. So it shows that there isn't a direct correlation. There are users and companies that don't want to be downtown. They're not currently downtown, and they won't enter the market downtown. So restricting them from allowing them to build an office doesn't help the downtown. And I know one of the other delegates made a comment about Saskatoon. Well, Saskatoon, yeah, they do have retail and they have other things going on in the downtown. I went to university in Saskatoon. I took regional urban planning. I'm a trained urban planner. And I think he spoke to it, and maybe he didn't mean to, but there's more to the downtown than just office. Okay, and in the case of suburban office growth, it doesn't mean that you're taking away from the downtown. So restricting development everywhere else in the city isn't the silver bullet for downtown.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm good, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Ventura. Thank you for addressing council. Mr. Goldman, I'll ask that you please return to the gallery. Okay, we will now consider CR 24-63, Official Community Plan, Office Development Policies Review. Councillor Stevens, can you please introduce this report?
Great. Thank you. So I think we're all very familiar with the debate surrounding this issue. For the most part, Commission opted to recommend tabling the report and administration's principal recommendation until such time as staff are able to present to council a more comprehensive overview of downtown revitalization initiatives and incentives. And you've heard some of that spoken about today. That recommendation was to approve policy changes for warehouse district and flexibility for unique developments. If I'm summarizing here, Commission saw the office policy and proposed revisions as part of a bigger question about the future of the downtown. As one developer who has real estate in the downtown noted, in the absence of a broader downtown development strategy, the office policy is all we have. One commissioner saw admin's recommendation as a political compromise more than a policy based on best practice with good outcomes, but there wasn't wholesale opposition to allowing for additional office development in the warehouse district specifically. I think one challenge here, and Commissioner recognized that, is you have a variety of personal vested interests in certain policies, but at the same time, we have a general public good that we have to find and sift through when we're thinking about what we've heard today. What I might do is ask staff to speak to the implications of the tabling recommendation and what downtown revitalization initiatives we might see in the fall.
Ms. Bryden.
Thanks through the chair. Thanks for that question. And I would say the decision to table this conversation and bring it forward as more of a robust package and discussion about the downtown is, I would say, more of maybe a strategic approach to working through some of these major policy issues. In terms of what we'll see in the fall, I'm going to ask Ms. Dawson to speak to that. I haven't been involved in all of the conversations with the stakeholders.
Okay, I'm just going to interrupt. I forgot to ask somebody to move the report here. Councillor Nelson and Councillor Fundura, thank you. Go ahead. Sorry, Councillor Fundura. I'll let you move this report. Councillor Nelson will be the seconder. I'm just gonna, sorry, because I messed up here. Councillor Stevens, I'm gonna hand it over to Councillor Fundura as he moves the report. Go ahead.
Okay, Madam Clerk, if you could put the, I have a motion that I want to introduce. I'll give council a chance to read through it. Sure. Yeah, so number 3, amend the Appendix D, proposed OCP Office Development Policy, Policy 7.33, be amended to read as follows: develop or rezoning of accommodate a medium office buildings within the identified office area, urban center, or development considered under the policy 7.32/4 should not proceed if the downtown vacancy rate is interrupted by the city exceeds 6.5 unless waived by council. And number 4 and number 5 would be the ones I'm introducing with the motion, which is permitting the development of medium office as an allowable use along urban corridor as shown on map 1 growth plan in Regina Office Community Plan, OCP, in order to align Regina city development policy along urban corridors with of Saskatoon and other major cities in Canada, and remove the downtown vacancy requirements for non-downtown office as it pertains to the urban corridor medium office development, and rest of it is for the administration. Thank you, Chair. And if I have, if I could to summarize why I'm doing this.
Just give me 1 sec. Okay, we'll need a seconder on that motion. Councillor Stanachuk, go ahead, Councillor Fundura.
Okay. This has been a discussion for many years. I've been here for 15, and all these 15 years we talked about the how downtown and what the city needs to grow. And for the last 10 years, I have a discussion, as I mentioned, with the delegation before. We spoke about former mayors. I wanted to bring this up to talk about how we deal with the downtown of the city and the growth and all that. And we've just been talking about it. So I figure I'm going to bring this motion and we'll see where it goes. So that the forward this motion, it's time for a different approach to dealing with the health and well-being of the downtown and the city of Regina. The current office policy is very restrictive, as the graphs in the report, as the administration report shows. The office vacancy rate downtown has only increased since the implementation of the policy in 2012, which was supposed to do the opposite effect. So as the delegation said, maybe this is the wrong thing to discuss, but we need to do something. The other major cities in Canada are pursuing practical policies to deal with challenges that brings down for downtown, that improves the city's core without harming other areas. So there are other cities that are talking about how to deal with downtown or how to deal with the city as a whole without harming the core of our city, which is downtown. This motion is not something against downtown, this is about the city as a whole. So we need to figure this out. What that said is, I don't see delaying, amending this ineffective office policy until such as incentives and investments can be worked out, is the best interest for the city taxpayers as a whole. So the motion here allows for development of medium office along urban corridors, would be a step in the right direction to align our office policy with other cities. We talked about being open for business. We've talked about office policy and incentives. In 2022-23, as I mentioned, I asked the delegation, the vacancy rate decreased by 7.6% in the suburban market. At the same time, it decreased downtown at 0.8. Therefore, I'm looking at it as there's something not quite right with that balance. I've asked, when I talked to the delegation, a few other folks about why not 60-40, we heard it. Why not 50-50, what other cities have? Some cities have none, and some cities has 50-50. So I think we need to look at something. Because if you're just going to keep going this way, okay. But I think there's a time, we should have done this thing 20 years ago. I was told I've been here since 15 years. Why didn't we do anything? Why now? Well, I mean, it's a start. So, Mr. Chair, that's my summary on that. And we have a second, and I'm hoping that the council will have a good debate on this thing and move this thing forward. Thank you. Done.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Verdura. I'm just going to leave your mic on for a second, though. So what I have here is, in this large motion from Councilor Verdura that's been brought forward, just going to clarify for council members, okay? Point 1, 2, 6, and 7, okay, was the original recommendation of administration, okay? Now, point 3, Councilor Verdura added, this is additional in his motion here. I was going to read this out as an amendment that was coming forward from administration, okay? So this is what I was already going to include. So number 3 is actually an amendment from administration that's on this motion. So what Councilor Verdura actually added is 4 and 5, okay, point 4 and 5. Just so everybody is aware, is that correct to your knowledge, Councilor Verdura?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Verdura. So next up, we have Councilor Zakidniak. Go ahead.
Thank you. I might, I have a couple of questions, but administration, I guess my first question is, do you have a response to this motion? And I guess it's specifically 4 and 5 are the new points. Do you have something prepared today in terms of your response or the implications of moving forward with recommendations 4 and 5 through the chair? And if not, it's okay.
Thank you for that question, Councillor. So I want to start with the original recommendations were a direction from council. It was a direction from council to come forward with a report that provided amendments that would be required in order to allow for medium office in the warehouse and also contract zones. These changes also add the office policy, while it is considered to protect the downtown, we don't actually have data that supports that it works or that it doesn't work. We don't have any, and I think that it's important to note that I believe that when businesses or companies are determining where and what they want to do, the office policy is probably one of the considerations, but not all, not the only consideration. I would also add that I think that right now this is really a political decision. There's a lot of construction in our downtown. Businesses, I would say, are there's limited access sometimes in the downtown from construction. And that's going to happen for the next couple of years. We've got some big projects, which is great because we have some very good civic investment, and we need also private investment in the downtown. I would also say we have safety issues in our downtown. And so I think that with all of these implications, taking a holistic view in terms of what we can do to incentivize and support the downtown and consider what we might do with this office policy at the same time might be a good option.
Okay, and is it, so there was mention that a downtown incentivization report is going to be brought in September. Is that accurate?
Through the chair, yes, that is true.
Okay, so what I would like to do, and I'm signaling this, if others wish to speak before I do this, it's fine, but I would like to table this motion to the future meeting where the downtown incentivization report will be considered by council, and then direct administration to prepare a supplementary report identifying the implications of points 4 and 5. I need more information, is what I'm saying. We're going to get more information in September. I don't want to make this decision. I mean, this is why RPC recommended to table this in the first place. I'm requesting, fine, if administration can take it all, consider it all, and let us know what should be part, what is administration recommending in the downtown incentivization report as a package. So that's what I wish to do. If others wish to speak before I do that, no?
No, tabling motion
Okay,
goes to
then
vote,
let's just
so
do it.
who has, we're looking for a seconder here. Councillor Nelson. Okay. Okay, I'll ask clerk to call the vote.
Through you, Chair, the motion is to table this report to a future meeting when the downtown incentivization report is considered by council, and to direct administration to prepare a supplemental report identifying the implications of points 4 and point 5 that is noted in the main motion on the screen right now.
I have a procedural question for the tabling motion have to have a specific date attached to it for the return of the motion?
It should have, sorry, through you, Deputy Mayor, it should have, in the best of worlds, it would have a specific date. But in this case, the date is tied to a particular report that has been indicated as forthcoming. So we would accept that as appropriate. Now, Councillor Zakidniak could say a specific date, say to a meeting scheduled in September, or ask administration when the incentivization report is planned.
I mean, I'm open to, like, they said September. If they can commit to September, we can put September or even a specific date in September in there. I don't, administration, are you listening?
council hold the time.
So the request is if there can be a more specific date attached to when the downtown incentivization report will be coming to council.
Through the chair, it will be coming forward to the executive committee meeting in September.
Okay, so then,
If it says September 2024, Councillor Hawkins, does that, is that, I don't have a more specific date yet.
that means.
There's an executive meeting in September 2024, is that?
Yes, that would
Yes,
meet our requirements.
Yeah.
That's helpful.
Okay.
Has everybody voted? Mayor Masters, are you on the line? I'm not getting anything. Deputy Mayor, the tabling motion is passed in a vote of 6-3. Those voting in favor of the tabling motion were Councillors Hawkins, LeBlanc, Zakidniak, Stevens, Mancinelli, and Councillor Nelson. Voting against the tabling motion were Councillors Stadnichuk, Vendura, and Mole, and Mayor Masters has temporarily stepped away from the meeting.
Okay, we're on to item CR 24-75, the Regina Exhibition Association Limited Mandate and Business Model Review. Acting Deputy Mayor Mancinelli, can you please introduce the real report?
Pulling up to go to current here, and it's not pulling up current, so I'll just go off memory again here. After the reorganization of the Real District, the change of tourism and the change up of the board, there was a report sought to find options for how to go forward. It's basically the outcome of that report. We discussed it a little bit previously and look forward to the debate today. That's fine.
Okay, we have two delegations to speak on this matter. So I'm going to call upon Craig Gates with MNP. Okay. So okay, Craig, please introduce yourself for the record, organization you're representing, if any, and what city, town you reside in. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're, oh, maybe I jumped this here. Nope, yep. And what city, town you reside in. And you may go ahead, Mr. Gates.
Good afternoon, members of council. My name is Craig Katarna Gates. I'm a partner in the consulting practice at MNP, based here in Regina, and a very enthusiastic and proud resident of Regina as well.
Go ahead. Okay, any counselors? Yeah.
Yes, so Mr. Chair, my understanding was there wasn't a formal presentation I was providing, but I was available and accessible to be able to answer questions that council may have this afternoon.
No problem. We had that executive. Any council members have any questions for Mr. Gates? Go ahead, Councillor Matson.
Thank you. In reviewing the report, there's not a lot of past history, past experience, or anything leading up to this point in time included. That was by mandate, correct?
So through the chair, can you clarify what you mean by past experience?
In putting this report together, there's not a lot of experiences gained from former employees, former board members, former associates of the real enterprise. This is based on daily information from this point forward more than anything coming to this point. Would that be correct?
So through the chair, we spent extensive time gathering input from folks at REAL, and I do have to compliment Roberta Engel and the REAL team. The senior leadership team was extraordinarily accessible to us. We participated, I believe, in at least 4 working sessions with the REAL executive team where we gathered input and perspective that certainly would have been historical in nature. We had an in-depth tour of the property to be able to talk about specific aspects of the property from a capital perspective and some of the challenges that exist there. We also too spent a significant time talking to members of city administration, more at the working level in terms of trying to understand some of the historical context in terms of REAL, but more specifically in terms of previous board members of REAL or previous administration of REAL. No, they were not included in our stakeholder list. Our stakeholder list is included in the back of the report, Councillor.
Okay, appreciate that. So a follow-up to that is looking at the recommendations. When I first came on council, there was a whole action plan devised. It was made up from input provided by parties who were wanting success in REAL. A lot of the recommendations before us seem to mimic that original plan coming up. Would that be correct in saying that this is kind of a 4.0 REAL redesigned as previous illustrations have as well?
So through the chair, like my basic belief is that what MNP has proposed is what I would call a back to basics program in terms of kind of looking at REAL, and I think it does build upon a lot of the items that have come forward to council in the past with regards to REAL.
Okay, appreciate that. So when you say back to basics, do we have to start right from the turning of the first wheel, or are there some things we've built off of on this report from what was being built through the teen years, 2010, 2015, 2017? Are we building on, or are we starting from new?
So through the chair, I honestly believe it's a sustainable fresh start in terms of being able to build upon the proud legacy and traditions of the organization, the important investments that have been made over the last decade in terms of being able to advance the organization. But I think our report aims to be able to do is to provide some clarity in terms of what the mandate is from the shareholder moving forward, so that the new board and that administration in the future has clarity in terms of what does City Council and what does City as the shareholder expect from the organization on behalf of the community.
Okay, and that would be in it operating in a entrepreneurial spirit, or how is it said in the mandate again?
Yeah, so through the chair, we talk very, very much in the report about a commercial model for REAL moving forward that's focused on being self-sustaining on operations, but also to recognizing in practical terms that REAL does need support in terms of capital funding, capital maintenance moving forward. But I do believe that it does build upon important elements, and I think it does tie together components of what the board and leadership at REAL have asked for in the past. It builds upon some of those elements. It takes the reality about where we're at today in terms of the post-COVID environment. And it also, too, our report builds in the perspective we heard from experts within the industry that are key tenets of REAL, but also to key stakeholders in terms of being able to support REAL's success.
Okay, so it builds on, it doesn't replace. This where all the initiatives gone forward. Are there any new initiatives added to the previous versions? Something different?
So through the chair, I believe if you look at our 4Ms model that we provided in the report, I think what we've aimed to do is provide clarity in terms of what the mandate is from the shareholder for the organization. I believe that we've brought forward some practical considerations in terms of the model moving forward, and in particular on the model, what we've proposed is that REAL would look to the market to look at the possibility of using a third party's provider in terms of concert and event attraction, possibility of looking at other assets to be managed, but that needs to be tested in the marketplace in terms of being able to do that. We've provided some guidance in terms of from a management perspective, in terms of being able to, the board and leadership and getting permanent leadership and permanent board back in place for the organization. And then also too on the money side, we believe we've laid out a very comprehensive and practical plan to be able to make sure that there's no surprises back to council in the future, that there's a stable financial foundation for the organization so that there's stability for REAL to be able to look to the future.
Thank you. Are there any third-party providers currently on REAL?
There are currently third-party providers. I'll maybe defer to Ms. Engel to talk a little bit more about who those are, but certainly on the food and beverage side and other partnerships, there are definitely third-party providers.
What about the events and concerts and stuff like that? Is that all in-house, or do they have professional help with that currently that you based your recommendation from?
Yeah, so again, I'll maybe defer to Ms. Engel to talk about the particulars of that, but they do have a partnership in place today with a group.
Okay. I'll leave my questions there because I think I'm going to come across as confrontational, and I don't mean to. I know you're just a third party providing a report that was mandated and asked for, and appreciate the information. The rest is really on us for the history of Regina and REAL, so thank you. I really mean no aggression whatsoever. It's a different report.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Stevens, go ahead.
Great. Thank you through the chair. Just have some questions about the roadmap you've provided to financial sustainability. Is there a scenario where REAL generates sufficient revenue to cover day-to-day operations, debt financing obligations, and necessary capital investments without any city dollars, or is that just going to be an assumed reality forevermore?
So through the chair, what MNP would have provided back in our earlier report back in November was an acknowledgement is that, first of all, there is dollars that are provided to REAL today, and there have been historically. So I think that's important to note, number one, Councillor. And certainly our work back in November when we talked about the current financial position of REAL at that time and what its outlook was that one of our central conclusions was that the organization was not going to be able to self-fund all the components you just referenced. Its EBITDA position, its debt, its capital. It was not going to be in a position to be able to address all three of those, and that continues to be our conclusion as of this day.
Okay, thank you. If I could ask for clarification on that. So we've had discussions about this in the past, and often it might be suggested that REAL should be treated to some extent like any other city asset, like a pool. Will forever require civic dollars to keep it functional, as well as user fees. Do you think we have to shift to that mentality as just a basic assumption in which you're never going to have enough Garth Brooks concerts to finance it? You're always going to need public dollars, and we should just accept and treat this like any other civic asset?
So through the chair, it's a challenging question to answer in one straightforward way because of there's a portfolio of assets on the REAL property, many of which have different purposes in terms of what their purpose is and how their financial model and their pricing and their revenue structure is conducted. But what we've proposed for City Council's consideration is that REAL would be different in the sense that its mandate is commercial, that is intended to focus on cost recovery in terms of recovering its operations, which would be different than some of, say, a pool or other facilities that exist that are recreational or community assets within the community. that may have partial recovery, but not full recovery. We're proposing that they do have a commercial mandate, but at the same time, we're also being realistic and practical about the fact that the revenue potential that exists from real, even if you optimize everything from a revenue and expense perspective, we don't see a path by which they're going to be able to cover their capital or their debt. And I think we just need to be realistic about that.
Okay, thank you. How does your model consider perhaps prolonged periods of drought when it comes to events and concerts, when it comes to sustainability? We might go years without anything substantial, and then we might have, again, 2 days of Garth Brooks level concerts.
So through the chair, I think that what you've loosely described there, I suppose, would be, the position that we're in today. What MNP has proposed, with the opportunity to look to the market to see if there's a third-party provider that would be able to take on that function in a way that it provides an effective business relationship and manages risk on behalf of the city and Real, that if a third-party provider were to take on that responsibility, it probably has the opportunity to reduce some staff costs at Real. It has the ability to transfer financial risk for those events off to a third party, and it probably puts Real in a position to choose which events to invest in or not to invest in. So it probably does lower some cost in the short term. It I think definitely has the opportunity to remove some financial risk from Real. And more importantly, when we've spent time talking to those that are the promoters, the people who make the decisions about what touring events and which concerts come to the community, based upon the feedback that we've heard, we believe that the potential exists for a third-party relationship to provide more value in terms of trying to be able to attract more events to the community. So I think it optimizes the ability to attract more events and minimizes the degree of financial risk that Real and that the city holds in terms of those events.
Okay. Through the chair, let's say I'm fully committed to the Cooperator Center. It provides a very important public space, recreation space in the conventional sense. But I just don't care about sports, and I don't care like professional sports. I don't want to be in the business of having anything to do with professional sports or semi-pro. And I want to sell the stadium. I want to sell the Brandt Center. I want to sell the entire campus with the exception of those public use assets. Is there a world in which someone's going to buy or could buy all of that and we could just divest from what is essentially going to be a money-losing venture going forward?
Yeah, so through the chair, very, very interesting theoretical question. The way I'd answer it is as following. Is that one of the models that we had looked at was separating the public assets, more the recreational assets, away from the more commercial or sports and entertainment assets on the property. We didn't believe that provided a sustainable path forward for the portfolio overall. So that option was considered. But I think, Councillor, in your question, I think you answered your question, which is that if you have assets that aren't providing positive cash flow, I struggle to understand who in the private sector would be interested in taking on those assets if they're not providing positive cash flow.
Thank you. So it would be fair to say that professional sports like the CFL and maybe even semi-pro can exist within a free market system. They always need public dollars to stay afloat.
So through the chair, I'm not in a position to be able to speak to the particular, to say any sports. There's obviously, there would be examples that we could easily point to be able to say that facilities and sports teams and those types of things are profitable, not only in Canada, but in North America and stuff like that. But I can't speak to the particulars of your question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Fundura, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Question on this question was, I believe, was asked at the executive about the, of course, everyone is recovering. These are city assets. At what cost do nonprofits access the facility, like community? I know that it has to make some cash to keep the goal, but how does a community that's looking out for, not necessarily a good deal, but something affordable, how is that going to work?
So through the chair, and again, Ms. Engel can speak into more detail than this, than I will, but currently today there's different community organizations that have leased space on the real property, and there's varying rates in terms of what those tenants pay. In some cases, it makes sense to be able to have different rates because the space composition, the quality of the space, the servicing of the space may be different, that may justify a different price. But my general observation would be that there's rates on the property today that vary significantly. And one of the things that we've proposed in our report is by focusing on a commercial mandate for real, we've proposed that all tenants would be focused on moving to a commercial rate, and done so relatively quickly over the next year, to be able to provide direction from the shareholder to real so that it has that as perspective and context for its discussions with its tenants and in negotiations, to be able to say that our mandate is to be commercial, to get everybody to a commercial rate. Now, that being said, of course there needs to be considerations to that. So again, some space may not be equivalent quality and service level on certain facilities and stuff in the real complex that may have a different market rate relative to other space. That needs to be considered. Secondly, as well too, there may be opportunities where we decide, as you're suggesting, Councillor, that there's a community benefit, there's a social benefit in terms of certain groups having preferential access based on the cost to certain facilities at real. As I suggested at executive committee, though, I believe that's a public policy decision, and that decision should be determined whether or not a subsidy is provided in this room from a council perspective versus real administration or the real board determining who gets a subsidy and at what level. I think that those public policy choices are what the mandate of City Council is.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Councillor Hawkins. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair. Craig, I want to follow up a bit on Councillor Stevens' line of questioning. You proposed or suggested, I think, that there's a model that could make real sustainable. Have I got that right?
So through the chair, when sustainable can mean a number of things. So are you referring to financially sustainable specifically when you ask that question, or is it more broad than that?
I guess I'm asking you what you mean by sustainable.
So through the chair, I appreciate that clarification, Councillor. I think that's very helpful. When we've considered sustainability, we considered it in the context of the four M's that we had talked about. In my mind, sustainability for real has the four components. It has, you need a very clear mandate from the shareholder. And I recall back to the November council meeting when the mayor had asked members of real administration at the time, are you clear on what City Council expects from you? And there was not clarity at that time. So in terms of sustainability, the first thing is there needs to be clarity about what is the mandate that real is being asked for. And then we've proposed our thoughts in terms of what the mandate is, and what we've aimed to be able to do is say, yes, that real's mandate for sure is to host conventions, host sporting events and that type of stuff, but we've aimed to provide more shareholder clarity about what the mandate is when we talk about maximizing utilization, making sure it's commercial rates, making sure we're self-sustaining on operations. We've aimed to be able to provide additional clarity about what the mandate and expectations are from council as the shareholder, so that the new board and that permanent leadership at real has that as clear direction. So to me, Councillor, that's the first part of sustainability. The second is making sure that there's a model in place that allows Real to be able to then execute and deliver upon that particular mandate. And overall, what we've proposed is that the overall model that exists today is effective in terms of being able to move forward with that mandate, with the exception of looking at the role that third-party groups may be able to provide. And we've not definitively proposed that a third-party group should be used. We simply said we should go out to the marketplace and test whether or not there's opportunities that are practical and realistic. And there's a lot more determination and consideration that needs to be provided. The other element of sustainability from with the third M around management was really making sure that we transition back to a permanent board, a community-based board, to be able to provide oversight for the assets, that there's the process to go through an open and competitive process to find a permanent CEO for the organization. And fourth, and perhaps most important, on the money side in terms of sustainability, what we've aimed to be able to do is build upon the work that we presented back in November in terms of being able to propose a path forward to address the financial challenges that have historically existed at Real, and to make sure that it has a strong footing in place to be able to move forward. And the key elements that we had talked about in that part of our sustainability plan was really focusing on making sure that the city has a role for being able to provide funding for capital and capital maintenance, and secondly, that the city has a role to be able to retire its debt. With those elements in place, Councillor, I believe that Real will be in a substantially more sustainable position moving forward, and you and I can have a beer together in 5 years to be able to determine whether or not that's the case.
So your model of sustainability requires that the debt and the capital to finance the debt come back to the city. Is that right?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay. On the operational side, your model requires that Real always charge a commercially accepted rate for its services. Is that right?
So through the chair, we've proposed that that would be part of the mandate and direction that City Council would provide, is that they have a commercial mandate to charge market-based rates, and that exceptions to those rates would come forward to City Council. And of course, it provides latitude still in our mind for Real administration to be able to, whether it's on conventions or other events, to be able to negotiate and do what's fair in terms of the marketplace.
So on that model, as you've defined it, the city is going to be responsible for capital and the ongoing cost of capital, and the city is going to be responsible for any, I think you call them public uses, that fall below commercial rates. For example, if we have I'm going to pick a sport out of the air, but nothing, a judo club renting space at Real at 25% of the commercial rate, the judo club would be charged 100%, and they would expect it to come to city to make up 75% if the city thought that judo was a public good. Is that right?
So through the chair, we've proposed that council would make those social policy decisions.
So in terms of comparing the lack of sustainability of Real now and in the past, which is like most recreational sports and entertainment facilities, and what you're proposing, I'm having trouble understanding the difference. I mean, it wasn't sustainable before, it's not sustainable but now, it's just that council would have to give out a variety of subsidies to groups that they thought were worthy, and Real would have to go out and look for a third party to do recreation or entertainment, and they may or may not be able to find that, and we don't know the price, $250,000, something, who knows? It doesn't seem to me that the city has escaped the fundamental problem that sports, recreation costs money, the public has to take it on as a public good, or we get a Real that is stripped down to nothing but maybe some sports leagues and if lucky, convention. Am I missing something?
So through the chair, there was a lot of context. I'm not quite sure what the question is, Councillor, if you can articulate your count. There was a lot of good information you shared there. I'm not clear on what your question is, and I want to be respectful and make sure I answer your question.
Fair game. The question is, right now, we have Real, it does certain things, and it turns out it costs a lot of money, and they're in debt. And we're going to have to pay for that debt. On your model, the sustainable model, aren't we still going to have to pay for the debt associated with all those things?
So through the chair, what our report aims to be able to do is provide clarity about the reality is there's as we know, there's a significant capital backlog. There's existing debt. In the current circumstances today, you know, City Council did approve in its previous budget, in the 2024 budget, capital funding for Real. But prior to that, that has not been the case. So what we've aimed to be able to do is provide a sustainable path forward, to provide clarity that at the end of the day, regardless of whose balance sheet these assets sit on, they are the city's responsibility at the end of the day. And I believe, Councillor, just having clarity that that it's the city's role to be able to fund capital and to be able to fund capital maintenance is an important step forward in terms of being able to provide clarity in the relationship between the city and Real, and being able to provide clarity in terms of the sustainable financial path.
There's one last question, Mr. Chair. In the fall, I understand your point about clarity, but ultimately clarity matters because of accountability. In the fall, when I go out and knock on doors this year, I'm going to knock on a door and people are going to say, what about Real? And I'm going to say, we've solved the problem, it's sustainable. And then they're going to say, does that mean the city's off the hook? The kind of activities that Real does will never cost the city a penny again? So listen, I think the answer is no. I'm going to have to say, if you want judo clubs, we're going to have to pay for it. And they won't say, well, we don't care whether it's Real or the city, it's all the same thing anyway. It's us. Have I got that right?
So through the chair, I think your answer to that constituent would be no, but your comment would be we've had an honest conversation about Real. We have set it on a sustainable path, and the organization and its assets are going to be there to serve your family and the rest of the community in the years ahead.
Thank you, that's my question. Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Seeing no further questions, I'll thank you for addressing Council. Mr. Gates, and ask that you please return to the gallery. Okay. So next up, we have Delegate Roberta Engel and Nikki Anderson together at Regina Exhibition Association Limited. Okay. So I'm going to call you two forward, and you know the drill. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and what city, town you reside in. You have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of Council may have for you. Go ahead, lovely ladies.
I'll introduce myself as interim board chair, Nikki Anderson for Real.
Good afternoon, everyone. Roberta Engel, acting president and CEO for the Regina Exhibition Association Limited. Good afternoon, Mayor Masters and esteemed members of City Council. Thank you for allowing Real to the opportunity to address you today regarding the administration recommendation brought forward as it relates to the M&P report, A Sustainable Fresh Start. As Real's acting president and CEO, I'm here to provide Real Administration's perspective on the city administration recommendations. Since our appearance at Public Executive Committee last week, Real Administration has had the opportunity to review the city administration recommendation and the M&P report with our interim board, and the following update reflects these conversations. Throughout the M&P review process, our executive team engaged with M&P, as Craig referred to, offering our insights into our current business model, our operations, providing them our industry knowledge, and identified various opportunities as it related to revenue generation and cost savings. It's important to clarify that city administration is M&P's client, which means that Real Administration was not involved in formulating their recommendations and only received both reports via the city website when they were posted publicly. Since the Public Executive Committee meeting, Real's leadership team has completed a thorough review of the M&P report and will be requesting a meeting with M&P to gain a better understanding of their assumptions made and options provided. The conversion of Real into a municipal organization in 2014 enabled the city to streamline the operation of multiple facilities and sites, including the stadium, into one centralized business unit to be operated under a centralized management team and with increased accountability. Real Administration supports City Administration's first recommendation to continue operating Real as a municipal organization. With respect to recommendation number 2, the change in Real's mandate, Real Administration, after discussions with our interim board, is prepared to support the recommendation as presented. With respect to recommendation number 3, to pursue a refreshed business unit or model for Real by outsourcing management of concerts and touring events and exploring outsourcing of commercial development, in consultation with our board, Real Administration recommends that testing the marketplace for outsourcing management of concerts and touring events should be considered as part of the objectives of a new board and permanent CEO and prioritized with other initiatives. It is important to note, though, that Real is currently in a contract with a third party to bring concerts and entertainment to Real, and that is a third party to over 100 venues in North America, and is also engaged with Colliers to source commercial development opportunities. Real supports recommendation number 4 in recruiting a new permanent board of directors. We do caution, however, that meeting the September 30th deadline for recruitment may cause some challenges simply due to the fact this is over July and August. As for recommendation number 5, Real is supportive and has already begun work on items of capital planning and debt financing with city administration. With respect to increase in revenues and cost savings, further understanding of M&P's observations in their report is required to ensure that they are aligned with the conversations and information that Real shared during the interview process. The Real executive team highlighted revenue-generating opportunities and cost-saving initiatives during our interactions, all of which required investment or resources to realize. In closing, as the current acting president and CEO, I would like to offer the following comments. The situation that Real finds itself in today did not happen overnight. Debt has been incurred since 2017, supporting capital investment in the property and recovery from the pandemic, and gaining an appreciation of this is going to take some time for Real to fully recover. Within the foreseeable future, Real will need debt, capital, and operating funding. While we aim to reduce operational funding dependency, this transition will take time. Real remains committed to serving the community, generating impact for the city and local businesses, and operational profitability. Despite shifts in consumer behavior and industry dynamics post-pandemic, we are adapting our strategies. To bring stability to the organization and set Real on a path of sustainability, Real established a 3-year corporate strategy and objectives that were in line with our current mandate. For the last 3 months, Real has performed better than budget, which is a reflection that we are focused on revenue generation and prudent cost management. When I asked to take on this role, it was important for me that my team remained confident and focused on delivering our business commitments. My number one priority has been and will continue to be ensuring the well-being of REAL's employees and to bring trust and reassurance to our organization that REAL is on a path of recovery. REAL will continue to be an anchor in our community, and with the support of City Council, establishing a permanent board of directors and hiring of a permanent president and CEO are the first two most important steps. And I thank you for your time and look forward to any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Any council members have questions of the delegation? Okay, we got Councillor Zakidniak. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I just, I want to be sure I understand the position of REAL administration in relation to these recommendations. What I heard is that REAL staff or administration is supportive of everything except wanting recommendation number 3 to be postponed till there is a permanent board and CEO. But then I also heard you say that you're already doing, maybe it's some of it, but not all of it. Can you just clarify that? Because what I heard is we're already doing that. So perhaps you can help me understand why you want to postpone.
Yeah, for sure, through the chair. So the recommendation is stating, and I believe Mr. Gates referred to this, about outsourcing of a third party for operations for concert and touring events. REAL, along with another 100 and some venues in North America, is in a third-party contract where we work to gain events to the Brand Center. And so M&P speaks of, when they spoke to people, that an increase in concerts and events could potentially be achieved through outsourcing. We're already doing that with an agreement through Venue Coalition. And in fact, since since June 23 through to January 25, REAL can advise that the Brand Center has secured 10 events as compared to other venues of similar size, which have only secured on average 5 events in the same time period. So this is indicative of the fact that our Venue Coalition agreement is actually working. And further, we are in an agreement with Colliers, who continue to source out commercial development opportunities.
Okay. Perhaps it's just me, but that didn't actually, like, I'm again hearing that you're already doing it. So if you're already doing this, you're saying that we're doing that, no worries. Why then do we need to postpone recommendation number 3 if that's already a part of your operations? Through the chair.
Through the chair, this might be better answered by city administration. However, in reference to third-party operators, which was what Mr. Gates was referring to, and looking at a different business model of outsourcing operations for Brand Center or Mosaic Stadium or the management of concerts, where REAL administration is simply recommending that testing the marketplace for those opportunities are better postponed to be with the new board and permanent CEO.
Okay.
Did you have anything to add? So, sorry, so through the chair, so what I would say is, answering on behalf of the board, administration's caution is more around timing than around a yes or a no. And so I think, I would say the approach that Roberta and I chose to take today was to allow mostly a very common message, and also acknowledge that we may not be 100% aligned on what I would say are more specific details than overall recommendations. So we, as a board, met with administration yesterday for about 3 hours to go through it. And where I think we landed was, as a board, I will clearly say that we endorse all of the recommendations in the report. And for number 3, our advice was, it says nothing in there about it having to be done at a certain time. And our recommendation as the board as well is that that would be done with the future permanent board, and no assumption that it's going to be done like by September 30th, but it doesn't say that in the report.
Yeah, agreed. Okay, thanks. I have no further question.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Councillor Stanichuk, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. So following up on those questions from Councillor Zakidniak, what is the current term or terms of the contract that you have in place right now to secure concerts? Is it a time frame or?
Venue Coalition, through the chair, the Venue Coalition is a 3-year term contract,
3
which
years.
is renewed, yeah. When, you know, yeah, it's been, well, we've been in this contract for several years, which is how we've been able to attract all of our concerts and bring in concerts such as Garth Brooks and so forth. So it's really been helpful to Real, and you know, it's a membership based of over 100 venues across North America.
Yeah. What did you say, excuse me, through the chair, what the name of the?
Venue Coalition.
Venue Coalition. And in terms of your other concern about the timeline of September 30th to recruit a new board, and I might ask this question to administration, but I'm just kind of curious if it's just, what some of your reasons why that you have that caution of that timeline, because our last council meeting is October 9th. So through the chair, if you kind of what some of your cautions are about that timeline?
For sure, great question. And through the chair, if you think about it, if you're replacing an employee, it's pretty difficult to turn around and post a position. You know, even if we posted by July 1st that we were looking to recruit new board members, you're usually posting for 3 to 4 weeks. You know, to get the resumes in, to go and through them, to do the interview process, might take another 3 to 4 weeks. So all I'm suggesting that July and August are months where people are away and maybe not watching for board opportunities, and therefore we're simply cautioning that, you know, we hope that the public and that people want to come back and be part of this great board and be part of this great organization. We're just highlighting that it may take a little bit longer over the summer months.
All right, thank you, that's all I have.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Stanichuk. Oh, here we go now. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Through the chair, once again, trying to move forward in the meeting and not stall it. I've had some considerations here about what this actually means. Did I understand you correctly that the recommendations that came last week to come to the meeting today weren't vetted by administration until yesterday for Real's administration? Is that correct?
Through the chair, if I just to make sure you're asking, I understand your question, Councillor Mancinelli. You're asking if Real had the opportunity to vet city administration's recommendations before they went public?
Yeah.
And no, we did not. M&P was the client of city administration.
Okay. But did you work collaboratively with administration through the recommendations or anything, or they were just a surprise to you as well?
Real administration was made aware of the recommendations the day the report was released publicly.
Okay. Thank you. Just looking through the recommendations, and here again, part of this has to do with, we take on a board of governance to look after an organization on behalf of council to take it forth and make it prosperous with vetted credentials. We have a whole bunch of directives here that surpass the board once they're found to put things in process, but then they're supposed to be the ones that find this viability on behalf of council. So I have a problem with the timing of how these play out. Any comments on that timing for board governance to control of Real administration, and then the overlay right now between city administration wearing 2 hats? It gets very confusing. Have you felt that way through this process?
Great question, and through the chair, I would say that our current interim board has been supportive and has attended meetings and we've provided them tons of information. We've kept them informed. I believe the process in which this was followed was exactly the same process as followed last time when the M&P report came forward. But if you're asking more about, yeah, I'll just leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Okay. So when developing a skills matrix for a permanent board, could we just rely on the previous skills matrix? Was there a well-rounded skills matrix previous to this for a board?
Another great question through the chair. Yes, we have a developed skills matrix that can be easily reviewed and applied very quickly, as well as we have a campaign that would have to be adjusted because we would be sourcing or recruiting additional members as opposed to 2, but we do have a campaign ready to hit the streets fairly quickly.
Okay, well, I guess I'm just at the end of my rope and I got to spit it out the way I see it. Real's been stared at by our city for the last year. It's been scrutinized. Everyone's watched it. Paid another $100,000 for a report. The report comes back, and to me it looks like it just says, call this a new start, but just go on doing what you're doing before and tell everyone that it's new. Am I seeing that wrong? Like, do I have to get a different lens from my glasses to understand what's going on here that I'm not processing?
Through the chair, and I'm going to answer this question as candid and transparent as I possibly can. As the previous CFO for the organization and acting as the president and chief CEO for Real today, the M&P report talks about, they provide other options, they provide other models. I am concerned that at the end, to Councillor Hawkins' comments with the M&P discussion, there is an operational requirement and an operational funding regardless of how you are structured. We have a third-party operator for food and beverage, and I can tell you they do not cover their loss. Like we as Real have to ensure that they're making a profit.
They take no risk.
They take no risk. In speaking with other cities, third-party operators, whether it's to operate and maintain a building, whether it's to put on concerts and events, they take no risk. They look for funding to support the buildings and the events and entertainment.
And here again, I wasn't on council yet, but leading up to the stadium, that put Real in a negative position for being able to look after its assets because the debt load of the loan for food and beverage and everything else that came behind it, correct?
Through the chair, Real has been incurring debt, not just for the stadium, but we've also invested in the Brand Center. We invested in Viterra International Trade Center. We invested in the Queensbury. We invested in Mosaic Stadium. And over the years, at that particular time, we also did receive some federal funding and city funding to support all of that. I believe we're combining capital funding and debt funding, which is really related to cash, and we're also then talking about profitability. And when Real continues to lose money in the way that they have since the pandemic, however, I will highlight that when we presented the 2023 annual report, Real did in fact see an increase in profitability by about 41.5%. So we are making strides. It is taking time, but I'm thankful and grateful to city administration when they work with us to develop that capital plan because they are city assets, and it's been a problem for many, many years. Debt is guaranteed by the city, so working through them on what that looks like. But at the end of the day, Real from a profitability perspective is working very, very hard to improve on it, but will continue to need some form of funding. And if it was a third-party provider that was asked to do everything Real is to do, and they were losing $2.8 million, they potentially and most likely would be back at City Council asking for subsidies.
Appreciate that. And so in essence, the conversations remain the same since probably about 2012. And the commercial viability of this plan to go out and, how do they put it again? To maximize utilization of its facilities for the benefit of community and commercially viable model that is self-sustaining in operations. You talked about clarity, but that was always the understanding from anyone who is professional at Real or in this room as a politician. Like, that's been the plan and the talked about plan for over a decade, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Hawkins, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair. I want, Ms. Engel, I want to ask you the following question so that I'm clear. Is it right that the Real administration was made aware of the city's administration's recommendation to executive committee the day that those recommendations were published in the executive committee agenda? Is that right?
Through the chair, that's correct.
And you sit on the, you sit with the board, with the Real interim board, correct?
Through the chair, that is correct.
And had that board been made aware of the city administration's recommendations prior to the day that they were published on the executive committee agenda?
Through the chair, I may ask our interim board chair to answer that
Well,
question.
just before you do it, did you attend all the board meetings?
Through the chair, yes.
And at any of those meetings, had the board been made aware of the city administration recommendations?
Through the chair, at the meetings, Real administration advised the board of the conversations and discussions we were having with M&P. But there was no, to my recollection, and certainly look to our interim board chair to clarify, there was no discussion around the thoughts behind city administration.
As the interim CEO of an arm's length corporation, would you have expected to have been made aware of the city administration's recommendations to the executive committee prior to learning of it through the publication of the agenda?
Through the chair, very difficult question to answer. As I look back to when M&P report was originally presented to council in November. And Real administration at that time was not made aware of the report prior to it going public under an independent board. So I believe that in the interim board, trying to, this is a very difficult question.
I appreciate it's difficult.
It's a difficult question to answer in the position that I'm in right now. Pardon me?
I'm just asking to speak honestly. As a CEO, would you have expected to have been made aware of the city administration's recommendations prior to learning about them when they were published in the agenda?
Through the chair, I believe that as the fact that we are a city-owned organization and there's a relationship with city administration, even under report number 1, we believed we should have been at least collaborated with and given a heads up as to what recommendations were coming forward from city administration. So
That's a very frank answer. I appreciate it. Those are my questions, and it's time for an adjournment, I believe, for supper. And indeed, it requires a motion to continue on.
Yep. Yeah, that's the end of questions from council here, so recess for...
We're just recessing.
Yeah,
There'll be more
okay, I
questions.
didn't see anybody else looking for questions, but we'll recess for supper and come back till, okay, to 7 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, we have quorum, so we'll continue along here. Councillor Nelson, you're up with questions. Go ahead, let's get you on here.
Okay, sorry, I just gotta find my paperwork. Those things. Sorry, see, it's been so long, I don't even know where my questions are. They're somewhere. Oh, Roberta. So, there was a capital carry forward from Real. Councillor Mancinelli was talking about at the Audit and Finance Committee of $4 million. Can you tell us what that was about? I just seen it, and Councillor Mancinelli mentioned it at an Audit and Finance Committee meeting, and I just wanted some clarification on that $4 million.
If I understand correctly, you're referring to the $4 million in assets that for the stadium?
I think it was, he said something about it, the kitchen or something was. Food service. Yeah, $4 million in this capital, carry forward.
It's a great question, Councillor Nelson, and through the chair, I may ask that you refer that question to city administration, as I was not part of the Audit and Finance Committee meeting, so I'm unable to really answer that in probably to your satisfaction.
Okay. Sorry, so I'm trying to figure out the structure here because I'm learning a whole bunch of stuff about boards and structures and preceptors. The real board, the board of Real structures how it's supposed to run, and you report to the board. Am I correct in that understanding?
Through the chair, yes, as the president and CEO, whether it's myself or any other person in the permanent role, would report directly to the Real Board of Directors.
So it is your role to do what the board mandates you to do or tells you to do? Like, they're the ones that say how it's supposed to be ran? Through the chair?
Through the chair, that is correct.
So I was sitting here struggling with this because I've answered to boards and I do what the board tells me to do in positions I've been in. Why is this a big surprise that you weren't involved in these meetings and with the MMP report and all these things? Like, I don't understand that. The board gives you direction and you do what the board tells you to do. So why are you coming to us with recommendations and you don't support the board's recommendations? Can you help me understand how that's kind of working through the chair?
Through the chair, I believe you might be referring to the conversation and questions that Councillor Hawkins was asking. My response was related to the fact that whether it was the first MNP report brought forward by city administration or the second MNP brought forward by city administration, the previous Real Board and Real Administration and the Real Board did not have sufficient time to respond to the reports and assumptions made in the MNP report. As a collaborator and as a city-run facility, or city-owned facility, I should say, I guess in good business and working relationships, there was a level of expectation under the first MNP report that we would be advised of what was being discussed, so we were well prepared to answer questions and gain clarity. And there was a level of expectation under this same manner.
But correct me if I'm wrong, what questions do you have to answer? Would that not be the Real Board's issue to answer the questions through the chair?
Through the chair, great point. I also know that the previous board and this board is, really either, is governance, making sure that we as an organization are governed properly, and they may not have the level of detailed knowledge, nor would I expect them to necessarily have a level of detailed knowledge that we as executives shared with M&P in this past report.
So you're comparing the old real board with this real board and how they're operating through the chair? Is
No,
that
I'm
correct?
not comparing either boards, Councillor Nelson, through the chair. I'm simply advising that a board, whether it's this board or the last board or any other board, may not have a level of detailed knowledge of the inner workings of a business to understand whether or not the interviews that you had with the consultant were accurately reflected in the report, or if there were any additional questions that may need to be answered and understood.
But with all due respect, this board has been working for months and all the details and all of the fine tuning with MMP through the chair. Can you, I'm just struggling to understand why this is such a big deal, but they've been working with MMP, it's been happening, I just don't understand, and like I said, I've reported to boards, and I don't get a say in anything, I get told what I do, and and their recommendations are brought forward to administration, or to us, to the chair. Oh.
Thank you, through the chair. I think I'll just add clarity that as the interim chair, I welcomed some divergence of opinion in where we landed. I will also say that similar to the first MNP report, the report was asked for by City Council, and City Administration was asked to deliver that report. And so it's City Council that would get first eyes on that report. But I do want to be clear, this is in no way, I would say, a rogue interim CEO arguing with the interim board chair. We have tried to work together collaboratively, and we're not going to agree on everything. And I just don't want Roberta or I to necessarily fall prey to some of the discord that this whole exploration of, is there a different mandate, a different financial model possible for real? We have worked together collaboratively and still may come out with some differing opinions, and I think that's okay. Normally, if it was a permanent board with a permanent CEO and a permanent chair, absolutely I would be coming here as the board chair saying, this is the response of the organization. I'm trying to be respectful of the place that we're in right now. And so I think it's okay that there's some difference of opinions. I would say overall, very aligned. A couple things where maybe a little bit of a difference of opinion.
And thank you for that, because I've just noticed that this meeting has been totally different than all the other times that you've presented to us, and I was trying to understand why, but okay. Capital budget, we talked about how we needed to invest money into the capital budget. Ms. Anderson, I remember last year's budget, did you not ask for capital money for real through the chair?
2024 budget, yes, there was capital ask, and in no way would it cover the entire amount needed, but the approach of the interim board was, instead of coming to council and simply talking about EBITDA, which is just the operating, that we wanted to give a holistic picture of the entire financial picture, which includes the debt and the capital deficit. And so the interim board made a specific ask for capital funds.
So because I'm new to council, was that, I don't remember it being asked in the other budget. Was it ever asked for before through the chair? Does anyone know?
I can answer that. Oh, yeah, I can, yeah, sorry. Through the chair, in previous years, Councillor Nelson, Real attempted to fund capital through generation of profits. Last year was the first year, so for 2024 was the first year where we actually brought forward a capital ask of $1 million.
And then before you never did? Okay.
Correct.
All right, that's fine.
And to further clarification, in previous years, we were, during the budget process, we're only requesting the community grant fund of $400,000.
And I struggle with that because you knew the buildings were dilapidating, so it's like, let's ask for that, but you chose not to, so, okay. I'd like to thank everybody for everything that's going on. I know it's been a gong show. We've been inundated with phone calls from residents that it's tough. It's been a tough go. I'm trying to keep this going. I think all of us councillors are trying to keep this going. This is a huge asset and a huge money-making tourism attraction to Regina. We don't want to see it fail. But for it not to fail, everybody has to have the best intentions for this organization and for this community at their forefront.
Councillor Nelson, do you have a question?
No, I was just making a statement. So I'd like to thank you very much for that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Nelson. Mayor Masters, go ahead.
Thank you. I'll turn my camera on. Thanks for the questions. I have a question about there in this new mandate that's been articulated in partnerships, and how does it say it? It says partnerships and maximize utilization of the facilities. In terms of partnerships, I believe you've got one for food, you've got one for concerts. How much sponsorship do you earn, Ms. Engel?
Annual sponsorship revenue is around $4 to $5 million per year.
In terms of being commercially viable, and I can appreciate, as I asked the question, I think previously it was called entrepreneurial. In this case, it's being called commercially viable. To look at market lease rates. If we went to market lease rates, who are the tenants that you would lose?
Currently, we have 3 leases that are under market lease rates. One is Football Club Regina, one is ICP for the Volley Barn, and one is pickleball.
So if we were to go to market rates and these folks leave, where do they go?
Through the chair, that's a great question. Both Pickleball, Football Club Regina, and Volley Barn have put in some investments into the Havana Center. Pickleball and Volley Barn were spaces that we leased out in the Havana Center when it was vacant and it was pre-COVID. And we took an opportunity to provide the community an opportunity to bring their sports to our property in a building that was not fully utilized. As a result of the leases we have in the Havana Center, other than the 2 courts that we rent out to communities, or to community residents, the rest of the building is at 100% utilization. And the courts, sorry, and just to add through the chair, the courts are utilized at approximately 70%.
Okay. The city of Regina put money into developing some of those courts with the intention that these groups were asking the city to help fund them, didn't they?
Through the chair, you are correct. The city put money into the Havana Center to convert it to a sport and rec facility. The Prairie Scan also invested money into that facility to improve it. All of the pickleball, all of the work done in the pickleball space has been done by the pickleball organization.
has there been analysis done on the differential between having to find these organizations community court space versus by mandate just subsidizing the rents? Like, have we done that analysis to determine what the savings would be to the city to just subsidize rent as opposed to build new buildings or buildings?
Through the chair, a detailed analysis hasn't been done to that extent. I can share that, when you're averaging average square footage of $4 to $5 per square foot, the market rate is at, 10 to, I think, $12 to $16, but the square footage is minimal. You're not going to, it's not going to necessarily, it's not going to have the financial contribution maybe that we might think it would.
You have who does your commercial leasing stuff?
Through the chair, Colliers, we have a contract with Colliers who are consistently looking for opportunities to develop the lands at the Real District, so similar to McDonald's. And often we are approached about looking for leased space. We're actually working through a current lease at market rate for space upstairs in the cooperators. So it depends on the tenant, but commercial is definitely Colliers.
Right. Have you ever been approached to lease out the court space? Sorry, Chair, through you. Have you ever been approached by anybody other than the groups that are in there to lease out the space that's in the Havana Center?
Through the chair, we were recently approached by baseball, which we've created a dugout for them. They've invested in creating a dugout for that, for their organization. So we are always open to anybody who is looking to lease out our space. When it comes to sport and rec opportunities, we're usually approached to see if there's opportunities to do that. We're actually meeting with SHA to see if there's an opportunity for us to help them with their bus, I believe it is. So yeah, we get approached often, and yeah.
Okay. No. Okay. In terms of the stadium, I appreciated Councillor Stevens' comments. You have a stadium. How much net revenue does Real make on the stadium, managing the stadium?
Through the chair, Real makes no profit on managing the stadium. The city funds Real to operate and maintain the stadium, so simply to keep the lights on and the property maintained properly and the equipment maintained.
If that went to a third party, I don't think we can sell it, but if that went to a third party, does that mean there'd be a fee charged for it?
Through the chair, without doing proper testing of the market, but in speaking with other organizations and thinking about putting my private sector hat on, where I spent 20 years in, I would suspect that any third party is going to look for a contribution of some form of profit margin, anywhere from potentially 10 to 20%. It would not be on a cost recovery basis. And through the chair, I may want to add one more thing, and that is the fee that we charge the city for maintaining and operating that stadium is strictly on a cost recovery basis based on invoices provided and one manager and staff that are directly allocated to that facility. There is no funding provided through that for corporate services, which includes finance, IT, and HR. So I can share through the chair that with our F&B contract, that, through profit sharing with our vendor or with our third-party contractor, there is a level of HR and IT that is paid through that contract because they have those functions themselves.
Okay. just through the chair, coming back to that, yeah, okay. Got it. No, I think I got it. I think Councilor Nelson asked a really good question about the capital. How long have you been with Regina Exhibition Association Limited?
I've been with, through the chair, I joined the organization in July 2018 as the Vice President of Operations, eventually took on Finance and IT, and then moved into the role of Vice President of Corporate Services.
How long have you known that Real doesn't make enough money to pay for the capital required on that building, on the site?
Through the chair, financial results in 2019 started to indicate there wasn't enough funding, which we highlighted to council, and we discussed numerous times at the executive level that this was due to the addition of, potentially, of Mosaic Stadium and the Viterra International Trade Center.
Right. Thanks very much, Chair.
I'll relinquish the chair.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Engel and Ms. Anderson for addressing council. I'll ask that you please return to the gallery, and Ms. Anderson, return to your seat. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to look at receive and file a communication here, and item CR24-74. Can I have a motion to receive and file communication CP24-70 from Jeff Tanizawa, Saskamoto Promotions, Inc., Turner Valley, Alberta? A motion, Councillor Mansniali, seconder. Okay, Councillor Stevens, any opposed? Thank you. Okay, we will now consider item CR24-75, Regina Exhibition Association Limited mandate and business model review. Acting Deputy Mayor Mancinelli, can you please introduce the report?
Okay. So I think that anyone in Regina is aware of the trials and tribulations of Real. The culmination of the report was brought about by the temporary Board of Governors. It's to try to find out if there's any different way to handle Real or any kind of suggestions that might have changed the path of Real from what it previously was to being a solvent entity. And I think because I'm doing the introduction, I better watch my words carefully and just leave it at that for right now. And more to come out when we go through the debate.
Okay, can I have someone move the report? Councillor Mancinelli, your mic's still on, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to move it with an amendment that's been provided to the clerk.
Oh, sorry, I need a seconder. I saw Councillor LeBlanc.
No, I think can't we see it before we second?
Yep.
I mean, or
Yeah.
if we want to do that.
Put her on up.
Okay, yeah, my apologies, go ahead.
I can walk through it too, if that's okay. And then I can see if I get a seconder, if that's agreeable.
It's all yours, Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Okay. When we first started this adventure with Real and the changes from tourism and from the board, I really urged a little bit of caution and slow movement, because stability is what the organization really needs to become solvent, for its employees to work through. A little bit of that stability and slow movement is what I'm bringing to the table again with these amendments. Right now, there's an interim board that's in charge of Real. I think a lot of this work should be looked after by a proper board of governance with vetted officials to make those decisions on behalf of the residents of Regina and to report back to council with. And I think that the amendments, as they're put up, will allow that to do in a good work plan and to be achievable for better outcomes. So first up, at point 1, everything looks in good shape there, nothing to change. In point 2, a couple of the points were amended and removed. you'll notice that it's, or I should say, B has been added, and that's to be analyzed and ratified by a newly appointed board of directors in collaboration with management and subject to council's future approval. And the reason that is so these changes are checked out, reviewed, and transparent. Council works on behalf of the public, and this is to bring public approval along the way instead of just being put into place. $100,000 is a lot to pay for a report to insert the words commercially viable, and so if we're going to do this twice and we spent the money, we might as well do it in a good, proper manner and steps forward instead of rushing through and just botching it again. For point number 3, the amendment is in the last portion, once again, to be analyzed and ratified by the newly appointed board of directors in collaboration with management and subject to council's future approval. And this speaks back to transparency and bringing the public along with us. I'd like to also, just out of point, say that this is also already partially implemented, as came across through discussion today already. They do have a third party already assisting in this function. So, having a bit of transparency would allow the public to know that as well. And then it's not looking like we're waving a magic wand fixing something that's not going to be fixed that easily. For point number 4, I'd like to amend, and this is where I actually get the removal of points B, C, and D. And this comes back to forming the board. The previous board was already formed from the skills matrix. They were well chosen. I think that has to be just a given for any board the city deals with, so it shouldn't be reinventing the wheel, and the skills matrix always already exists, as has been pointed out. And, being that administration currently forms the interim board, and it's normally the council practice reporting for board and committee members can be undertaken, management didn't really collaborate on the preparation of the MMP report. And the implications and completeness of the recommendations might have to be vetted a little bit by the board, and I think that's another good reason to do it. And, really at the base of it all, it really comes back to what council really is seeking, is to have that approval. I think they disbanded the original committee because they wanted to have more control and more approval. The reason you have an arm's length organization is so you don't have that total control, but being that everything's kind of floundering right now, this gives a little bit of that control to council for what they set out to look for in the first place. So that's the points there. Number 5. I'd like to delete point C, and the funding isn't just capital maintenance. It all has long-term implications, and it shouldn't just be considered in the short term. As Mayor Masters kind of asked a couple questions about market-based rents and the effect on private organizations, a little bit of REAL's purpose has been to fulfill some of the needs of things like the Recreation Master Plan and to help out local organizations in the city. To upset that all on a turn wouldn't be right either. You can't just charge them market-based rents, and right now we need to debate and discuss to be able to backfill them, and we all know what our council meetings are like. So once again, this is just to unwind and not put the cart before the horse so we don't impact local community organizations. And the last one is to amend. I want to have the management of REAL report directly back to council until the new board of directors is approved in the fall. Council has asked for control of REAL for some time, and a board of directors is necessary in a third-party organization. But because of all of the unrest with REAL, the lack of trust, the weird position between having Ms. Anderson as the director of the board, as well as the city manager, it cross-pollinates politics. It creates a lot of mistrust. I know myself, just looking at the mandate of how this report went and all the history of having to be in this room for all the problems with REAL, whether intended or not taking past input in, gave me the lens of mistrust, and I don't think we can afford that in terms of REAL. I'm not saying I'm correct with my lens. I'm saying with all that's gone on, we need to have a little bit of a better cornerstone to build off of as we go. And to try to rush through all these things to prove a point politically for whose way is gotten, I don't think is productive for the city or any of us. So this kind of puts a little bit of a slow implementation of the recommendations. Whether I agree with them or not, like, you know, we have to move forward with Rio. And I think Councillor Nelson has spoken to this quite a few times already. It's not that I disagree with that, but with everything being pushed through without any other variances or options and all that control going so one-sided, I think that these amendments would unwind that and have a better buy-in for everyone, not just for some. That's my amendments.
Okay, can I have a seconder to this? Okay, we got Councillor Hawkins. Okay, Councillor LeBlanc, you're up first with questions.
Sure, thank you. So I'm opposed to the motion as presented, principally because I don't want to functionally be on the real board of directors, as per point 6. I want to ask, through the chair, to administration, the clerk or otherwise, if point 6 was to pass and council is effectively the real board, what does that look like?
Ms. Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, I might have legal weigh-in as well. Frankly, from an administrative perspective, it means less work for us. I would say it's an interesting notion that it's less politically charged to have real report to council who has been absolutely like fractured by the dissolution of the real board, of which you voted to do. And so putting administration, frankly, working well with real, using an independent consultant that we were accused of influencing, and then coming up with a notion that you're going to get the least politically charged results by having them report to council. I don't agree with that. But at the end of the day, it hasn't, frankly, been a super fun project to be working on from a bringing people together or ripping them apart perspective.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll maybe leave it at that. I think the remainder of the proposed amendments are, you know, within the range of what I might agree to. I have to think more about it, but I would ask that we vote on point 6 separately, and I'm at least opposed to that one because, well, I'd say two things. One is I don't want the job, and the second is I don't feel equipped to do the job between now and September. It sounds like, to hear Ms. Anderson and Ms. Engel frame it, it takes a fair amount of work to get up to speed to be a good board member for the organization, and we have busy council agendas, we have summer holidays. I don't think I'm equipped to get up to speed to appropriately manage this complex organization for the months of July and August before handing the reins back to someone else. So for that reason, I'll vote against point 6 at least. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Stanichuk, go ahead.
I want to speak against this amendment, and I think that we could spend another 2 hours debating this tonight. We've got delegations in the audience who have been waiting all day. So I would like to call the question and have us just vote on this instead of wasting 2 hours debating, and we'll have the same result at the end of a vote, so we might as well just vote on it now.
Councillor Stanichuk, you're the last one looking to speak, so we can just call the vote. Okay, just to double check, does anybody wish to ask any more questions?
Sorry.
Councillor Zakiniak, go ahead.
So just for the sake of clarity for me, I don't see anything substantially different aside from point 6 from what you're proposing and what is in this recommendation, aside from saying to be confirmed by the new board. Is that like the main difference, or is there something else I'm missing?
There's a couple points under numerous points. My computer just shut down.
Your mic's, okay, now you're on.
I said there's a couple points that have been changed and deleted from the original recommendation, so I'll just go through it here. On point 2, I added B, analyzed and ratified by newly appointed board of directors in collaboration with managers and subject to council's future approval. So basically, so the new board can agree with the mandate set up by a third-party hired organization instead of just adapting something someone else said. The new board should have vision and belief in REAL because they're operating on its behalf, and that should be part of them to design and bring to us to make sure. They can adapt the consultant's recommendations, but I think that's their job to actually vision. To number 3, the amendment, once again, the original sentence stands. The amendment is just, once again, to put actions to the new board for them to do the work and finish, because that's the work of the board and not of council, the further analysis. And being that it was partially implemented already, I don't want to take on any recommendations without having a board that has a skills matrix vet the decision and make sure it's in the best interest of Regina. On point number 4, points B, C, and D have been removed. And it just really comes back to developing a skills matrix or reusing the skills matrix for the board so the board can be implemented. And if you notice, everything here comes back to having the board make decisions and having a qualified board and having REAL start up with good qualified people at its helm. One last point for point 6, the disbandment of the interim board of directors. Really the only job left of the board of directors is to get the skills matrix and a new board, and being that it's council's job to appoint that board, I thought that made sense with council just following through and not having that split administration input onto things going on. So that's kind of where things went.
Okay, thanks for the clarity. Unfortunately, I'm not gonna be able to accept like all of these changes just coming to us like at this point in the process, so I won't be able to support them. Thanks.
Can the council be? Is that a yes?
Councillor Mansley, go ahead. You can close the debate.
So once again, I just wanted to reaffirm, I'm looking to just slow down this to give the reins to the new board to look out for the citizens of Regina. Councillor Zakidniak mentioned too late to come with an amendment, but once again, look when this showed up, and all of the recommendations were made without any operational input. And how are we ever going to get REAL to run properly if we make recommendations without operational input? So I'm just looking to have this organized by a new board, to get it up and running, to take recommendations, to work on behalf of Regina. If you're wondering why I talk about it being a politicized room, just look at the faces around council right now, pay attention to how their reactions are, and wonder why they're so over the top. Thank you.
Okay, I'll call the vote on 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and we'll do 6 separately. So the first is 1 to 5. I'll ask the clerk to call the vote. Mayor Masters, I see your hand up. Does that mean you're in favor of 1 through 5?
Yeah, in favor.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, the separate vote on items 1 through 5 has received 5 votes in favor and 5 against. 5 voting in favor were Councillors Hawkins, Vindura, Mancinelli, Mayor Masters, and yourself. Voting against were Councillors Stadnichuk, LeBlanc, Zakidniak, Stevens, and Nelson. the motion is deemed to have been lost. I'm not really.
Okay, Councillor Mancinelli, given that result, do you want to withdraw number 6? Or should we take it to vote? Sorry.
Given that result, I want to force a vote and start a fight because I'm a charged little political guy. But no, I don't think there's any point to number 6. So, yeah. I think there's no sense in doing stupid things, so I'll withdraw it. I'm unique that way.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Hawkins, you agree as a seconder? No. Okay, we will put point number 6 to a vote. I'll ask the clerk to call the vote. Mayor Masters, you have your hand up, so I assume you're in favor?
Yep.
Thanks.
Deputy Mayor, Part 6 of the motion has received 4 votes in favor and 6 against. Those voting in favor were Councillors Hawkins, Findura, Mancinelli, and Mayor Masters. Voting against were Councillors Stadnichuk, LeBlanc, Sakidniak, Stevens, Nelson, and Mole. The motion has been defeated.
Okay. Okay. So I see Councillor LeBlanc. I'll give Councillor LeBlanc first shot here, and then I'll hand it over to you, Mr. Stevens.
Thank you. I guess we'll see what Councillor Stevens votes on this. I'm going to move a tabling motion to the next meeting on the hopes that we have an odd number of people show up.
Okay, looking for a seconder to Councillor LeBlanc's motion. Okay, Councillor Hawkins. Okay, we will call the tabling vote. Thank you. Mayor Masters, how do you vote?
I'm ambivalent at this point. I'll vote opposed.
Thank you.
Tabling, so an odd number of people will be at the next meeting.
Deputy Mayor, the tabling motion has received 4 in favor, 6 against. Those voting in favor of the tabling motion were Councillors Hawkins, LeBlanc, Sakidniak, and Nelson. Voting against were Councillors Stadnichuk, Findura, Stevens, Mancinelli, Mayor Masters, and yourself. Tabling motion has lost.
Okay, Councillor Stevens, you can go ahead.
Well, there's nothing left to say. I have nothing to add to the debate. But I'm going to move the report as brought before us by
So
executive.
you're looking to move concurrence, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Seconder? Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Any debate?
Councillor, well, can I just ask that we vote on the items separately?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Every
No
single
questions.
one of them, or Councillor, sorry, Mayor Masters, all 6 of them?
Give me a second. On number 1, 2 and 3, yeah, all of them separate.
Did you say all separate again?
Yeah, 1 separate from two and 3. Yeah, you know what? 1 and 5 separate.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Masters, we'll do that. Do you have any questions?
Nope.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Masters. Councillor Zakiniak, go ahead.
Okay, I do have some questions that I've been hearing from residents in relation to for administration. Okay, so first of all, residents have consistently told me they are very frustrated with increasing expenses needed from taxpayers for Real's debt and financial issues. Will taxpayer willingness to continue contributing financially to Real's management be considered in forthcoming additional reviews and work? Like, is that like how much appetite taxpayers have to continue to raise prices at Real, to continue to increase the mill rate for Real? Is that part of the considerations or not really? Through the chair.
Ms. Anderson, Mr. Lacy? Go ahead, Ms. Anderson.
Through the chair, sorry, can you just rephrase what the question is?
So I'm hearing from taxpayers, enough is that, like, so price, what I'm hearing, and I'm not saying this is true, the prices have gone up at Real. You know, we are, there is a chart that talks about how much council has had to subsidize Real, and there's additional financial asks. So what I'm hearing from my residents is they do not want to continue to see prices go up and the costs for Real continue to escalate for taxpayers. So this sort of appetite for like how much residents, your regular residents of Regina want to contribute to the financial success of Real, is that part of the considerations of this work or outside of the scope?
So through the chair, I think what I would say is that the report kind of outlines the 4 M's, model being one of them. And so I think like reviewing the business model absolutely is part of it. Again, it's not in any way at a phase where prices are being referenced. I would say that my knowledge of Real is that they're consistently doing like price sensitivity testing, and frankly, when they're putting bids together, when they are entertaining, maybe making a bid on a concert, they are looking at number of tickets, and frankly, they do get information on the consumer's willingness to pay ticket price. So it's, you know, it's hard to say without a clear example of what you're hearing from residents, but I would say that from what I've seen of Real's business model, they're very cognizant of ticket pricing as it relates to consumer sensitivity.
Okay. And in relation to additional debt, if Real were to take on any additional debt, maybe perhaps they would have to, I guess my question is, let's say that happened, is there the ability for Real to take on additional debt without coming back to council? And does, are they allowed to within certain parameters, or do they need to come to council each time they take on additional debt?
So through the chair, as you would have seen in the last 2 years when Real had to come in front of council midway through the year for additional funding, council approved debt financing. So they did not independently, without council's notice or frankly approval, take on any debt that was not approved by council.
Okay. And in terms of third-party management activities and I guess maybe the parameters for like any additional third-party management, would those, would any of that come to council for approval, or would that all just be sorted out, the parameters, through the Board of Real? Or is that to be determined?
Through the chair, that it's to be determined, but that's fairly, I would say, operational business as usual. So my assumption would be that the new permanent board would be working with the executive Real administration on reviewing the exploration of other business models and agreeing on the feasibility or the benefits of any changes to the existing model. But I wouldn't foresee that coming to council because that's an operational decision, and frankly, what Real brings to council is a proposed budget, frankly.
Okay. And finally, so within this, these recommendations, it's that prospective board members would be recommended to council. And while I recognize that there would be significant expertise required for this new board, I also would suggest that it would be important to have at least a spot open for a community member to apply for. I've continued to hear concerns. I'm not saying they're warranted, but continue to hear concerns about transparency and accountability and a lack of trust. And so I think having a position open to a resident, like at least one that residents can broadly apply for, would be important. So is that something that could be considered? And how does that get considered?
Through the chair, so basically we haven't gotten that far in the exploration because nothing has yet been approved by council. As Roberta mentioned, there is a pre-existing skills matrix, but the final decision on what constitutes the board and frankly who is actually approved lies at the hands of council. It's your decision.
Okay, well, I guess I'll just leave that out there in terms of consideration as this process unfolds. Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. Do any other members have questions on this report? Okay, I'll ask the clerk to call the vote.
Actually, whoa, sorry, hang on a second. I apologize. Unless someone else wants them to vote on separately, put them all together. We're good. I'm fine.
Okay, let's put them all together, one single vote. Thank you, Mayor Masters. I'll ask the clerk to call the vote. Mayor Masters, how do you vote?
That's a good question. Opposed.
Deputy Mayor, the motion has passed in a vote of 7-3. Those voting in favor were Councillor Stadnichuk, Findura, LeBlanc, Zakidniak, Stevens, Nelson, and yourself, Deputy Mayor. Voting against were Councillors Hawkins, Mancinelli, and Mayor Masters.
Okay, we got a little bit of cleanup here for tabling to a future meeting. We're going to table CR 24-76 debt capacity and financing. MN 24-7 respecting communication to city manager and staff. MN 24-8 establish a preceptor. CR 24-87 development charges policy and model review. We're going to table those to a future meeting. Thank you. Can I get a mover? Councillor LeBlanc. Seconder, Councillor Hawkins. Any opposed? We can stay here till 2 o'clock in the morning if you want. Do you want me to repeat? I just read out 5. Okay, I'll repeat them again. Okay, we're going to table to a future meeting, CR 24-76 debt capacity and financing. MN 24-7 motion, respectful communication to city manager and staff. MN 24-8 a motion, establish a preceptor. CR 24-87 development charges policy and model review. Okay, so, yeah, I already had LeBlanc as the mover. Hawkins is seconder. Any opposed? I got council. No. Called the vote, so we got 1 opposed. Means it's carried? Yes. Carried. Thank you. Okay, we're hoping to get through this brief item, hopefully brief, council. We will now consider item CM 24-10, direct transfer of surplus asset to the Regina Downtown Business Improvement District. Can I have a member of administration please introduce this report? Ms. Anderson, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. On May 8th, 2024, City Council unanimously approved a $500,000 downtown vibrancy grant to Regina Downtown Business Improvement District. This investment was to go towards a variety of initiatives that were to improve the downtown experience of residents and visitors during summer 2024. This included things such as additional lighting, new public art, and increasing cleanliness. Part of the investment was directed at the Regina Downtown Clean Team to further expand their existing services by providing enhanced maintenance service in the downtown. Their key responsibilities will be to empty waste bins daily, power wash public assets and sidewalks, remove graffiti, clean transit shelters, and keep areas free of litter and debris. The Clean Team requires a work truck to carry out many of these duties and has requested that the city donate a surplus vehicle if available. A suitable truck, which is a 2012 Ford F-250, has become available through the surplus asset process and is available for the RD bid should the council approve our recommendation transfer the surplus truck to assist RD bid in keeping our downtown clean. Thank you.
Okay, can I have someone move the report? Councillor LeBlanc, seconder. Councillor Stadnichuk. Okay, Councillor LeBlanc, any questions? Okay, any questions from council members? Oh, we do have one. Okay, Councillor Findura or Hawkins? Hawkins, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. As the truck had a safety check.
Go ahead, sir.
Through the chair, the truck has been through an inspection and detailing and is ready to transfer to RD bid.
Thank you. One further question through the chair. How many kilometers on the truck?
Through the chair, I don't have that information at my fingertips, but enough space to drive around downtown for the next year or so.
Okay, any more questions? Thank you. Mover, would you like to close the debate? LeBlanc, thank you. Let's call the vote. Clerk, please. Mayor Masters?
In favor.
Thank you, Mayor.
Deputy Mayor, the motion passes 10-0 with all members present voting in favor.
Nice. That's the first unanimous vote I think I've seen today. All right. So we are on to all the wonderful delegations that had lots of patience for us. MN 24-6, renaming of Dudney Avenue. So I'm going to call up first Marie Morris. Marie, are you here? Marie's here. Great. Okay, I'll go through the spiel as you're walking up, Marie. Oh, yeah. So I'll call Darren Milo up. Darren, come on up. Please introduce yourself. For the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and what city town you reside in. You have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions the members of council may have for you. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Milo.
I'm Darren Milo. I'm from Regina, and I represent the Regina District Labor Council, or RDLC. The Regina District Labor Council, who represents over 22,000 unionized workers in the city, would like to acknowledge that we are on Treaty 4 territory, land that was stolen from the Cree, Ojibwe, Saulteaux, Saulteaux, Dakota, Lakota, and homeland of the Métis. As settlers, we can't claim to know what it's like for people to survive the systemic attacks that have been inflicted upon them. But we do feel that we cannot have reconciliation until the system of oppression have been fully dismantled to the satisfaction of the oppressed. The RDLC wholeheartedly supports the removal of the name Dudney from the street and any other places, as it only serves to honor someone who was pro-genocide. His past is well documented by many of the people presenting on this notice of motion. There is no debate about the harm done by the residential schools, abuse, forced indoctrination into colonizers, religion, torture, beating, sexual assaults on children, and murder. The Pope acknowledged in 2022 that the residential schools were a part of that genocide. Dudney advised the PM to make an example of Louis Riel by executing him. Dudney initiated the pass system, which is an early form of apartheid, which continue to oppress people across the world even to this day. We are thankful for the Buffalo People Arts Institute for taking the initiative to move us on the path to reconciliation, to wholeheartedly support their position. This is about no longer honoring a person whose actions have been so damaging and moving us in the right direction. Thank you. If there's any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Milo. Do we have any questions for the delegates? Okay, seeing none, Mr. Milo, I'll thank you for presenting, and I'll ask that you return to the gallery. Thank you. Okay, next up, I will call Andrea Sosbergen. Sorry if you pronounced your name. And no Andrea here? Okay, Andrea was in person. Okay, so next we will go to Florence Stratton. Florence, I see you there. You know the drill, Florence. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and what city or town you reside in. You have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of Council may have for you. Go ahead, Ms. Stratton.
Florence Stratton from Regina, representing myself. Please change the name of Dudney Avenue, one of the longest roadways in Regina. It is named to honor Edgar Dudney, who from 1879 to 1888 was both Indian Commissioner and Lieutenant Governor of the Northwest Territories, which included what is now Saskatchewan. In those roles, Dudney implemented Prime Minister John A. Macdonald's starvation policy, withholding food from Indigenous peoples until they moved onto reserves, thus clearing the plains for European settlement. Thousands of Indigenous peoples died as a result of this policy. Dewdney also oversaw the establishment of the genocidal residential school system in what is now Saskatchewan. Dewdney also initiated the establishment of the pass system, which lasted from 1885 to the 1950s, making what is now Saskatchewan into an apartheid state and a model for South Africa when it was implementing its own apartheid policies in the 1940s. Dewdney also advocated for the execution of Louis Riel, which took place on a public gallows right here in Regina in 1885. In addition, Dewdney made oodles of money on land speculation when in 1883 Regina was, at his urging, made capital of the Northwest Territories. So this is Dewdney's legacy, policies rooted in white supremacy. This is not to mention what I think we can call his involvement in corrupt practices. Why would we want to continue to honor Dewdney by maintaining his name on one of our roadways? How rooted in white supremacy is our society? 9 years after the publication of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's damning report, we still have a major roadway named Dewdney. Some say it will cost too much to change the name of Dewdney Avenue, but let's think about the cost of keeping the name. This cost would include support for the ongoing subjugation of Indigenous peoples, support for racist behavior in today's society, a reminder to Indigenous peoples that Regina has no regard for them. Then there is the land acknowledgement with which this meeting of City Council, like all city meetings, began. Maintaining Dewdney's name on one of our roadways makes the expression of such a land acknowledgement blatantly hypocritical. Please vote in favor of the motion that is before you to change the name of Dewdney Avenue. Thank you.
Oh, thank you for your presentation, Ms. Stratton. Any council members have questions? Seeing none, thanks again for addressing council. Ms. Stratton, I'll ask you to return to the gallery. Okay, I see Andrea Sosenbergen has called in, so we'll go back to Andrea. Andrea, please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and what city, town you reside in. You have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of council may have for you. Go ahead, Andrea.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Perfect. Sorry about that. I didn't get the email telling me it was time to join, so, but here I am. So my name is Andrea Soesbergen, and I'm a citizen of Regina, and I'm representing myself. I'm here to ask that you support the motion to rename Dewdney Avenue. Here's why I think it's important. Indigenous leaders in the community have been pursuing this since 2016. I think it's about time we get it done. This is a low-hanging fruit for reconciliation actions. If it's taken us this long to complete this action, what does that say about our commitment to reconciliation? Dewdney Avenue runs through Indigenous communities in present-day Regina. Indigenous citizens are therefore regularly confronted by the fact that we continue to honor this man, whose legacy includes the violation of treaty promises, the implementation of a starvation policy against Indigenous peoples, the establishment in the Northwest Territories of the genocidal residential school system, the execution of Louis Riel, and the development of the illegal pass system. It is a small gesture, but it's through small gestures that relationships are built over time. Little things can become big things. Reconciliation is about building a new relationship, and I believe that this is something that will have a positive impact on our community. There's a perception in other provinces, let's be real, that Regina is falling behind in its commitment to truth and reconciliation, and that Regina is a racist city. What does that say about us if we hold on to the names of perpetrators of genocide? With the revitalization of Dewdney Project, this presents a real opportunity. Renaming it can symbolize a revitalization of the city's relationship with Indigenous communities and a commitment to a better future together. And it's been done before. 40 years ago, South Railway was renamed to Saskatchewan Drive, similarly as part of a revitalization project downtown. It helped change the perception of the area and bring in a new energy. So the timing is really good to do this with Dudney, and it can have a similar impact that could still be felt 40 years into the future. Yes, there is a cost, but the city has shown that it can find the money when projects are important for the community, such as the money spent on fixing the Glockenspiel downtown. The cost is real, and the cost is worth it. City Council has the opportunity right now to take a powerful and concrete step towards reconciliation. This could usher in a new era of righting relations in this city. So I ask you, what will your legacy be? Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. Thank you for your presentation. Any council members have questions? Okay, I do see a question from Mr. Hawkins. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Sulzbergen, you indicated in your remarks that there was a perception in other provinces that Saskatchewan was racist. Can you explain that further or give examples?
I mean, I've heard that from family members and from friends of mine that live in other provinces. And I've heard other people share similar stories.
Can you tell us something in particular about what they're saying or what the similar stories are?
I don't have any specific examples, just that there's a general perception.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Sulzbergen. I don't see any more questions, so I will thank you for addressing council, and you have yourself a good day. Okay, I'm at Abigail Woolsey. Abigail, you're here? Hello, Abigail. Okay, please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and what city, town you reside in. You have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of council may have for you. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Abigail Woolsey, and I'm representing myself, and I reside in Regina. Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me today. My name is Abigail Woolsey, and I'm a student from Ignite School. I believe a salute to Edgar Dudney is a salute to intergenerational trauma. I'm here to speak to you on how the name change of Dudney Avenue can ignite the feeling of hope into truth and reconciliation, and to support those affected by the actions of Edgar Dudney into a path of healing. Foremost, I'd like to give positive reasons why the name change of Dudney Avenue can play a role in the healing of individuals and families. I also believe the renaming can be seen as an apology to Indigenous peoples and is a positive step within truth and reconciliation. A lot of people in Regina are not aware of Edgar Dudney, who he was as an individual, and how devastating his actions were to Indigenous people. One of my goals is to inform and teach awareness of Dudney's actions, which is considered a significant part of why Indigenous people face intergenerational trauma. In 1883, Dudney wrote in a report to the Department of Indian Affairs, "I look upon the removal of some 3,000 Indians from Cypress Hills and scattering them through the country as a solution of one of our main difficulties, as it was found impossible at times to have such control as was desirable over such a large number of worthless and lazy Indians, the concourse of malcontents and reckless Indians from all the bands in the territories. Indians already on their reserves will now be more settled, as no place of rendezvous will be found where food can be had without a return of work being extracted. Edgar Dewdney used rations as a means of control over First Nations people, but refused to provide the food rations he promised, causing mass starvation among First Nations. Regarding his influence with the residential schools, there was a high percentage of illness in the schools. In 1886, Edgar Dewdney wrote, "A large percentage of the sickness and consequent death rate is directly due to hereditary disease, which had its own origin at the time prior to that at which our responsibility began." Edgar Dewdney also oversaw the establishment of the genocidal residential school system in the Northwest Territories. In response to the large percentage of sickness among children in the residential schools and the rising death rate of students, Edgar Dewdney coldly suggested the increased death rate was part of the price that First Nations had to pay to become civilized. Now, I know that there will be opinions like, this is just a street name, this is extreme, this won't impact anything, and it will cost too much. If you think renaming a street is extreme, it's extreme that hundreds of thousands of Indigenous children were forced to change their names to Western common names. Some were even referred to as their designated numbers given by their teachers. Was it fair these residential schools and the decisions of Edgar Dewdney made cost the lives of children and adults? If any thoughts of Regina's history is being changed of too much, Edgar Dewdney changed hundreds of Indigenous people's lives of taking their land, their food, a way of their survival, and children from their homes into residential schools. A quote by Mandy Hale. "Change is painful, but nothing is as painful as staying stuck somewhere you don't belong. It is important we rename Dewdney Avenue now. We cannot wait any longer. The generations who most face the consequences of Edgar Dewdney's actions might not have the next 5 to 10 years to see this positive change, to have the chance to heal from such destruction. Nobody is promised a tomorrow, and we cannot wait any longer." A quote by John Wooden. "Failure is not fatal, but failure to change might be. If Saskatoon, Winnipeg, and Ottawa can make a change to rename a street, Regina can too. And not only do I believe in my classmates, my teachers from Ignite, Jolie Big Eagle, Kikwetoway, and everyone who is activating, I believe in our community and our council that we can make a powerful, positive difference towards truth and reconciliation." And one more quote from Coretta Scott King. "It does not matter how strong your opinions are, if you do not use your power for positive change, you are indeed part of the problem." Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Woolsey. I do see Councillor LeBlanc has a question.
Thank you. You laid out well Edgar Dewdney's historical legacy. My question to you through the chair is, why does it matter to you? Why have you been sitting in that chair for 7 hours to talk to us about this?
Through the chair, I just believe that, like Andrea said, that this has started in 2016, and there's just no more excuses for the Indigenous people to have what they deserve. They deserve to have the truth and reconciliation. And for me, it's just, I feel for the people. Like, I just don't think it's right that we have to sit here and watch them. Like, all I see with Edgar Dewdney is pain, torture, and trauma with the Indigenous people. So they deserve to heal. And yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Woolsey, for addressing council. I don't see any further questions, so I'll ask you to return to the gallery. Thank you. Okay, next up we have Lisa Sunshine. Is Lisa here? Okay, we got Lisa. Okay, as you're walking up, Lisa, I will ask for you to please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and what city, town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of council may have for you. Go ahead, Ms. Sunshine.
My name is Lisa Sunshine. I am representing myself, and I currently reside in Regina, Saskatchewan. Good evening. My name is Lisa Sunshine. I am Cree and Soto from the Fishing Lake First Nation, which is a part of the Treaty 4 territory. I am an Indigenous social worker and the Indigenous advisor at Ignite Adult Learning Corporation. Part of my advocacy is to share my knowledge and pass it on for others. This includes being able to teach our students about Indigenous issues, past and present, so that they are able to have a deeper understanding and an empathetic point of view as to why there are so many social issues among Indigenous people presently. Edgar Dewdney was one of the first governing policy makers. He not only created the path for the residential school systems, but also used starvation tactics to force Indigenous people into signing government policies that were detrimental and continue to have a negative impact. I come from a family of residential school survivors, as my mom attended the Muskowgan Residential School. My grandmother and great-grandmother also attended the George Gordon Residential School. I am living proof of what intergenerational trauma can do to a family. I am only one person of thousands that continue to be negatively affected by residential schools and intergenerational trauma. Edgar Dewdney was an active participant in the genocide of Indigenous peoples. It is time to make a change to face the truth of Regina's dark colonial past. Changing the name of Dewdney Avenue would be a remarkable legacy to take those steps forward in supporting reconciliation. The City of Regina has stated on your website that you are committed to a, quote, working towards the fulfillment of the TRC calls to action and actions that may not directly respond to the TRC's calls to action, but still help increase understanding and respect towards Indigenous peoples and culture in our community. Quote, source, reconciliationregina.com, paragraph 2. B, a street naming policy which states there will be no use of awkward, corrupt, discriminatory, or derogatory names. Quote, source, Civic Naming Committee Guidelines, City of Regina, page 3, guide 4.3. I ask that you take a moment and truly think about creating this change, as it would mean so much to our Indigenous people. Think of the elders, knowledge keepers, family, and communities that have been negatively affected from intergenerational trauma. There are so many people no longer with us who survived these schools. They also need to be honored for their strength and resilience. A change this impactful would be compelling in the City of Regina's commitment towards reconciliation. This action would leave a lasting legacy in the true meaning of reconciliation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Sunshine. I do see a few questions that popped up for you. Councillor Nelson, go ahead.
Hi, thanks for being here. Did you work with Christy Shaw at Ignite?
I did.
She's my best friend.
Oh, good. She was in my cohort.
She's amazing. Her and I actually had lots of conversations about this and about the different things that we can do as a city. I know she worked for Mark Doherty for years. Extensive conversations we had about this back when Ignite wasn't where it was. But it's there because I bugged Eric Dillon. Anyways, you have close contact with the students. You're talking with them all the time. When they come to you, because there's so many things that we need to do, and where does this sit as a priority for the kids? Sorry, they're not kids. I know they're young adults that you speak with. When has this come up in discussions with you? And can you, I'm just trying to get a feel here. Is it like, is this something that they talk about lots? Is this something that just kind of came up? Help me understand how this affects the kids that you deal with every day through the chair.
Yeah, absolutely. So since I've actually started at Ignite, I started in November 2023, and we decided to look at my role and to, my manager wanted to know what I could bring to Ignite that was a little different from their previous Indigenous advisor. One of them being, I do a presentation for the University of Regina's ESL program on Indigenous peoples of Canada, because a lot of the students there don't even realize Canada's dark history. So we were discussing this presentation, and we decided that I'm going to start doing what we call deep dives with our students. So every month I do a presentation on a serious topic, whether it's residential schools, the Indian Act, the 60 Scoop. So, you know, every month when I do my deep dive with the students, they're learning and they're getting educated, and that's sort of how this got reignited. I had done a presentation on the Indian Act, and we were discussing Edgar Dewdney, and once we were discussing this, the students kind of started wanting to advocate for change. So part of my, like I said, part of my role is to help educate our students on the history of Regina, or sorry, of Canada's past, especially when it comes to First Nations people.
In that discussion, and once they started finding out what he had done, the history behind this, how did they react through the chair?
To the chair. So a lot of times the students are angry, the students are hurt. A lot of our students are First Nations, and you know, it affects them because, like I said, intergenerational trauma affects all of us. And whether they even realize it or whether I'm helping them realize it, once they understand the true impact of what happened to Indigenous people, that's when they really start to become more open to wanting to help and wanting change and wanting to do better, not only for themselves, but for their children.
Right, thank you. That's all I have. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Zakidniak, go ahead.
Thank you. I've been speaking to residents who live on Dewdney. My ward has lots of folks who do. And so lots of those folks have been reaching out to me with concerns. And so I was debating whether to ask you this question, but I'm just curious. One of the folks I spoke to, it was a couple, and it was her and her husband. They were not in favor of this idea. And he is First Nations. And so what he said, well, I'm First Nations. I live on Dewdney. I have no problem with it. I wouldn't have moved here if I did. And so what I said, well, I mean, I think we need to do engagement with lots of folks, not, you know, like there may be differences of opinion, like broad engagement in terms of, and some of that is occurring and has occurred. What would you say to someone who said something like that? What would be your response?
So I think my response to someone like that would be, maybe they're not fully aware of the truth of our history. And I would just say to someone like that, you know, I mean, I respect it. If change isn't easy for anyone, you know. So changing the name of Dewdney is difficult for probably a lot of people, Indigenous or non. And I would just tell this particular person, you know, maybe I would educate him a little bit about the history of Dewdney. Maybe he's not aware. I don't know for sure, but I just feel like once people fully understand and comprehend who Edgar Dewdney was, I feel like a lot of people that don't know his history, they do change perception.
Okay. Thank you. That's
Thank
all I
you.
have.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Sunshine, for speaking to council. I ask that you return to the gallery.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, we have Tyro Matembu. Sorry if I pronounced it wrong. I'll get you to come up. I see you present. Okay. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, if any, and what city, town you reside in. You will have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of council may have for you. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Hi, my name's Tiro Matembu. I reside here in Regina. I own a restaurant with my younger brother in the heritage community.
I am in favor of renaming Dudney Avenue, as it is an important and attainable step towards truth and reconciliation. Renaming the road will have a positive impact on our city. We, as one former delegate has talked, that we do have a whole history of racist practices. And it's hard when we talk about truth and reconciliation. Many of the steps towards it are very difficult, but this is a tangible, easy step towards making our Indigenous brothers and sisters feel safer and more included in our city. It also, when we talk about revitalization, this is a great opportunity for our city as we look forward to new developments in that area. So as far as a new baseball diamond, how great would it be to open up a new ball diamond or something like that with a brand new image of our community under a new name of one of our main streets. As the city continues to grow more and diverse, it is essential that we listen and respect the Indigenous voices that have continuously asked for Dudney to no longer be honored in the way he has been. Could we imagine in 2024 in Berlin a street being named after Hitler? Could we imagine in Ukraine a road being named after Stalin? It doesn't make any sense. We hold on to names when we want to honor someone, and there's no honor, there's no pride in genocide. So I ask you, Council, to do the right thing in 2024, which is long overdue, and renaming Dudney. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Matembu. I see some people want to ask you some questions. Councillor Nelson, go ahead.
Hi, thank you for being here. As a business owner, and I think all of us councillors got it, the email saying like, this would cost my business so much money to change names and business cards and so on and so forth. As a business owner, obviously you feel very strongly about changing this name, so I don't think the cost would be really an issue for you to be one of the reasons not to do it or to do it. Do you have any idea what this would cost a business to change the name through the chair? Or have you thought about, I'm not sure, I'm just asking because I have no idea, so.
Yeah, through the speaker. I haven't looked at the direct cost.
Okay.
But I actually, going back to how it's an opportunity.
Yeah.
Often in our restaurant, we try to get outside artists to come in and perform. And through actions, for instance, in the past with like the Experience Regina disaster, we get, people think of us and relate incidents like that towards sexism. When people see this Dudney and the street being named after Dudney and him being honored, this actually holds and limits our ability to attract new people into our city and into our community. We've been talking about here all day, and we're talking about Real and how much money they've lost. So clearly, I haven't looked at personally on a business, but I think that there's opportunities that present when we look forward, when we look at honoring our Indigenous community voices, our knowledge keepers, that we know the truth. So I think that the fiscal conservative argument can be made that this will actually be good and beneficial in the future for us.
Thank you very much for that. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Thank you. Points all well taken. We've talked before. I just wanted to ask you the definition of affordable. When you say affordable and relatively cheap on how you've talked, how do you define that in dollars, just to balance decisions as compared to other polls and needs, especially for the harms done by colonialism? So how do you balance that in a dollar figure for what's affordable?
Well, I think as affordable would be, if we look at what cost on other elements of truth and reconciliation, it's very difficult. But this is one that we've heard time and time again. There's over 3,000 signatures online. Community is taught. So I think that what we can afford is to make sure that our Indigenous brothers and sisters feel safe and included. So it's hard to put a price on that, because that means that what we benefit from is having more folks take part and come down. So I think that we can afford it, especially when we look at other things that we've prioritized. I think the dollars and cents, if we're going to go business to business, I think that most folks would, if we looked at a long-term lens, that this will actually be beneficial for us as a city.
Appreciate that, and once again, I take you on all points being correct. I guess my point coming to, there's many different forms of outreach or investment that's due, have to be balanced by decisions and investments, and some of them have, harm outcomes, others have better prosperity for the future. Some of them, like this, are very visual to the public. They'll come to dollars and cents, and not being as deeply affected, I have to weigh that decision and have input on it. So what I'm asking from someone from the public who might not be so tightly wound and on the same level is, when I say $10, is that expensive to you? When I say $10 million, is that super expensive to you? What numbers do you associate with being affordable, so I can have a little bit of balance from a public perspective?
Sure. I'd say for, let's say small businesses along Dewdney, again, you'd know better than me, there's been examples of this before when we've had to make changes, so we can look at what that cost and then gather. So I would say, what does it cost to make our community feel safe and included? I don't have a price for that. If I was to say as a small business, I'd be willing to pay well into the 4 figures to make this change for my own business if I was on Dewdney.
So as an individual, you'd be willing to make a $10,000 investment to have this happen? Am I misunderstanding?
No. I said, I would say personally, let's just say I would definitely sign up right away if it was close to $1,500 to $2,000.
Okay. What if there was a personal price for that for homeowners and businesses with an address on Dewdney, and over and above a price tag for things like ISC documents, records, and corporate records that tallied into the millions? Would that still be affordable if they both came into play?
Right. Do you think it's affordable for Indigenous people to not feel safe in that community?
No, and I mean, there's very many things I can invest in as a member of this council that can help with that, and some of them have worse outcomes than others, and I have to balance that with what people live. So trying to take that all into context, I'm just looking for a little bit of insight.
Right. Insightful, I would say that, again, the opportunities that present themselves short-term, this short-term cost, long-term, we will see that this is a good decision to make, and it's the moral right choice to make. I can't speak to specifically what on the affordability person to person, but what I can say is that this is in the interest of the city of Regina. So I'm sorry if I can't answer.
I agree. I guess you're not going to help me weigh the decision, but thanks for the input. I understand you're a fan.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Mr. Timbu, I don't see anybody else want to ask questions, so I'll get you returned to the gallery. Thank you. I'll go back to Marie Morris. Marie, did you arrive? Okay, I thought that was you. Okay, Marie, I'll call you up. Please introduce yourself for the record, Marie, the organization you're representing, if any, and what city town you reside in. You have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of Council may have for you. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Marie Morris, and I'm from Regina. Hello, everyone, and Mayor, Masters, and Councils. I'm here to talk about something important today, changing Dewdney Ave to Tatonka Ave. This change isn't just about names. It's about recognizing our connection to the land and the people who have lived here for a long time. Tatonka means buffalo. The buffalo is more than just an animal. It's a symbol of strength and unity for Indigenous people. By renaming the avenue to Tatonka, we show respect for their culture and their history. The buffalo teaches us important lessons about living in harmony with nature and each other, rather than exploiting it for short-term gain. It reminds us to take care of the land and all its creatures, just like our Indigenous ancestors did. Renaming the avenue is also a step towards reconciliation and cultural revitalization. Making things right with Indigenous communities is acknowledging the past and shows that we want to work together for a better future. So let's support this change and honor the buffalo's legacy. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Morris. I do see a question from Councillor LeBlanc. Go ahead.
I'll ask the same question I asked your colleague, which is, you rushed down here on public transit to make your presentation.
Yeah.
Why is it so important to you? Why is it worth the effort?
Well, just learning from like being in school and being taught the history of Edgar Dewdney and the things that he has done, you know, it's, I think it would help a lot of people with like their traumas and stuff like that, you know, like there's a lot of like drug use and homelessness and stuff like that. And, you know, I think that like going forward and having a positive change could also have a huge impact on those situations as well.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Stanichuk, go ahead.
Good evening. Thanks for rushing here. You talked a lot about the symbolism of the buffalo, or Tatanka. So I want to, like, we're discussing changing the name, and you've actually proposed a name. Can you say a little bit more about like how you think having a different name like that would mean for people as they're either living in that community, working on that street, like what that kind of a change of a name, like a positive name like that would mean to the chair?
I think it would like help recognize that we're not honoring like the past and not honoring what has happened before. So by changing the name, it would give more of a positive outlook and yeah.
Yeah, okay. And I'm sure Jolie will have things to say on that too, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stanichuk. Councillor Zakiniak, go ahead.
Thank you. I want to follow up on the response that you just gave for Councillor LeBlanc, because when I've had residents reaching out to me, one of the things they've been asking is this the best use of our resources when we have issues like homelessness? And so what you just said is that for some of these pressing social issues, you think that this could be a way, like this could have positive ramifications, right? That we could see a positive impact on these other social issues by changing a name. That's what I heard.
Yes.
Can you elaborate on that a bit?
Just by like, because I know that there's a lot of intergenerational traumas and stuff like that, and you know, a lot of people, they go to numb the pain and stuff like that, and I feel that if they feel and they see that there is a change and that there's people that recognize, you know, what has happened and we're trying to move forward from it, I think it may give them a more hope to want to get better, that they're not living in the past and the past still doesn't sit there and haunt them.
Great. I really appreciate that perspective. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Morris. I don't see any other questions, so I thank you for addressing council as you return to the gallery. Okay, so next up I have Sean Kosh. Sean here? Sean Cook, sorry. I was corrected. Thank you, Sean. Okay, I'll ask you to please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and what city or town you reside in. You have 5 minutes to address city council, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of council may have for you. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Sean Cook. I'm from Regina here. I'm representing myself. Thank you for the opportunity for allowing me to speak here tonight. I just want to start off by saying renaming Dewdney Avenue is the least that we can do on our path towards reconciliation. We've got so much work to get to before we actually get to reconciliation, right? It goes truth, some justice, then we'll get reconciliation, and maybe we can have some peace. We can't even agree on the truth, right? And the truth is Edgar Dewdney was not that good of a guy. I went to McGill University. Got a Bachelor of Education there, played football for 5 years, coached for a year, and McGill used to be called the Redmond. Now, chalk it up to youthful exuberance, maybe a little bit of ignorance, but I got a tattoo. I got the Redmond tattoo, which was the native headdress with the word Redmond, and I was really proud of that because I worked really hard for that, I thought. And a number of years went by, and you learn a bit more, and you read a few more books, and you have a bit more understanding, and then it's like, oh wow, I'm literally wearing my ignorance on my sleeve. Us as a city, we're literally wearing our ignorance on our sleeve. It's time to remove the Dudney tattoo, right? I didn't remove mine. I got mine covered up. I paid a good friend of mine, an Indigenous artist, to cover it up. Did it cost some money? Yes. Was it uncomfortable? Yes. Was it the right thing to do? Unequivocally. And now I've got something beautiful left in its place. And I can be proud knowing that I grew and I evolved my opinion. If we're going to keep sitting here as a white-facing council and keep talking about lip service with reconciliation, and we keep bringing up the cost, what is the cost not to change this? Enough is enough already. Like, again, this is the least that we can do. You know, and a couple weeks ago when you guys were talking about the homeless shelter, we were talking about the word supports keeps getting thrown around. Supports, we got to support these people, we got to support. How do we support? What are wraparound supports? You know, maybe this is rhetorical, but what does support actually mean to you guys? You know, financial support, emotional support, communal support, cultural support. If we don't change the Dudney name, what we're saying to Indigenous and First Nations people is that we know what happened to you and we don't care. It doesn't fit into our cost-benefit analysis. It's kind of a joke. And in closing, I'd like to say, north of Tatonka sounds way better than north of Dudney. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cook. We have a few councillors with questions. We'll start with Councillor Zakidniak.
Thanks. When you first started in your opening, you were mentioning about, you touched on truth before as a first step before reconciliation. Would you see this as more of us facing the truth of like our past and what has happened than actually a step towards reconciliation? Just curious about your perspective.
Yeah, this is a great step towards truth, right?
Yeah.
The RCMP barracks lays at the end of Dudney. Government House is on Dudney. You know, the guy who enacted the policies. Like, if we were going to be in agreement in society that we're not going to use First Nations people as logos because it's demoralizing, it's reductionism, it's tokenism, it's discriminatory, it's stereotyping, it's dehumanizing, then surely we can change the names of the streets and the buildings that honor the men who enacted those policies to allow a whole group of people to be dehumanized. So this is a massive step on the truth.
That's true. And so for those who are saying, you know, and again, like I've been speaking to folks with concerns, so some of them, like, what difference does it make to just change a name that doesn't change history? This is where I think perhaps the point of, well, this is actually the truth part more than the reconciliation piece. Would you agree with? Like,
agreed, yeah. There's a whole lot of people around here wanting to get to reconciliation. We're so far from reconciliation. Yeah. And the truth here, this is a big one.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. I don't see any further questions for you, Mr. Cook, so thank you for presenting, and get your return to the gallery. Thank you, Mr. Cook. Okay, on to Joanne Farmer. Joanne, are you here? Okay, please introduce yourself for the record, Joanne, the organization you are representing, if any, and what city, town you reside in. You have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of Council may have for you. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Masters and councillors. My name is Joanne Farmer and I live in Regina. I'm speaking tonight as a mother, grandmother, wife, daughter, sister, auntie, and the granddaughter and great-granddaughter of European settlers to Saskatchewan. I'm also proud to be a teacher at Ignite Adult Learning Corporation because when the students there learn the storied history of Edgar Dudney's abuses of power as the Indian Commissioner and Lieutenant Governor of the former Northwest Territories, they were immediately and morally compelled to advocate for a change of name to Dudney Avenue. As the students and I began to imagine what this community advocacy might look like, we gradually came to understand that we are a part of a growing movement, a community of people who are courageous, knowledgeable, determined, compassionate, sometimes angry, and always unwaveringly committed to a dream. Today, Mayor Masters and councillors, I invite you to imagine this dream with me and to imagine your possible historic role in it as courageous change makers in Regina. Imagine, if you will, street signs that read Tatonka Avenue rather than Dudney Avenue. Tatonka Avenue runs west to east across Regina, traveling past the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Headquarters, Saskatchewan Government House, crossing Albert Street, named after the husband Queen Victoria, continuing east to Prince of Wales Drive, and running parallel to Regina Avenue, Victoria Avenue, and Parliament Avenue. Tatonka Avenue reminds us that there were two honored signatories to Treaty 4, the sacred agreement between both the Crown and the First Peoples who were stewards of this land. Imagine Tatonka Avenue showcasing beautiful art inspired by the buffalo, particularly in the neighborhood that houses Buffalo Meadows Park and Pool, and between Albert Street and Broad Street, the block situated within the Dudney Avenue Corridor Revitalization Project. Imagine Tatonka Avenue being a revitalization project, a place that shapes openings for cultural, spiritual, community, and relational revitalization, as well as economic revitalization. In the grandfather teachings, respect is represented by the buffalo, by the Tatonka, who gave every part of its being to sustain the human way of living, not because it is of less value, but because it respects balance and the needs of others. Contrast this to Edgar Dudney's way of being, made visible in the following excerpt from one of his late 1880 reports to the Department of Indian Affairs. He wrote, "I look upon the removal of some 3,000 Indians from Cypress Hills and scattering them through the country as a solution to one of our main difficulties, as it was found impossible at times to have such control as was desirable over such a large number of worthless and lazy Indians." Unquote. The grandfather teaching of respect also teaches us not to be hurtful to others, and continuing to honor Edgar Dudney, whose genocidal actions and behaviors led to the deaths of thousands of Indigenous people and caused immeasurable intergenerational trauma, is hurtful. It is hurtful to know that if you vote no today, some individuals of Indigenous ancestry for whom changing the name of Dudney Avenue would be a profoundly meaningful moment in their healing journeys, they may not be here to witness the change when it inevitably happens. Finally, Mayor Masters, if I may address you directly, it is hurtful to read and hear in the media that you have storied the city's $11 million contribution to the Dudney Avenue Corridor Revitalization Project as an investment in the city, yet the few $100,000 needed to change the name of Dudney Avenue you have storied as a cost to the city. It is time for all of us to think deeply about what it means to invest in Regina's future from multiple perspectives, including the perspective of treaty, the perspective of First Peoples, who are honored signatories of the treaty, from the perspective of truth and reconciliation and the kinds of respectful reciprocal relationships that Judge Murray Sinclair called and continues to call for, and from the perspective of the Tatonka, who teach us that respect must be shown through actions and behaviors. Over 130 years ago, Edgar Dudney came to this land where the city we now call Regina is situated, and as a government official, he invested in his own personal wealth and self-interests at devastating costs to First Peoples. Investments and costs, it all depends on one's perspective. As elected officials, however, I hope you believe it is your ethical responsibility to carefully and thoughtfully consider all perspectives, or at the very least, not consistently privilege some perspectives over others. I respectfully ask you to debate this important motion in the manner it deserves, with courage, with integrity, with respect, and from multiple perspectives. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Farmer. I'm going to open it up to questions here. We have Councillor Zakidniak first. Go ahead.
So, you mentioned, I'm over here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. You mentioned some other like colonial names of streets in Regina. So this also came up in conversations with residents. So they were saying, so as an example, like what about some of these other streets? If we rename Dudney, and again, this is someone living on Dudney, shouldn't we also rename Davin Crescent, Edgar Street, Victoria, Regina, any of those? And so I guess the question is, what would be, I actually can't remember what my response was, but what would be your response to that question?
We have to begin somewhere.
Yeah.
And we've been speaking tonight about priorities. I hope that this opens up future conversations about some of the other streets and avenues, roadways in the city that may be harmful or hurtful to Indigenous peoples. But I really want to stress that I think it is harmful and hurtful to all residents of the city. I don't want to frame it as only, it's of course more profoundly hurtful, but living in a city where one perspective, from my point of view, is consistently privileged is harmful to everyone.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Once again, appreciate your points as a delegate. I'm not here to protect somebody who was a big land stealer, The guy made dirty deals all over the place. That's not my job as far as I'm concerned. But in your delegate notes, you mentioned hundreds of thousands of dollars for the cost. How did you come to that?
Actually, I came to that number by reading an article in one of the online media newspapers, like I think it was Global perhaps, where Mayor Masters indicated that was projected cost.
Okay. So, in doing a little bit of preparation to understand this, I did a little bit of reading of other communities in Canada that went through this, and knowing that Toronto is massive compared to us, Dudney's still a pretty long street. When they priced out, I believe it was Dundas, I believe. I don't know my dirty history well enough to know if that's the right name or not, but I think that might have been it. They came at a price tag of millions between all of the land titles documents, postal code changes, everything else that went along. I know that you're an aware resident and very involved and believe in your community. You must be watching us go through trying to assemble money for houselessness, other community needs, as well as a lot of the TRC demands that are really specific to Indigenous outcomes that have been affected by colonialism. If I have to balance that, are millions for or against a good investment compared to some quality of life outcomes in the immediate in your eyes?
Sorry, can you just repeat that one more time?
If what I've read is correct about the dollar value being measured in the millions, considering some of the quality of life problems that are being experienced, especially by some Indigenous people, and investment needed on all fronts, if this was a problem measured in the millions to resolve instead of hundreds of thousands, and knowing that there's only so much tax dollars you can really collect and put forth, and we've already drained the general reserve this year. It's been in the paper and had to replenish it. We've really spent through. If I have to really weigh things, is millions a number worth the investment for the change of a name compared to those outcomes at this time?
Of course, there's always difficult decisions to make, but I do believe that there is a lot of value in symbolism. And I also believe that this is unlike the stadium and unlike some of the buildings in Rio, because I've been here since 1 o'clock and I've been listening closely to the conversations. This is not an ongoing investment. You make this payment one time, right? You change the signs, and I have empathy for businesses who will incur some costs. But I have an empathy for those same businesses when the traffic in front of their business when their parking is disrupted because of necessary road repairs. I have empathy for them then as well. So I feel like this is a really, really good investment. Make it one time, and you have a lasting legacy that, yeah, sorry, I'm kind of at a loss for words because it is so important to me.
Totally understood, yeah, understood. And once again, just to reaffirm, in talking in numbers of hundreds of thousands, we just came through a pandemic, and once again, I'm not challenging that this isn't a good investment. I know you're quite tied in with the city. Would millions be worth the investment at this time? Or is that palatable to a time where we can maybe make it a little bit more easy without, stealing from Peter to pay Paul? Especially when a lot of the things at the bottom of the list have quality of life outcomes for the people who live through them. And that's just the hard truth.
Well, there is an expression, though, that when you take from Peter to pay Paul, Peter will always support your decisions.
True that, but I guess it's going to be my decision alone, I guess.
Councilor Mancinelli?
It's a great idea, but no finality from the gallery. Thank you.
Councilor Mancinelli? Okay, you're all done with the questions? Okay. I see one more that just popped up, so I'm going to look for a motion to continue the meeting. We're at 9 o'clock. Okay, I got a motion from Councilor Stanichuk and Councilor Stevens as a seconder. Did you have a comment, Councilor Hawkins?
I think we should hear the remaining three delegations. I think we have other brief business at that point, and then we should adjourn and table this debate to table this matter for debate at another meeting.
Yeah, we'll take a look at it after we finish these three delegates and questions, and I'm sure we'll be discussing further. So go ahead, Councilor LeBlanc.
Through the chair, you teach at Ignite. What have your students been saying in anticipation, knowing this is going to be debated tonight?
And I'm sorry, I've been forgetting to address the chair, so to the chair. The students at Ignite, when they became increasingly awake to Edgar Dewdney's abuses of power and his acts of self-service, they have been 100% committed to advocating for a change to the name of Dewdney Avenue. Because none of us have a lot of experience as community advocates, they began by creating a petition, and then that petition led to us meeting Councillor LeBlanc, and at that point he offered to make a motion of, notice of motion. And we have been involved in this process since February, I believe. And, the students, they're very busy. They are, have academic classes, many of them have children, but they have carved time out of their busy lives to be a part of this. And I know that they will not stop. I will not stop. I don't think any of the speakers who came here tonight will stop this advocacy. And it makes me very sad to think that we might eventually have to elect an Indigenous mayor and or Indigenous councillors, and I think that would be an awesome thing for our city, but I think it would be very shameful if the city of Regina had to wait for that moment before they change the name of Dewdney Avenue.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. I see Councillor Nelson. Go ahead.
Thank you for being here. I just wanted to make a comment. I've been begging Christy Shaw and Brendan Longman to run for council, so we're trying to get Indigenous people here, and Christy's just said I'm not that stupid, so just let you know. And thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Farmer. I don't see any more questions. I'll ask you to return to the gallery. And next up, we have Lisa Odell. Is Lisa here? Hello, Lisa. Okay. So please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and what city, town you reside in. You have 5 minutes to address city council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that member of councils may have for you. Go ahead.
I don't think this thing's on. Do I need to use that one only? Okay, wonderful. So my name is Savannah Kostanek, not Lisa Odell. I'm representing Writing Relations Regina on behalf of Lisa Odell. We support the motion to rename Dewdney Avenue and recommend Tatanka Avenue take its place. I'd like to start by thanking Mayor Sandra Masters for the work to rename Dewdney Pool and Park to Buffalo Meadows Pool and Park, and to thank councillors Dan LeBlanc and Andrew Stevens for bringing the motion forward. The question to the councillors is why rename Dewdney Avenue and why now? So many years ago, we know people from another land came to Turtle Island and connected with the people who had already lived here from time immemorial. The recent arrivants felt that they were superior to the first people and thought their customs, values, and ways of living were better. They also saw an opportunity to meet their own personal and collective needs of increased wealth and power for themselves and the countries that they came from. So through the weaponization of disease, starvation, the Indian Act, the reserve system, residential schools, and the genocide of diverse indigenous nations, European settlers occupied indigenous lands and established what is known as the Canadian state. Through this process, buffalo, which roamed freely and were estimated in numbers between 30 to 60 million, were killed to make way for the railroad and settle the plains and to contribute to the genocide of indigenous communities who not only relied on buffalo to survive, but were part of their spiritual and kinship systems. As Indian Commissioner and Lieutenant Governor of the Northwest Territories, which includes modern-day Saskatchewan, Edgar Dewdney was instrumental in carrying out Prime Minister John A. Macdonald's starvation policies, overseeing the establishment of residential schools and the pass system in the region. The systemic impacts of these policies, which strategically tore apart families and communities, are still evident today in the structural conditions, including the disproportionate rates of suicide, incarceration, unhoused populations, and the numbers of missing and murdered women, girls, and gender-diverse folks from Indigenous communities. If we know this history and its present-day manifestations, why would we choose to celebrate it by honoring the legacy of a genocidal figure? Street names reflect power relations, and they signal what we value or deem worthy of upholding. They reflect what kind of city we want to live in. A street named for Dewdney commemorates and honors him. Street renaming has been an important part of recovering and moving forward after genocidal and racist regimes. In Germany after the Nazi regime and in South Africa post-apartheid, street names were changed to reflect a rejection of violent figures and to embrace a new future together. To change Dewdney Avenue to Tatanka Avenue does not deny or rewrite the shared colonial history of the prairies or Regina. Rather, it acknowledges the much longer history of these lands and the relationships between humans and non-humans that allowed it to flourish. The process of renaming is a decision to move forward in a good way that is inclusive of all residents, especially those who have been most harmed by colonial infrastructure and the legacy of a genocidal figure. The City Council and Mayor are aware of the importance of reconciliation. The city is attempting to implement an Indigenous framework in order to better incorporate Indigenous perspectives as a step toward reconciliation efforts. They saw the importance of renaming Dewdney Park and Pool, with Mayor Masters saying, quote, "The naming of Buffalo Meadows reminds us of the value of shared space in which all community members can gather with family and friends," unquote. Does this value and the importance of inclusive shared space end with the pool in the park? While costs may be incurred, a true commitment to reconciliation should not be limited to the easy changes. It should also be reflected in the more difficult decisions that demonstrate integrity and an investment, both economic and social, when the stakes are slightly higher. Dewdney Avenue runs through the heart of the city. What kind of city do we want? What kind of city do we want for future generations? One that honors a genocidal figure, that continues to harm many of the over 20,000 Indigenous Regina residents who are reminded of colonial violence every time they walk or drive down one of the city's largest thoroughfares. Community members have been calling for this change for years. Specifically, Indigenous women, such as Jolie Begigol-Kukwadaway, has been calling for this change for over 8 years after the city asked for her input on what reconciliatory changes should be made. Reconciliation means listening and responding meaningfully to these community members and leaders, and renaming Dewdney Avenue is an important first step. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Savannah. Do Do I have any questions from council? Okay, seeing none, I'll thank you for addressing council.
Thank you.
And ask you please return to the gallery. Thank you. Okay, next up, we have James Deschuk. James? Okay, James, as you walk up, I'll ask you to please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and what city, town you reside in. You have 5 minutes to address city council, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members council may have for you. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is James Daschuk. I'm a historian and a professor in the Faculty of Kinesiology and Health Studies at University of Regina. So, and I'd like to compliment you on your stamina. You guys are doing a great job. Also, I understand how difficult a lot of these decisions are. Somebody's going to be mad at you for sure. I guess it depends who. I'm actually here as an information person. I'm not an advocate. I just want you to know that I've spent my career looking at the evolution of Indigenous health patterns. And in that vein, I've provided you all with basically 20 years of my work. So I hope you get to take a look at it. What I'd like to do is, I'd like to take a different tack maybe from some of my colleagues. And actually, I'd like to respectfully disagree with a couple of my colleagues that said that Mr. Dewdney implemented McDonald's policy of starvation. Dewdney was the architect who proposed the policy of starvation to the Prime Minister who lived in Ottawa. So, we'll get back to that in a minute. 2018, a federal government cabinet minister said that there was, like in public, in a news conference, said that there was a 15-year life expectancy difference between Indigenous people and the rest of us, okay? I teach health studies, and that's sort of a research system based on the social determinants of health. So what that is social economic status, housing, education, you name it, like security, food security, all those different things, right? Think about the life expectancy difference for the people, Indigenous people that live in our town. Those are our neighbors, right? Like there isn't a physical, well, there might be a physical difference, say with the railway or something like that, but those are our neighbors. How do we understand that absurd difference in life expectancy between those of us sitting around the table here who aren't Indigenous and our colleagues that are just behind us, right? Like that's a measurable, quantifiable, I don't know, like that's something we can measure. So as a historian, what I did was I went back and I looked at the origin of that inequity. And that inequity, you can like draw a straight line to Mr. Dewdney's policies. He was the operative here in the West. He was the person that was charged with facilitating the construction of the railroad. And really what his main job as Indian Commissioner was getting Indians the hell out of the way of the railroad and getting them onto reserve, implementing the pass system, as my fellow delegates have said. So those policies, even going beyond the draconian measures of the Indian Act, were Dewdney's initiatives that Mr. MacDonald has sort of gotten the blame for historically. And there has never been a time in 140 years when Indigenous life expectancy, Indigenous health outcomes equaled those of us who sit around this table. So that's something for us to think about, right? Like that, it's not history. The problems you folks are dealing with my colleague Cheryl McCallum this afternoon talking about food security, houselessness, you name it. Those are directly tied to Mr. Dewdney's actions 140 years ago. Like I said, those factors have been in play that entire time. I know it's tough for us, as people living in the city, we don't notice that. It's white noise to us, but people's lives are affected every single day. I've had the privilege to be able to study that, right? Like, I'm white, but people are experiencing that every single day. So with that, I'll stop talking right now. I probably got my 5 minutes. Thank you.
You did good in your time. I'll stop right here because you still have like 50 seconds left.
Oh.
Okay, so first up here for questions, we have Councillor Stanachuk. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair. Thanks for waiting for so long. James, there's a lot of references to the food rations that that were in place back in that time. Can you explain to us a little bit about what constituted those food rations? Like what was it that basically?
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure. So First Nations people, as most people know, were forced onto reserve. Few people quoted Dudney's comment about forcing people from the Cypress Hills. Most of them actually moved toward Battleford. That's why there's a dozen or so reserves around Battleford. Agriculture was proposed as a way to assimilate First Nations people. It was never really implemented in a serious way. It was really done as sort of a social experiment to get people to go through the motions of farming. Reserve farming never worked. In fact, well, actually, there's an exception to that. The Dakota people who were non-treaty actually were very successful farmers. When some of the physicians went through Western Canada to vaccinate, they found that it was actually frustrating for them because the Dakota people were all in the city working, where the treaty people were on reserve, hungry, and they didn't have food to provide them. All they could give them was medicine. So there was a ration policy that actually was in place probably from 1880 all the way into the 1940s, maybe the 1950s. And the way it was administered was as a tool of coercion. So I think I handed out a few slides from a slideshow I've given, where if you questioned authority, your entire community could be cut off rations for up to a week. And I don't know if it made it into the slides that I provided with you folks, but there was one quote from Poundmaker First Nation where the Indian agent said, people have been cut off rations for 41 days. No one's working because everyone's hungry. 41 days, think about it. That's men, women, and children. So it's hard for us to fathom this, right? We think about, I don't know, history, we read a couple of plaques or whatever. But like I said, those measures continue to operate in 2024. Okay, I know you folks are doing your best working on all of these different issues. But also, in addition to First Nations people, living shorter lives, Mr. Dudney complicated your lives because and I wouldn't say he screwed up. He was successful in his policies because breaking Indigenous identity, breaking Indigenous governance, breaking up Indigenous families was part of his agenda. And he succeeded, right? So, like I said, there's been a couple questions about the cost of doing these things. Well, if you know what's right, there's going to be a cost. You folks have done a good job so far, right? Changing the name of the pool of the park. Like, the easy stuff is done. Now we got to get to work.
So following through with that through the chair, specifically, I was hoping you would talk about what the quality of the food in the rations were and maybe what happened in St. Luda.
Yeah, to the chair. So, and again, talking about Edgar Dudney's business interests, I guess. Mr. Dudney and I guess some fellow collaborators bought bacon that was rancid in Chicago at pennies a pound because it was rotten, and was provided in the Work for Rations program at St. Luda. And I forget what the number is, it's been a few years since I've written that, but hundreds of people died. So many people died around St. Luda that the people of Piapot First Nation left their designated reserve and under sort of armed guard moved to the Capel Valley. Like, they actually took it upon themselves, and the documents say that so many people had died, so many people, like basically rotting corpses from being poisoned from that bacon. They left that community, and the Northwest Mounted Police provided a field gun because they were worried about so many people moving across the territory.
And my last question to you, because I know that's been a long night, is just, we have heard, from some people in the community that, Dudney was just a man of his time, and that was just kind of typical behavior, and it's to be expected of those colonial times. What would your response be to that?
If Mr. Dudney had lived up to the terms of the treaty, your jobs would be a whole lot easier, honestly, okay? Because, like I said, those policies continue to reverberate 140 years after Dewdney's actions. Like from his mind, they were very successful. We talk about dispossession, right? Like they say everyone can sort of, like whatever the cost might be. But dispossession is a negative, right? Like people are dispossessed. Who got to possess? And it's folks like us sitting around the table.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stanichuk. Councillor Stevens, go ahead.
Thank you. Jim, through the chair, as you imagine, I think we've been presented with a number of different historical accounts. I'm going to read to you a statement, two statements, and I'd like you to provide a response as a subject expert. And it kind of builds on what my council colleague had said. Dewdney was in most respects typical for his time, gender, race, socioeconomic, and political status. He was not seen as unusual in his cruelty, corruption, or tensions towards Indigenous people among contemporary people. The other is, in his relations with Indigenous people, Dewdney was seen by contemporary Indigenous peoples as less aggressive and kinder than other civil servants, in particular Hayter Reid, the Indian Commissioner. He provided more generous rations and was quicker to negotiate with Indigenous peoples, often acting to prevent starvation conditions from worsening. As a historian and an expert, what are your thoughts on those statements?
The latter statement about Hayter Reid, I totally agree with. Councillor Stanichuk mentioned Sintaluda and the deaths at Sintaluda. In the aftermath of that, Dewdney took a sabbatical. He left town for 5 months. Like he went back to British Columbia. The person who was in charge, who took charge after that, was Lawrence Van Gennett, who was the accountant for the Department of Indian Affairs, who followed sort of the letter of, like withholding rations to the nth degree. There was almost violence all the way across this land, across Saskatchewan. So Dewdney was, I have to compliment him for his success in his agenda, because he knew how far to push people without getting blowback. Because say at Sakamay First Nation, there was an armed standoff because the Indian agent and the farm instructor would not let starving people into the ration house. Like the rations were spoiling while people were so malnourished, they were falling into tuberculosis infection, different kinds of they were immune suppressed. So he was very successful in that he knew how far to push without having a militant response. But that said, he was able to control the population almost single-handedly.
Thank you. Through the chair, let's fast forward to now. You've given many public talks on the subject. You've written a widely acclaimed book. And you've spoken about Dewdney in a province where folks seem genuinely excited about the prospects of changing the name of Swift Current to Taylor Swift Current, should the celebrity pay Saskatchewan a visit. Yet so many people seem triggered at the very suggestion that we rename Dewdney Avenue. Why? And not the cost. Why the name? Why is this coming up?
I think because we've grown, those of us who are non-Indigenous who don't have those effects happening to us and our families every single day. Those of us, again, sitting around the table, we see it. It might even be white, sort of white noise. We may not hear it. And we just don't want change. And a lot of us have been trained. I mean, Paraguay probably thinks they're the greatest country in the world. But Canadians have been trained that we are fundamentally decent people, right? Like, we're not necessarily the glorious, we're not the most powerful, but we take pride in our humanity. But our history, especially in this regard, in the settlement of the West, was not a humane process. This was a displacement. And a lot of us growing up in Saskatchewan were trained that this was the breadbasket of the world, right? Our ancestors grew wheat and, fed the world. But I think it's also equally important to that story, that founding myth, is that the breadbasket of the world was built on a managed program of malnutrition and food insecurity. As our ancestors were setting up those farms. Indigenous people were kept on reserves, de facto internment camps. Their children were taken away. And like I said, tuberculosis was so rife that physicians talked about, we have to keep the pass system in place because if they were allowed to come to town, they'd be a menace to us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Zakiniak, go ahead.
Okay, so just to confirm, you are the author of this book that we were all provided?
Yes.
Is that accurate? Okay, just to get that on the record, Clearing the Plains, which I see has won multiple prizes, and this is about like the history of, well, it says right on it, disease, politics of starvation, and the loss of Indigenous life. So my question for you is, if you had about 30 seconds to try to, and maybe this is difficult, explain the harmful legacy of Edgar Dewdney, what would be the top points that you would mention?
So the politics of starvation, for example, the subtitle, Dewdney on his way from Fort Benton, Montana, where he was financially related to the food contractor, I.G. Baker, stopped in southern Alberta, where he saw that Siksika people, Blackfoot people, I guess in English, were starving. And there were reports, strong young men just a few months ago are literally skeletons who cannot walk. People literally died of starvation on the prairies, if you can believe it. So Dewdney understood that food could be weaponized. And so I provided some slides early before I sent you a copy of that book. And you can see that there are numerous reports, and this is not Indian Department policy. This is the power of individuals over the communities that they were entrusted to basically oversee and maintain.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Zakiniak. Mr. Deschuk, thank you very much for speaking.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Now let's return to the gallery. Next up, we have Terry Sleva. I believe she's online. Is Terry online? Just hold on. Okay, looks like we have Terry. So Terry, I will ask that you please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and what city, town you reside in. You have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of Council may have for you. Go ahead, Ms. Sleva.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, City Council Administration. I'm Terry Sleva from Regina, and I'm representing myself in this instance. Thank you for removing this John A. MacDonald statue from Victoria Park, because that was one step towards a further understanding Buffalo Meadows and Buffalo Park, and Buffalo Pool followed. My support for a name change for Dewdney Avenue is deeply rooted in social justice issues. If there was a Hitler Avenue in a Jewish neighborhood, would you let it be? I think not. What Edgar Dewdney did to Indigenous peoples is nothing short of unconscionable, and genocide in Regina must address the issue. Changing a street name can significantly enhance community identity and reflect our evolving values. This process allows communities to honor cultural heritage, fostering a sense of pride and belonging among residents. By choosing names that resonate with contemporary values of inclusivity and representation, the community can correct past injustices and ensure all members feel recognized and valued, engaging the community in the renaming process through public consultations, strengthens civic engagement, and ensures that the name will have broad support. This participatory approach can galvanize civic pride and reinforce community bonds. Sorry, it's been a long day. Practical considerations such as updating maps, signage, and official documents require careful planning and effective communication to minimize disruption. Collaborating with local businesses, emergency services, and postal services can help address logistical challenges smoothly. In summary, changing a street name is a meaningful way to reflect community values, promote inclusivity, and honor heritage. When approached thoughtfully, it can leave a lasting positive impact on the community's cultural, social, and economic landscape. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Ms. Sleva? Seeing none, Ms. Sleva, thank you very much for your contribution. We appreciate the fact that you stayed so late. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Same to you. Bye.
I'd like to call on Jolie Bigil Kakahutue. Would you please come forward? State your name, whom you represent, and you'll have 5 minutes.
Amawashte. My name is Jolie Bigil Kakwedoe. My spirit name is Ambazidkana Howashte, and I represent Buffalo People Arts Institute. I'm one of the co-founders. I was approached by Mark Sylvester, who was working in the culture department, and also Nick Crichton, who worked in the Indigenous diversity department in November 2016. And one of the questions that they asked me, wanted to have coffee with, and we had coffee just across the street, it's fresh and sweet, was, they wanted to pick my brains. As a community activist, I consider myself a community developer within this community. I've lived in Regina since 2004. I'm from White Bear First Nations. I'm Nakota. I'm Cree. I'm Soto. I bought a house in North Central. My children have been raised here in the city. And I purposely moved back from Calgary because I thought Regina was the best city to raise my children in, even regardless of the racism that I faced. And I heard a question about racism. I was walking, and I'm an engineer, and I was walking noon hour, leaving Sask Energy. I thought I'll go for a walk in the neighborhood for my noon hour activity. I was approached as a prostitute, and I was dressed in a blouse and slacks. Now you can't tell me that that's not racist. I am a professional on my lunch break, and I was approached. Somebody considered me a prostitute. So my daughter was chased down by somebody in a car in North Central. And they decided, keep walking, keep walking. We lived in North Central, keep walking. We'll get home, but it got too much. And she phoned the police, and the police came, and so I had to go pick her up 3 blocks from my house. She was so scared with her friend. You know what the cops said? They said, why is she walking around at night? And so that guy that they knew who that guy was that was chasing her. They knew him. They had his plate number, but instead they chastised my daughter for being a teenager and walking home. There is racism that exists, and I am very passionate about this, and I've been told I'm relentless, and I thought, what, it's been a long night, and I want to acknowledge, Florence, our elders, for sitting here for, 8.5 hours, for all of you for sitting here. I am very passionate about this. Why? Why does it matter so much? A big part of the work, and I don't work as an engineer anymore. I work as an artist. I just got my master's in fine arts, May 11th. And a big part of the work that I do as a community activist is raising the social consciousness. Because as an engineer, I thought I could help my people, be a project manager, help look after water, infrastructure, housing. There are 55 organizations in North Central who look after those things. There's money being thrown at it. Why isn't it working? I have a niece who's on the street right now, and I can't get through to her. We're doing our best that we can, but the biggest part that work I do and why this is so important is because it's raising the social consciousness of the people. Because I drive on Dudney every day, as well as every single one of you. But some people live in the suburbs and they don't realize the importance of this. It's because every day I see that name and I'm reminded. My mother went to residential school. My older sister went to residential school. It's not that far removed. And so hearing everything that you've heard about Dudney, I don't know how much more to add other than, this was a response to what the city technicians asked of me. And they said, you know what? I made a list. It was a list of 10 items, not itemized. But, we picked that one. Mark was like, oh, you know what? That one's a tangible item. I think we can get behind it. I think that's doable. Here we are, almost 8 years later, and I've done media. I've talked to Mayor Fougere. I've talked to councillors. I've had town hall. We presented a petition August 2020 of 600 plus signatures. We have the online petition of almost 3,000 plus people. And I also provided to you and all an email. I went to the FSIN and I said, you know what? Can you help support this name change? Because I don't seem to be getting through. And so FSIN made the motion to support not only the name change of Dudney, but change it to Tatanka Avenue. And there was discussion at that level. They had discussion. Why a Lakota name? And it's like, you know what? That's almost a vanishing language. It's an endangered language. So you would be addressing one of the TRC calls to action, specifically Section 14, Item 4, about representing the preservation, revitalization, and strengthening of Aboriginal languages and cultures, which are best managed by Aboriginal people and communities. So, I implore you to make the vote tonight, to call question and vote in favor. It's been too long. And, and I've been saying, that my daughter's 13. Can you take this on if it doesn't happen in my lifetime? I'm relentless and I will continue. If it's not with this council, then I guess it'll have to be with the next one. But, I think, what is the legacy of this mayor and council? What will it be? And right now it hasn't been very good. And now you only have how many more months in your term? Let this be at least one example of a legacy that will be talked about across Canada. That's all my hope and prayers are with all of you, because I know the job that you do. And I wasn't going to get emotional, but I think of the work that you have to do in your community and the arguments that you have to face with your community. And I know it's probably one of the most difficult jobs that you guys have. And I'm sorry, I probably couldn't sit in your position. And I know it's difficult, but it has to be made. Everybody made such compelling arguments. I don't know how you could vote against it. It's like, do you need me to make a raffle? Do you need me to apply for money? If we were talking, joking, if this doesn't get passed, how much jail time could be faced in defacing the street signs and changing them ourselves? Am I willing to go to jail for that? I don't know, but I'm relentless. So I don't know if I want to leave you with that thought, but I guess I'm going to have to. Matakiwasan. We're all related. What I do affects you. What you do affects me. That's what the meaning of Matakiwasan was, what Kodawin. So actions speak louder than words. So,
Thank you very
kinamai.
much. There are some questions from councillors. If you're willing to take them, Councillor LeBlanc will start it off.
Thank you. You mentioned that this matter of the name change was discussed at the FSIN level. I wonder if you can tell me a little bit about that and what, if any, decision they made.
So I sent an email, and I actually included in my package in the submission. A motion was made May 25th, 2023, with the reference number 2335 by the Legislative Assembly to support renaming Dudney to Tatanka Avenue. And in this document, that each of you received, there's the whereas, With this was also supported by the Treaty Commissioner, Mary Culbertson. She was the one who presented it on my behalf. And so, therefore be it resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly recognize, respect, and support the renaming of Dudney Avenue to Tatanka Avenue, moved by Chief Christine Long John, Sturgeon Lake First Nation, seconded by Chief Tanya Aguilera Antiman, Mosquito Grizzly Bear Head Leanman. And it is hereby certified by the undersigned that the foregoing is a true copy of the resolution unanimously passed by the Chiefs of the Legislative Assembly at a meeting duly called and held on the 25th day of May 2023, and the said resolution is now in full force and effect, signed by the Clerk of the Legislative Assembly. So, I've been working on this, and I'd hoped to present this at an educational day, but that never transpired. So I'm really grateful for Ignite, for the two councillors who presented the motion. I would like a vote on this motion.
I want to ask one more, I suppose, procedural question to your last point is, what would you think if we finished your delegation and then went home before voting tonight through the chair?
I think that, that would give some opportunity to forget what we just said. I think that you need to vote with your heart. You need to vote with your mind and what was shared. You as leaders, you speak for your constituents, but you also just heard everything that was said here. I don't see the naysayers. Where is their commitment to sit here, right? Where are the community activists to say, whatever they're saying in the negative? So I would like a vote, and yes or no, right? So then we can plan the next steps.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stadicek.
Yes, through the chair, thank you so much for all the work you've done. Now, I do know that you also you have been trying to, through art and through celebration, kind of change the name just by doing an annual festival. Do you think that the name that, because you're proposing Tatanka, that it's more than just a name, it's what it symbolizes, and it's about a resurgence for your community? Could you talk a little bit about why that's so important for you?
I talked about raising the social consciousness. It's not just of the city of Regina, it's of our own Indigenous community. I never grew up hearing the stories about Edgar Dudney. I never grew up knowing about residential school. I didn't know about Buffalo. I never knew why we were called Pile of Bones, right? And so, a big shift happened in 2016, not just that meeting, but that's also when I stopped being an engineer. And, but the big shift was about our identity. Who am I, right? Am I an engineer? Am I Nakota Cree Soto? And what does that even mean, right? And how do I contribute to this community? I think that's a big part of why I'm here, because you know what? My community is White Bear, right? My community, that's where I belong, but I don't live there. So the decision was made in 2016 is this is my community. I want to make it better. And so how do I make it better? You know what? We have this rich history, this connection to Buffalo, to Tatanka Oyate, right? Buffalo people, Buffalo Nation. And it's like, I'm just discovering that. And I want other people to understand that too. You know, and so the Buffalo, you know, they're not just in the past, they're with us right now. You know, they're there in ceremony. They're there in our stories and our songs. And we're bringing it back in our language. You know, so a big part of that discussion, and the FSIN chiefs had it too, is like, why Nakota? Why Tatonka? Why not Pasqua Moose Deuce? It's because Nakota is an endangered language, right? So it's tied into identity in this land. You know, the RCMP, their coat of arms has a buffalo, right? Why?
You do too.
The RCMP, you know, used to wear jackets made out of the buffalo. There's a rich history here connected. And we haven't even talked about the economic benefits or the spin-offs of how you could begin to accentuate, you know, Tatonka Avenue as a business opportunity. You know, and the money that could be generated from embracing that.
So my second question to you is, because I know that you've done the festival, I've seen the street filled with paintings of buffalo. Would it be, I don't know if this is possible, and it's something I might ask administration, would you see it even possible to do this change in phases where, you know, there's a reclamation of Dudney Avenue to become Tatonka or another name, but, you know, Buffalo, but that we do it in stages and that, you know, you incorporate art to kind of designate the street as well. I'm just sort of wondering if you think that is possible or that the entire street needs to be changed.
You know, I'm relentless, but I'm also optimistic. You know, I think that it can be done in phases.
Okay. Thanks so much.
And you know, for me, why I've changed careers is because I believe art is the way to the heart, to the soul, and the mind. And so I feel like I have more of an imprint within my community using art as a way to be an activist. So yes.
Thank you so much for all your work.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so I do have a few questions, and we spoke on the phone about some of the questions that have come from some of the residents on Dudney. But one of them I haven't had a chance to ask folks yet, is this concern that I've heard from folks on Dudney. What about my opinion? I live on Dudney. What about larger stakeholder consultation? But what about those who live on Dudney? And I believe we talked about that on the phone, but how would you respond to that question?
You know, you all are placed in positions of leadership to represent your constituents. You know, the case has been made over and over here consistently. You know, I think that, you know, the constituents, of course, have input into some of the decisions you're making. We are your constituents. We are the ones here sitting, coming to present this. You know, so our voices are important just as much as any of the naysayers, or just as one as the ones who may not be as educated. You know, so you as leaders in leadership positions, you're the ones making the decisions for good or for bad, right? Like there's a lot of decisions that I don't get input in. And I definitely do not want to go through the list of things I don't agree with City Council, you know, but those decisions were made without my input, right? As an Indigenous woman and as an activist within this community, you know, this is what I'm presenting as something that's very important to me. And you know what? I talk to my cookums, I've talked to my aunties, I've talked to my family, I've talked to numerous organizations, Office of the Treaty Commissioner, FSIN, each one of the individuals behind me. You know, it's like we're presenting this on a platter for you to make these decisions educated so that you can go back to your constituents and say, this is the why. This is why I made that decision.
Mm-hmm. And a couple other things. You spoke to, I think like in your email a bit today and over the phone, that you were part of the original reconciliation efforts from the city. And so you spoke about a meeting that had transpired, but you were part of an original committee working towards reconciliation at the city. Is that accurate? Like that's your time focused on this topic goes back that far, and with reconciliation in general for the city of Regina.
I've sat on numerous city consultation, right? So I've given my input in the numerous documents that are in front of you. And, you know, I think it kind of come to a standstill because I was on the reconciliation committee and we made recommendations on how to do the soft launch. You know, and so we gave a list of speakers that we wanted to be invited to that first meeting opening to the public. And so we gave a list of 10, Murray Sinclair, you know, the 4 founders of Idle No More, Nina Wilson, Jessica Gordon, you know, Sheila McLean, Sylvia McAdam. We gave that list and we're like, okay, our job is done here. The city will go and take those names and they'll invite, you know, one of them. The time came for the launch and they invited nobody on that list, and they invited an individual who came to the city that we didn't recommend, and they didn't show up. So, you know, I lost faith in that process, and I decided to take a step back and not be involved so much in some of the truth and reconciliation actions that the city has been involved with. And so now when I get asked to pick my brains, I'm like, yeah, I will come and provide consultation, but I need to get paid. I'm a consultant too. My time is worth money. So I'm no longer offering it for free because the city hasn't necessarily been listening to me with respect to truth and reconciliation. So have I lost faith in that process? I still work with Reconciliation Regina because now they're a little separate from this organization, and they're one of our supporters, and they support July 1st. They supported, you know, Mosaic Pavilion. So I'm ambivalent, you know, about it. I know that, you know, truth and reconciliation, I always say I'm not in the reconciliation, I'm in the truth. I'm still stuck in the truth. I don't see reconciliation happening in my lifetime. I don't know, you know, prove me wrong.
And then, I guess on that note, you also mentioned something about an educational day that didn't transpire. I don't know if you want to elaborate on that further.
I know that there was educational day here for racism with the Multicultural Council of Saskatchewan, and I had presented verbally, and I'm not sure who I presented verbally to, but I said I'd like to do an educational campaign on this topic, and that never transpired, so that's why I didn't present the FSIN Assembly resolution, because I was waiting for that day to come. And so, yeah.
Okay. And then last point is you mentioned that the economic benefits of doing this, of changing the name of Dudney Avenue, that we haven't really touched on that a lot. Is there further that you'd like to elaborate on, like what could those be? Of course, like we're just brainstorming, but what do you think some of those could be?
Well, you know, I think that I know every organization is looking at, you know, how do we address truth and reconciliation. I know the RCMP is. They just developed, you know, a ribbon skirt that is an official part of their uniform, right? Government House, we have an Indigenous Lieutenant Governor, right? Revitalizing Dudney. There are all these opportunities to provide like some kind of, you know, when you invite your friends and family to Regina, where do you take them? The Royal Saskatchewan Museum, right? I think that's it. Well, what if we had something along Tatonka Avenue, right? At the end of Tatonka Avenue is, I think it's, I know Zakame has land, right? I think Kisakus has land. At the other end, you know, I don't know if Kwakatu still has land, but they were at the other end at one point, right? There are these opportunities to bring in First Nations communities. and say, you know what, help us to develop, you know, an economic plan, right? Like you look at City of Calgary, they have Deerfoot Trail, you know, they have Shaganappi Trail, you know, they have Crow Trail, right? And they have a relationship with the Indigenous community there. This can build upon that by just raising the social consciousness and saying, you know what, let's start to begin these conversations.
Great, that's helpful, thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Kika-Hotue, we have no further questions. Thank you for your presentation, and you may return to the gallery.
Thank you.
Councillors, I'd like to, if I can, get a motion to receive and file the following communications. CP 2471, Carol Schick, and CP 2456, Wendy Usher. Thank you very much, Councillor Stevens. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Are there any objections? That motion is carried. I need to take the direction of council now. We're an hour past our regulated break. That's the first point to make. The second point is that there are a number of councillors who've indicated that even some time ago, they feel that they would like to adjourn. The options are this. If we lose quorum, the motion is automatically deemed tabled to the next council meeting. Alternately, I would entertain a motion, if one's available, to adjourn the meeting, in which case the motion will be tabled to the next council meeting. I'd like to take a feeling of council on this, on how to proceed. Councillor Stevens, I wonder if I can start with you, and then I'll circle around the loop.
I'm willing to push through until the end of this.
And I'd ask the audience to respect the decorum of council. Thank you. Councillor Stadnicek.
I would like to continue just because I think we've heard, we've heard all of the delegations. I think it's time to
Thank you very much, Councillor Nelson.
I'm very much in favor of continuing, please.
Thank you, Councillor Findura.
I'm torn because this is a very important decision to be made. I like to reflect. I know I heard the delegations, and I feel obligated to reflect on it to make sure that I make the right decision. So it is that we normally don't make very rational decisions at the very late hour. So I'd like to table it.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stadnicek. Stadnicek, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I want to continue, but I definitely need a short break at this point, but I'm willing to continue.
Councillor LeBlanc.
I would like to continue.
Mayor Masters.
It's midnight where I am. I think I might be done.
So how many do we have? If the mayor signs off, and it is past midnight, and she's working on far asleep, Councillor Findura leaves, he's indicated he needs time to reflect, and I too need time to reflect. That will cost us quorum. In light of that, what I'd rather do is have a motion to adjourn the meeting and table the matter to the next council meeting. Councillor Findura, will you make that motion? Thank you very much. All those in favor of the motion? Mayor Masters?
Yeah, in favor.
Yeah. Any others in favor? I'm in favor. I want to advise council that I will be leaving. I will call a break. I will be leaving. I believe Councillor Findura will be leaving. And I believe Councillor Masters will be leaving, and we've lost Councillor Moll. And I will say this to the delegation. You've been extremely patient and waiting,
and very articulate and passionate in your presentations. This meeting will end now in all likelihood because it'll lose quorum. But what I'd like you to know is that this matter will be debated fully. We will all reflect on it till the next council meeting. Your words won't be forgotten. They'll ring in our ears, in fact, and we'll seek other input. So I want to thank you for being here tonight and for your contribution. 15-minute break, and the clerk will advise at the end of that whether there's quorum.
If I can get members of the gallery's attention, we are advancing this because we have lost quorum. The meeting is automatically adjourned with the items that will be tabled to a future meeting. And for everyone's benefit, at the request of the two councilors who moved the initial notice of motion, this will be tabled until council's meeting in August. So it will not come back for discussion in July. It will come back in August at the request of Councilors LeBlanc and Stevens to ensure their availability. Good night.